Oh, I was enjoying that.
La! And there we go. Oh, no, my fault. I'm pressing buttons the same time as everyone else. Yes! Here he is. He's back. We have the amazing Jordan Tuck. It's good to have you with us, brother. Long time trying to get you to talk with us. But how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good. How are you guys going? That's the real question, man. You guys running on fumes? Or are you still fired up for this draft?
We're too much in the vacancy, my friend.
Yeah. Well, I first and foremost I want to say, man, incredible show. I've been watching guys this morning, man. So a lot of great guests, man. But I appreciate what you guys are doing, and it's for a worthy cause. We're definitely making a donation on our behalf.
Fantastic,
man. So, but yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm excited to get this Pitts train thing rolling, man. All aboard.
Just so you're aware, right? That Pitts, right, is the anti-Paul. So we literally have yin and yang here going on at the moment.
but the good thing about me and Jay Tuck, we have a good mutual understanding of why this like I may disagree, but I understand why.
You gotta get on board, man. It's gotta get on board, man. A lot of people want to call me and my Star Gang family, Mary Ellis, Spoon, and Nix, the conductors of this whole Pitts idea, and we never thought it was going to get this massive. But here we are, man. So I was like, we can't back down now. Now a lot has to fall in our favor, but hopefully luck's on our side tonight. And if he falls to 10, he'll be a Dallas Cowboy, man. And Paul, you're going to be ecstatic, man. I promise you.
Don't get me wrong. I've mentioned it all the time. It's like I'm not going to be like angry as such, like with the Pitts pick. I'm just obviously like I just think he will be gone. I just feel as though obviously like, quite a majority of people will think defenses have a much more bigger need rather than best player available. So that's where I kind of stand on. But if we do somehow in a miracle we do get Pitts, then our offense is. I expect our offense to turn 50 burgers left, right, and center. There we go.
Yeah. Well, you guys heard what Brian Broaddus had to say about him, like one of the top 5 prospects he's ever scouted. So why, as a Dallas Cowboy fan, why wouldn't you welcome that in Dallas? And that's, like I said, it's going to be a stretch for us from the fall in our hands. The Falcons have kind of been in our way. They kind of, being pests right now. But if he's able to land to us, I'm definitely going to welcome that type of caliber of weapon in Dallas with our offense, and we can always address the defense here later, man. So I'm excited. It's finally here. A lot of work has been done getting prepared for this NFL draft. I know you guys have been doing a lot of content alongside myself as well. Yep. And we'll have to sit back here in a few minutes here and see what happens.
Yeah. Just to add something on top as well, it's like I think when it comes to this draft pick, and I think there's very little that we can do to really screw it up in a way, because we actually have a lot of options ahead of us, especially what's going on with the top 9 picks ahead of us, and now with the news with what it's a rumor, we don't know what I'm sure there's said any more in regards to the whole Aaron Rodgers situation. It's like we may actually have to be spoiled for choice in terms of who to have.
And that's a good feeling. I feel like the Dallas Cowboys really can't ruin this thing unless they trade back and try to get too cute. That's where things can kind of go astray, and we might shoot ourselves in the foot. If we just stay put at the 10 spot, one of these high caliber players are going to fall into our lap, whether it's your flavor of ice cream between Surtain or JC Horn, or if it's one of the tackles in Penny Sewell or Rashawn Slater, or personally me, if it's one of the wide receivers in Chase or Waddle or D Smith were to fall, there's going to be something there at 10. As long as the Cowboys don't reach and maybe go for like a Gregory Rousseau or a Kwity Paye, who I kind of don't mention on my channel, you really cannot mess this thing up. So just don't get cute, Steven and Jerry.
That's my, I think that's one of my pet things is, like you say, you don't just want to be trading down for one particular player. I think Graham mentioned it as well earlier on. You've got to have maybe 4 or 5 that you're happy to trade back for. Otherwise, you're just going to ruin your own draft before the first round's even ended.
Yeah. And I feel like with the trade back, it's kind of hard to gauge what other teams are doing, especially in this kind of COVID opt-out season. So there's going to be a few reaches, and I feel like, specifically at the safety position, if someone takes a safety early, you can start to see the Richie Grants and, the Trayvon Morgs kind of spiral into frenzy if someone reaches early. So it's kind of hard to gauge where these teams are going to be thinking if you trade back later into this first round. So I'm just personally just stay put at 10 and just let the chips fall as they are.
Just what can I add in a wee comment there? We're actually getting other fans from other franchises here coming and saying, great job for a great cause. Guys, thank you so much. This is, like I said, this is all going towards charity. And it's just the fact that we can just have conversations with friends and media and just have a great time. And that's what it's all about. That's what football is all about, having a great time. So, guys, let's go, man. Football's here. Football is here.
Football is here.
Like you guys asked Stephen Jones, maybe you have to lose the America's team and just be the world's team.
The world's.
Not just the America's team. From Australia, all over. I mean, I got people watch my show from Japan and Italy.
I told you,
America's team is kind of an understatement at this point when it comes to Cowboys football.
I tell you, man, it should be a complete brand. It should be not just America's team, but the world's team, and that should be on a T-shirt easily.
Right, exactly. I agree. Yeah. And I can see Steven's wheels kind of turning when you mention that. All right.
I had to say it, but I will try. I need to try and get the copyright rights though, so I can try and get a wee bit of piece of that.
Yeah, you want to get that in early. Get that in early. Get that in early.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, just going through some of the comments. Here's one I asked earlier on, and we actually have a 49ers fan, very good friend of mine, watching with us. One of the things I said was which way this draft goes is really down to that pick number 3 at San Francisco. What they do, I think, determines if you believe the rumors, if you believe what's being said. For you, what do you think, Tuck? Do you think what are the 49ers doing, and do they hold the power position in this draft at pick number 3?
Yeah, I think they hold a very important position. I think that, there's kind of been rumors circulating that, they might say, what, we're going to take Pitts and add him along with Kittle, which will be scary. I don't think they're going to go that case. I think they're going to go quarterback. From us who personally want Pitts to slide, I feel like if they take Mac Jones, then that kind of helps our case, because it really comes down to making Atlanta have the conversation. Are they going to take a Justin Fields, or are they going to take a Kyle Pitts? I personally believe, I've been trying to call it the Falcons' bluff, they're going to take a quarterback. The guy's from Atlanta. He's homegrown. Matt Ryan is getting older. You can get out of his contract. You can save money against the cap. You get a brand new coach. That's your insurance policy. You have to go quarterback at that 4 spot, or if not, get out and let someone come in who wants a quarterback. But, I think, like you said, Mike, I think it really comes down to what the 49ers are going to do. Will it really be Mac Jones? I know from a lot of conversations, it sounds like it is. Me personally, I don't see why it would be Mac Jones when you have a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance sitting there that might fit your scheme. What Kyle Shanahan does a lot more. But we've seen crazy things happen in drafts before, especially when it comes to the quarterback position. So.
Metro Trubisky is a good example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here's a nice one. Could
Go on, Jake.
No,
Go on.
Just with mentioned the quarterbacks, I think you could look even a bit further down in the top 10, couldn't you? That Denver potentially, Carolina, even the Lions that are pushed. I mean, so those quarterbacks could get pushed down a bit even further and help us even more by pushing some of these defensive players down, or even maybe, like you say, maybe a tackle. Or so it's going to be interesting. Just fingers crossed, like you said, somebody like the Eagles don't trade up and ruin it for us.
Yeah, I'm a lot more at ease today, knowing that the Eagles traded out of that 6th pick. Because I know the chances of them getting a Jamar Chase or a Kyle Pitts caliber player is not going to happen now, since they shot themselves in the foot. So, but yeah, I think that's going to be really the question that we can keep our eye on, is when is that first defensive player really going to go? I know that the Lions have been pretty high on Micah Parsons. There's a connection there. So if he's able to go at 7, or you were hearing about Carolina possibly taking Patrick Surtain or J.C. Horn, it just really depends on who's going to reach for one of those defensive players. I know when we initially started, defense was considered top 10, but now as we're getting closer to the draft, I think it's more realistic that a defensive player will go in the top 10. So who that will be remains to be unseen. But like I said, definitely hold on tight, because after that Falcons pick, you'll kind of see things unravel a little bit. So
yeah, and I quite like a question that came in from a Mr. Neat. He said, and I'll let all of you weigh in, but guest honor gets the answer first. Bunching the compensatory picks the Cowboys have to go up and get Farley as well as Surtain. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I know that's been the conversation with Caleb Farley. How far will he really slide? Now, I know this as far as Caleb Farley with his surgeon that he's worked with. It's a Dallas Cowboys surgeon who's worked with Travis Frederick before, worked with, Troy Aikman. So I think the Cowboys do have the medicals on Caleb Farley to let us know, like, how will he be able to really perform and how serious his back injury really is. So I feel like if Caleb Farley does slide in the first round, I say, maybe out of the top 25, maybe the Cowboys would consider it, but I don't think the Cowboys are going to double dip at the cornerback position, though I personally would. I mean, when I ran a few mocks, it kind of looks nice when you do it, but I don't think the Cowboys would. I think that Trayvon Moehrig or one of these safeties will be the second option in the second round if we draft Patrick Surtain or J.C. Horn at 10. I think they'll look to address either the safety position or a linebacker, which I think that is a huge void just at the quarterback position.
Yeah. I tell you, the guy who I really hope the Cowboys get for the linebacker position in round 2 is Jamin Davis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jamin Davis, he's a 3-down linebacker. He can cover. He's kind of like your knockoff brand of the Joker from Notre Dame, and so he can pretty much do it all. He's like 215, 216-ish, but yeah, he can pretty much do it all. Another linebacker that I've been mentioning on this channel as well, Nick Bolton. I feel like Nick Bolton is going to be a great middle linebacker in the NFL for years to come. Doesn't have the size and the measurables that the sexy look. But as far as being a pure football player, Nick Bolton has everything that we need here in Dallas. So I would definitely look at Nick Bolton or a Jamin Davis in that second round.
Yeah, funnily enough, Broadus, when we had him on earlier with Brad Sham, both of them said Nick Bolton. And I asked the question, I said, look, his athletic testing is really bad. Is that not something that concerns you? Both of them straight away were like, no, does not. And you're in the same boat then, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people just don't test well. I mean, another guy like that has kind of been one high on my boards are Darius Washington, safety out of TCU. Like, he got knocked, he was kind of short, didn't have the best pro day. But when you turn on the film and you watch this kid, he is a playmaker, and that's something we desperately need here in Dallas. Yeah,
and it's like I always say, look at the tape. Does what the negative things have affect his play? And when you look at it, the biggest knock that they have is, he's really short. He's like barely 5'8", and you're like, yeah, but at what point in the video do you see his height becoming an issue? And you never do.
Yeah, and they said the same thing about Antoine Winfield Jr. last year. I mean, Jair Alexander, he's a short corner, one of the best in the NFL, Denzel Ward. So there's guys out there that are short, but they can definitely lock you up on Sunday. And one of those guys my eye on personally is Asante Samuel Jr. out of Florida State. He's one of those guys, as far as the corners are concerned, has not been getting as much love as these other corners because of his height, but he's a game time, big time threat that he can actually help to our defense. So it's going to be interesting. So.
Definitely. And we return back to Barry Griffiths from Cowboys Experience, along with Kenny the Gant Shark. We got Jay Tuck with us. He's on the line. So I don't know if you've got a question for Kenny Gant at all, Tuck. Have you got one for him?
Yeah, I was catching your guys' conversation earlier. So I just want to see, like, what do you think that are some of the guys in the later rounds? I mean, we talked heavily about the first pick at the 10, but some guys in the later round that the Cowboys could keep their eye on, specifically for me, the interior defensive line position.
I would definitely do interior. Apparently, I don't know a lot of the latter rounds, but that's where you pick your jewels at. As you know, when I came in, Jimmy Johnson did a great job of bringing guys in I never heard of from small schools that I never heard of. Imperial State, Leon Lett we got, and his guys all over the country that they just did their due diligence and going to scout these guys. The interior is important for this defense. You got to plug up gaps, stop the run game, and apply pressure at the same time, just to make it easier on us as DBs in the back.
Absolutely.
So I'll definitely look for interior linebackers. Of course, Vander Esch has a couple of problems with his injured neck. He's had it coming out of college, so maybe find a linebacker that can, in the latter rounds to be a plug-in just in case he gets hurt or give him some rest or something. I'm looking totally defense this year. I think we can make it with the guys getting healthy. I think I wouldn't take a chance at both Lyle and Tyrone getting hurt again at the same time. I just don't see that happening. So I'm going defense. I'm stocking up the defense. We don't stop
in the trenches.
We don't stop from getting points. It's gonna be a long season again.
Yeah, I agree.
I always say, for me, building a defense is right down the middle. So you need your defensive tackle, linebacker, safety. It's literally right down the middle. Yeah. So and this is the thing. I don't know what you think on this, right, Tat? Where people are talking about Patrick Surtain, JC Horn. I do love it. But the other side of the argument, and I don't know how you want to react or answer to this, is how does a guy like Patrick Surtain or JC Horn help you in run defense?
Yeah, that was a question I brought up on Twitter the other day to kind of send things in a frenzy. But what I was speaking about was, Micah Parsons. I feel like Micah Parsons at 10 defensively helps this defense a lot more than just the outside corner. Now, granted, we're thinking about long-term down the road, right? JC Horn, also Patrick Surtain, can turn into incredible corners. But I feel like if you want a guy that you can plug in, right now, that offense will have to scheme for, it will be that linebacker in Micah Parsons, who's just a game wrecker that you have to account where he's at on the field at all times. And you also have, Randy Gregory, also DeMarcus Lawrence. So now things in the front seven, just like they just mentioned, the front seven is the most critical piece, because if you go back to see what Tampa Bay did in the Super Bowl, it was their front seven that really run the game. A lot of people can't even you can get by with serviceable corners if your front seven is causing havoc. So I was saying that Micah Parsons gives his defense a lot more boost as far as the run game is concerned versus the outside corners. But he's just not attractive to a lot of Cowboys fans for some reason.
But the good news is what I've heard, and I don't know if you heard the same thing, is a lot of the character concerns, and funnily enough, again, brought us, Brad Sham earlier saying the same thing, that the characters aren't an issue anymore. They're saying, look, the guy, you're talking about a 19-year-old kid at the time, made a mistake. They've interviewed him, talked to him, and a lot of people, not just the Cowboys, have spoken to him. A lot of the teams around the league have said, no, the issues aren't an issue, if that makes sense. Have you heard the same thing?
Yeah, exactly. He was young. He made some mistakes. And, I always been saying this on Twitter as well. We're the Dallas Cowboys. Who are we to talk about players with character concerns? I mean, we're the habitat for that. I mean, we just saw what Aldon Smith was able to do. We have Randy Gregory. I mean, if you even go back to Jordan Lewis, he kind of had some flags around him.
Greg Hardy.
Greg Hardy. So, it really depends on this person's character. And is it really something that you can't get past and grow out of? Maybe Micah Parsons can grow out of that. My question and concern with Micah Parsons is when you give a player like that the keys to the kingdom in Dallas, how committed to the game will he really be? And I think that when it comes to Parsons, a lot of people have PTSD when it comes to Jalen Smith. I mean, even though Jalen Smith is a high caliber player, there's some laps where we're watching the game thinking, all right, what are you doing? Why are you celebrating? We're down by 20, points. And so I think that's a lot of concerns when it comes to a lot of people addressing Parsons to Dallas, but make no concerns about it. He's a game wrecker. And if he's able to get into the right system, he can definitely propel this defense forward.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know what you think, whether you're in the same boat year as well, but is for you Jalen Smith an issue, or do you think that's something that can be repaired?
I think it can be repaired. I mean, I think, we want to give the defense last year a mulligan. I think, for the most part, DeMarcus Lawrence is probably the only defensive player who played well. Tristan Hill showed flashes last year before the injuries. And so I really want to see, the Jalen Smith under this Dan Quinn scheme, get back to basics, simplify things. I think Jalen Smith had too much thinking going on last year, and things the levees kind of broke. So I feel like if we can simplify things, put Jalen Smith in areas where he can do well, what he does best, I feel like he should take a trajectory forward. But, with this defense, I feel like right now this season, if it doesn't work, it's really time we put the spotlight on the players, because 3 different defensive coordinators in 3 years and it still doesn't work. All right, guys, what's really going on? So I think this is a make or break for a lot of these guys who's been here for quite some time.
Yeah. Great point, Chuck.
I was just about to come over to you guys, Kenny and Barry. Do you think the same? Do you think Jalen Smith is repairable?
Repairable. I missed some of the conversation. Repairable from what?
In terms of his bad play last year, or not bad play, but his struggles.
Absolutely. I believe we talked in the last hour. It's all about the scheme. I think putting him in the right position at a weak side linebacker that can run the field sideline to sideline. I think that's his specialty. And I just think they was just out of position all year long last year. And I think it's repairable. What you think, Barry?
I think Tuck made a great point. I think, last year was kind of a mulligan, with everything. I mean, they didn't even, with the COVID, they didn't even they should have never changed the scheme, number one. But I think you're right. And then this is the 3rd year now. So now it's kind of maybe on the players. And, if the things don't work out after 3 different people, then the common denominator is the players. So Tuck made a great point there.
I liked, I can't remember who it was who said it earlier. It might have been RJ. And I like the idea, instead of Jalen using him as that traditional Mike, putting him as an outside linebacker and using him as a designated pass rusher. I think that put him as your DPR. Yeah, there is where you make your money and you get back the returns on him.
Absolutely.
I think he can have a lot more sacks.
He's an athlete.
And that's the thing. He is an athlete. But another one that's come in. What about your thoughts on JOK? There's a guy that has been popping up a lot today. I'll get you to weigh in first, Tuck. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? For you, is JOK a viable option if the Cowboys did trade down?
Yeah, and I believe so, because we saw what the Cowboys just did with Keanu O'Neal. So I think that what Dan Quinn is wanting to bring in is kind of that new trend of the hybrid safety / will linebacker, and that definitely fits JOK. I feel like, with Keanu O'Neal only having a 1-year deal, that he could possibly be the bridge until the Joker is where we call him the Joker, is able to come in and do what he does best. So I think that would definitely be a viable option, because even going into last season, linebacker depth was a concern. I mean, and now since Sean Lee just retired, if something happens to Leighton Vander Esch, you're kind of stuck with Francis Bernard and things kind of get crazy. And so if you're able to add a caliber player as JOK, and he fits what Dan Quinn is ultimately wanting to do, is a 3-down linebacker, guy can stop the run, but also play great in coverage, you definitely have to consider that.
Yeah. Okay. And one for you, Tuck, because we've been asking everybody, what would be, for the first round, your draft nightmare scenario?
The Dallas Cowboys select Kwity Paye out of the University of Michigan.
That's a good one. That's a real good one.
So
that's the best one yet, Mike.
I wonder why.
Is it purely the production then, or is it the logo on the helmet?
Not for me, not me. I'm a Florida State guy, so I'm a Florida State guy. So I really have no knock towards Michigan. So when I saw you guys ask about Marvin Wilson or the Wings, I was like, that's a hard predicament to be in. But I say when it comes to Kwity Paye, I feel like he doesn't bring us much upside versus what we already have. I feel like when it comes to the edge rushers, we already kind of have a log jam. Whether you want to look at Randy Gregory, we still have Bradley Anae in house. Dorrance Armstrong is still in house, and so I feel like there's a log jam. He really doesn't bring much to us. If you kind of want another edge rusher to bring in, you can get that in the later rounds. And I feel like Kwity Paye, that's a huge reach at 10. And that's when I'm going to turn off my stream and be like, all right, I'm done for the night. I got to go. I'm done.
So for yourself, more of a question of yourself and what you're doing tonight. Are you doing a live stream as well tonight for the first round?
Yes, we're doing a live stream. Me and my Star Gang family on the Cowboys Fans Only YouTube channel. So we're going to be doing that here in a moment, getting ready for draft day, all aboard the pitch train, man, and just having fun with Cowboys fans, man. I mean, you guys, also the people who are watching this channel and also my channels across the board, y'all give so much to us. It's time for us to really give back. So we're going to be doing giveaways, have special guests come on to sit back and enjoy football, because once the draft is over, we kind of go into those dark days with no football, and we're waiting until August get around. So I'm enjoying every minute of this weekend. So I'm definitely soaking it in.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, once we get into the I suppose you can call it the downhill period after the draft, like you say, just trying to fill gaps and create content. I mean, if you want, we'll try and get you back on again, and we'll talk about what happened after the draft and what the future is and how you foresee the season if you want.
Absolutely, guys.
Tucker, if you don't mind, you said you was a Florida State fan?
Yeah, I'm a Florida State fan.
Number 5 is my nephew, safety, Brendan Gant.
Okay. Yeah, go Noles. I'm no-blooded, man. So
he's there, so keep an eye on him. Number 5, he just switched his number this year. He was 44 last year. But
okay, definitely, because they just had their spring game the other day, so I'm looking for big things out of Mike Norville. And like I said, there's a lot of guys in this year's draft that are kind of my no-bloods, and I did my top 50 board. And I put Asante Samuel Jr. as my number 1 corner, but he's my guy. I trust him. I'm riding with him. So, it is what it is. But I think there's a lot of guys that you'll see in this draft, whether it's Janorius Robinson out of Florida State, another guy who hasn't been talked about, Tamarian Terry, wide receiver out of Florida State, dynamic wide receiver that has tremendous upside. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on my nose. So go Noles.
Okay.
But we'll let you go, Tuck, and
we'll
speak to you in the future, and I'll speak to you off air as well.
Take care.
And also, I just want to say that this season, in the fantasy group that we're in, I'm winning it this year. I'm winning it this year.
Yeah, not too fast, my friends.
I'll speak to you again, though. All right, brother. Have a great first day.
Go Cowboys.
See you later, John. Take care, bro.
Catch you later. Yes.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Of course, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say to you guys that I mean, it's pretty amazing what you guys. I mean, I think back to when we first started talking and the UK fan club, just a bunch of you fans and this and that, and then when we came over and kind of did that event at that sports bar, and our friendships, our relationships just kind of skyrocketed from there, and it was awesome. And now Paul's like a gosh darn legend now in Dallas. I mean, he comes, it's like, oh, this is the Skyline legend here, and Jamie and we're over, but it's just amazing. You guys, I mean, just this show today and the talent and the people and the guests you guys have on. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you guys have just taken it way up there. And I'm just really fortunate and grateful to be part of it. And I love, you guys are the best, and just love our relationship and friendship for forever. So it's just been amazing. I appreciate it.
Hey, we love all our Cowboys family, and the work we do, we stand on the shoulders of giants like yourself and a very famous guest of ours here, Taylor Stern. And it's good to see you again, Tay. How are you doing?
Look at that, another legend. Now you got Taylor on for crying out loud.
Barry, so good to see you too.
Good
all of
to
you
see
guys.
you, Taylor.
And I would just echo what Barry was saying. I think the key of it all is how you guys treat everybody. Everybody feels the same love and respect. So I appreciate you guys having me on. It's an exciting day for Cowboys.
How could we not have you on, Tay?
Yeah,
how could we not?
We had to get you
You
on.
You guys are the best. Hi, Donna.
And I know, obviously, you're not with the Cowboys anymore, but how are you doing? at home with everything. You doing okay?
I'm doing fantastic. Yes, obviously. Yes, I left the Cowboys in the middle of the season, which was kind of crazy, but it was, it was fun, and it was just time to make that leap. Donna's the best, obviously.
Podcast. That's true, Taylor, because she's married to me.
That's true, Brian. Yes. So yeah, but it's going so great, and obviously I keep in touch with everybody. Kelsey must have got off with you guys, and then I was on the phone with her, and so I'm talking to everybody, texting with Brian and Dave today, seeing how they're doing, and so it's always a family.
Yeah. Go on, Paul. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question. Obviously, your new the Thriving podcast is going really great. Now, do you kind of miss it though, like the chaos of Cowboys media? Do you miss it at all, Taylor?
Well, that's what a lot of people have been asking me today, because of the fact that this is probably the first draft I haven't worked in, gosh, I guess 5 or 6 years. And so I was thinking about it, and I was like, I really don't miss that, because I actually get to enjoy the whole draft process and seeing it. Whereas before it was like, okay, so-and-so's on, we have to go, we have to get these graphics prepared. Like now I can actually watch it, see what's going on, see the interactions. I'm really excited for that once it gets started tonight.
What's on the menu tonight for Taylor Stern while she's putting her feet up enjoying round one?
Well, what's on the menu tonight? I'm not sure. It's probably Chipotle or something like that. Probably be getting some food. Yeah. So.
Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was thinking about it, and I'm probably gonna share it on Instagram soon. But I was like, man, draft. What's been going on? And I was looking back today. Did you guys know about one time I accidentally tweeted out the draft war room phone number?
Yes.
No
Did
way.
you know about that?
No.
Okay, so this happened back in 2017, and it was the second night. I think we had just drafted, and not like I'm up there drafting, but just bear with me here. The Cowboys had just drafted Cheeto, and everybody was so excited, great. This was just after Cheeto, and I said, like, I'd put up a picture of the phone screen, that our photographer had gotten, and not really thinking that the number would be on the screen, or even like you'd have to really zoom in there to see it. So I said, like, who's going to get the call for, the third round, like drop your guesses below or something like that. All of a sudden, I'm sitting at my desk right there, in the star, and I get this loud yell in the hallway that's like, who's running Cowboys Twitter? Like, who's in charge of Cowboys Twitter, etc. And I'm like, oh, that's me. This guy's like, take down the tweet. Take down the tweet. And I'm like, what tweet are you talking about? Like, I've tweeted 14 times in the last 10 minutes. What are you talking about? It's like, you tweeted out the war room phone number. The phone. And I was like, what? So I quickly deleted it. And apparently, fans had zoomed in and they could find the phone number. And
my God.
And they're waiting for calls in the third round to make trades and do all this different stuff. I could be wrong. It could have been before the Cheeto pick, but regardless, it was not great.
Oh, no.
So I take it down, and I guess IT's freaking out, thinking that they're going to have to change numbers. But if you change numbers, then you have to call all the other 32 teams and give them that new number.
Yeah.
They have those numbers set, so it's like dial. And so I don't really know what ended up happening, but I do know that I had to write an apology letter, and I had to basically say sorry to everybody for what happened. Because, genuinely speaking, it was just such an honest mistake. Not a great one.
No.
That's insane.
You know what a draft story? Because funny, Drew Payson roasted the Eagles, and Tay roasted the War Room.
Burn the phone line.
Yeah, apologizing to everybody after the fact, and I think the IT person was like, hey, is everything figured out? And they're like, yeah, we've screened the phone calls or something like that. And they go, actually, Jerry for a second was answering the calls and pretending to be Papa John's. Like, so
Yes.
really always makes the best of any situation, but that was not great. So sometimes I'm very grateful I'm not working the draft anymore because that's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So, what is your pick, Taylor, at pick 10? You're picking a 10. Who is the pick?
Yeah, I'm a big Horn fan over here. I think that he's.
Ooh.
And I talked to Dave about it. Dave likes a lot of different guys, but he said, we have to get this cornerback because I love the flashy picks. Usually, I was a big Zeke person back in the day, and I love the ones that. Like CeeDee Lamb was a great pick in my opinion. I know people are like, we didn't need a wide receiver then, but I like those types of picks that just bring the energy to the entire draft weekend. So I hope that it's one of those guys. The crazy thing though, I've seen a few. I do wonder if they might trade down.
Yeah.
Because they might see they could get, something later on, but they just need lots of defense. And then I would say, go get another, Dak Prescott 4th, 5th rounder quarterback out there.
That we was just literally talking about, a day 3 quarterbacks. We had Cammy Griffin on talking about, talking about the Longhorns quarterback down that road, or even Ian Buck. I think it's not a bad way to go, and it's very much as well a Mike McCarthy thing to do. We didn't do it last year.
Yeah.
But those sort.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm so glad that we're not the Packers today or the Jazz or anybody else, but the Packers seem to have draft day drama every year.
Do you think the rumors are true then with Aaron Rodgers? What's being reported?
He wanted to be out of there for like 5 years. I'm like, now just go host Jeopardy full time.
And in round 2, would you be willing in round 2 to take a punt on Caleb Farley?
Gosh, I think they would have to see what they do in round 1. I think that would depend a lot about what happens today, what happens tonight, who's left. I mean, we've seen it where sometimes these guys, you don't realize that they're Ryan, you're right. So I think that these guys don't know what's going to happen after the round 1 tonight.
Yeah, and look at what happened last year.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what you shall receive.
That's actually my sister asking for that, Kenny. So
That's your sister? Okay.
Yeah.
I had to knock somebody out, dude. But they don't do that anymore, They don't let them knock people out. Like either they was gonna get knocked out, or I was gonna knock myself out. So I really can't answer the question correct every time I go to the doctor, man. The only answer I have is they ask me, you ever had any concussions? I think so. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It's been crazy, man. But it's good. It was a great 8-year run, man. That is some jump.
All right, Taylor, I have a question for you today.
Okay.
So we have our people from the UK on. So when the whole Cowboys UK came out, how bad was it? Because I know from Twitter, it was like everybody's like the Cowboys. I don't know. It was like always Cowboys SUK like suck. So how did that go for you guys when you were dealing with it?
I wasn't there, thank goodness. That was 2014, and I came in 2015. So I missed that. That was Shannon's.
That was Shannon's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was there obviously for the phone number incident, and I'm sure there were other things that I was like, "Oh, dang, why did we do that?" But it seems like I've missed a few different social things, which is good. It makes me happy. Yeah. But yeah, no, that was kind of funny. Who knows?
So I know Mike's away, just the same, but Taylor, tell us about what you're actually doing right now, because you've got your own podcast now.
Yeah.
So tell us more about it.
Yes, I actually have some of your guys' Cowboys on, and I think we're going to have Dak on, and then perhaps Witten. We'll see. But yeah, it's an interesting podcast. It's called Thriving in the Wild, and basically the whole origin of it is like, how are you succeeding in your wild of life? So, different people like dealing with different things in just real life stuff, not necessarily just sports, but sports usually does correlate a lot. This season we have some Paralympians on. That'll be really cool.
Oh, amazing.
We've had Sean Johnson on to talk about her Olympic experience and different things like that. So it's really fun. Solomon Thomas was actually on last season, and I really had wanted the Cowboys to draft him, but luckily in that draft they weren't that high.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know. But yes, I'll be totally honest. I know we were laughing about it privately. This year I just really haven't even paid attention to the draft. I'm just like, who are the top guys? Who do I need to know? And that's it. And honestly, it's the most freeing thing ever, because then come the season when maybe 4 of them are already off the team, you're like, all right, who is this? And now I can actually like pay attention and focus.
It's like you can actually focus it from a fan perspective now. So it's like a complete 360 from what you were used to be doing.
Oh, yeah, because I was looking back at the 2016 draft just to see the other day. And I was like, Charles Tapper, oh my gosh, she's not been on the team for 2 years. And like all these different names that come and go that you don't even realize. So it's like, Cheeto was the draft pick I just talked about. He's obviously not on the team anymore. It's a whole new roster every year. That's kind of the unfortunate part about free agency sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, about your podcast, how can people get to view your podcast? Is it what platforms it's on? So just tell us more about that as well.
Well, you're so sweet to ask, Paul. But yes, my podcast is anywhere you get your podcast. Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, all those things, even YouTube. And then we are kind of in a break right now. We just wrapped up season 1, so I'm getting all of the episodes for season 2. And then we are going to be releasing that probably this summer. But I think the whole point of it is just how you figure out how to thrive. And thriving, I don't want it to be like a term for success, because what I've realized is that success is so relative, right? Like everyone thought, oh, she's killing it with her Cowboys job. But truly, I realized like that is not my ultimate dream. And not because I didn't love it, but because it's just like I wanted to do different things and explore. But I love the Cowboys. It's still been great to be connected with everyone. Obviously, still doing some different things for different people around the organization. And so it's a lot of fun to still be part of the family, even in Denver.
Once a cowboy, always a cowboy.
I will say it's so funny because like when I would be in Dallas and I would be somewhere, Michael, I'd see you at every event possible, but and I would be at something, you'd kind of like not want to tell people like, oh, I work for the Cowboys, just because it could almost be like bragging or like just it sounds you just want to keep it private. And I would always say like, oh, I'm just in sports, or they'd be like, what? Here, if I tell people that I used to work for the Cowboys, they're like, why? Like, why would you be doing that? Like, it's just it's such a different world living in a city with another passionate pro team.
Yeah, definitely. But have you got any last questions for Taylor? Because we'll let her crack on with the day.
Taylor, I have a question for you.
Yes.
How much are you missing the hot boys? Or the frat boys? Sorry, the frat boys.
Even exist?
The frat boys.
Oh, the frat boys. Yes.
Yes.
The frat boys are actually coming on the podcast.
Oh.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I want to know what it's like to be in college these days. Yeah.
You just made me choke on a peanut.
Yeah. Don't joke. Yeah, the frat boys were hilarious. I do miss that. But, people didn't realize this. 2 floors below my apartment was Dave Hellman, and 2 doors down to the right was Kelsey Charles. So it was like basically the Friends apartment complex.
Brilliant, man. Brilliant.
I know. Paul's missing his bro, Shannon, probably.
Yeah. I'm actually missing the fact that I just can't travel right now.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, for instance, this very start of lockdown, I've had to reschedule my flight 4 times, like due to like, can I fly over yet? Nope. Still no go, and it's now I'm rebooked for September this year for the home opener. So fingers crossed that I get like international travel, can go over and see some Cowboys football. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Yes, I hope that for you too. My dad is traveling internationally again, so that's good.
Oh, fantastic! Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on. And honestly, I'll just probably follow you guys for all of my draft knowledge. So just keep me in the loop here.
Yeah.
Well, we learn from the best, and that is you, my dear. So.
Not anymore. I'm just like focused on all the other things. I'm like, okay, where's the nearest Chipotle? And
and the good thing is if you are going to take our draft knowledge, is if you take it and go, okay, the opposite of that, then it's right.
Then it's right. Well, okay, so who are you guys wanting then? Who?
I said Kyle Pitts.
Oh yeah,
Kyle
Pitts. I was looking. I think he's going to be gone in the first 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gone. I think he's gone. He's like a Jalen Ramsey-esque guy. Like he's gone.
If anything, for me, my guy, Day is more of a day 2 guy. Day 1, I don't think they can go wrong. But day 2, I want Richie Grant.
I like the people who fall in love with like the people that no one expects. That's a good storyline for you.
Yeah.
In the wild, right there. Even unexpected.
A little bit like Bri, I think. Beating on the Kyle Pitts drum, but last couple of days, I'm hoping they can trade back and get Usa Koromoa. I just think he'd be perfect in this defense.
Yeah, I do like Usa.
Yeah.
If we can get GOK, that would be a dream.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Ojolari. I'd definitely Ojolari.
Yeah.
Ojolari is a beast too.
Any other questions? I'll definitely come and add these on the comments. So tell me who this person is.
Definitely take. But we will let you go because you've got all your other bits and pieces to get on with. But it would be absolutely awesome to speak to you again, and we'll have you on again. Like you said before, when you were when but like you said, once we've made friends, it never goes away, no matter where you are or what you're doing.
It never goes away. You guys are awesome. I will talk to you soon. And have a good draft night or morning, wherever you guys are. I know that's different times.
It's technically morning right now, so
That's some dedication. So I will talk to you guys soon. See you later.
Thanks, Tay.
Nice one, Tay. Talk to you again.
Hey, y'all, we're going to drop off 2 real quick. We're going to drop off 2. Kenny's about to eat, and then we'll be back shortly.
No worries,
definitely. Michael. Yeah. Join in whenever you want.
All right, we'll see y'all shortly.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man, tonight keeps getting better and better. We just had the lovely Taylor Stern on the show. We've got Kenny Gann. We had Jeff Heath on the show. And we made Brian's dream come true tonight. Look at him. He's so happy right now. Look at him.
Okay, so now it's only the team. How long have you guys been working on that?
Let's be honest.
Today.
It literally came about 4 hours ago before it was Barry sent Mike a message first, I think.
Yeah.
And tell you that I've got to be surprised. And he messaged me, he's like, don't tell Brian, but I've got Jeff Heath.
Now we are looking to get go on. Sorry, Brian, keep going.
No, like Barry messaged me and said, make sure you're on between 10 and 10:30. And I was going, no, he's not organised that because I know Barry gets on very well with Jeff's wife, Paige. And I was going, he's not done that. Surely he hasn't, but like, my God.
I know.
He did.
He got it done for you, bro.
Yeah.
So we're looking to try and get a couple more of the NFL UK teams in before we get our next guest, Barry Gibson from OAT.
Oh no, he's due 1:00, is he not?
He is.
For the
it's
draft.
it's half past 12.
Half past 12. Jeff is 12:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have Jeff Reinbold. Yeah, and so it's a perfect time to be getting the NFL UK guys on. So we're just waiting, hopefully. At the end of the day, it is live TV, so not much we can do. No, I'm just sending. So what we're looking at you.
I'm more nervous about the other teams, what they're going to be doing. I know it sounds crazy, but because it's just like
I wish I had kept my mouth shut. I wish I had kept my mouth shut about one of my draft fears and the Giants or the Eagles jumping up ahead of us to take Pitts.
Yeah. Here we go.
You know,
we have
think-
UK Seahawks with us. Mr. Dylan Jones, how are you doing, sir?
Excellent. Love being in the Lions' den, or should I say in the Cowboys' den, but I come in peace.
What's it like to be behind enemy lines, sir?
It's the same as every year when we go to the London games. I have to say the vibe of the international scene, the UK having all the fans together all the time, it does get a little nasty, but there's always an undercurrent of love in the UK fans. You know, we only get a scrap of games a year, so we have to get along while we're there.
So we've managed so far to get the UK Packers, we've had Saints, Bills, we've got the Giants and the Bills coming up. So we've got the Seahawks here represented. So we're going to ask you, Dylan, for you, what do you hope? What are you hoping the Seahawks do with their first pick, which it obviously isn't tonight?
Well, it's a difficult situation, really. We're as allergic to first-round picks, I think almost nearly as allergic as the Rams. We just refuse to make one, and we have one and refuse to keep it. So we've already made our first-round pick, which is Jamal Adams, and I'm not going to complain or cry at all about that. Considering
he was supposed to come to us, dude. He was supposed to come to us. They stole him from us.
He does not have a hard time getting a date to the prom. Being a guy like that. So we pick second, 56 overall, which is just before the Rams. So you know that there's going to be some competition there for us, some gamesmanship, thinking, what are the Rams going to do? What are we going to do? Are we going to take something of the same region? So I think first round, I want to see us go for a center, probably. Obviously, interior offensive line of some kind. Center would be awesome if we can do that. We've got Ethan Posick, who has been kind of back and forth between tackle and center. And we really, I think, need to get a center who is focused on being a center and not moving around all over the place. Schneider and Carroll have this problem of they get guys on their measurables that are flexible, and then they make them do 3 jobs for the price of 1. They can never seem to decide what role a guy is going to play until he gets there. So that results in all these weird situations, like Jamal Adams. Is he a linebacker or is he a safety? You've got guys like Marquise Blair playing in the nickel slot, Ugo Amadi playing in the nickel slot. And none of our guys are really dedicated to a role properly. So I would like to see them commit in that way to a player for that position that's going to play that position properly.
Yeah. And we ask everybody this question, and I'll ask yours, Dylan, and then we'll obviously let you enjoy day one, although you can't really enjoy it because you haven't got a pick.
I can enjoy it more than everyone's stressing out. Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah,
but if you could pick any player, you could pick any player, Dill, and it's your player. Who would you want? Who's your guy? This is my guy. I'm happy.
So I got to be honest with you. I did a bunch of mocks, and I looked at the players, and then I ejected them all from my head because I can't have any of them. There's no reason for me to know who these people are or what they're going to do. So I've chosen not to dedicate my limited amount of remaining brain power to the memorization exercise this year. I think it's the only smart option because it's going to hurt my heart. I'm going to do that. Get my sights set on someone I really love. And then as our previous guests were saying, maybe they make it into the league, maybe they wash out, maybe they don't even get there. It's just too emotional for me.
So what you're saying is you're doing a Bruce Forsyth and they're all your favorites.
Yes, all of them, except for the ones that go to the 49ers.
And you know there's there is somebody watching this who knows that you've just said that.
just thinking alongside that, are you hoping that they absolutely screw the pick big time and pick like a Mac Jones rather than a bit more of a dynamic QB?
I don't trust them to make a mistake at this stage. Unfortunately, they're too competent. And that's, I guess, a good thing. It's, not all of us can have a division where half of the teams in the division wear their trousers on their head. Some of us are in smart competitive divisions where every team is incredibly tough and challenging. And I think that's a good thing too. It was a very competitive division. And unfortunately, they're not going to give us a break. They're not going to give us any slack. The Rams won't give us slack. Arizona won't give us slack. It's a division where you're not going to see your opponents making a mistake very often.
What do you think the Seahawks this year with a half decent draft? Then, if you like, do you think that they make a deep run into the playoffs?
So, I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking also before I come on the show about some of the history of the Cowboys and Seahawks and some of the games we had. Obviously, there was 2019 in the playoffs, which was tough, and 2006, I think it was before that. Yeah. Okay. We were talking about that one. Yeah. The Seahawks are absolutely the wild card every time. They're a roll of the dice every time. Will you get a team that's switched on, that's firing on all cylinders, or will you not? Mm-hmm. Look at the game last year between our two teams. It's a microcosm of the struggles that we both had. You had Dak put up nearly 500 yards and still couldn't get the game to go his way. We had massive plays like there was that bomb to DK, and then what happens right at the line, punched out
right at the line.
Play. What an amazing play. So I could never know much like your team, you never know what to expect. You never know if the talent that you have on paper is going to perform the way you want it to when those moments are there. I can't hope for anything beyond the first round. I would love to, but I just can't. It's just even my homerism can't take me past the first round without some substantial changes to the team.
And I've got a question for you, and then we'll let you go, Dylan, so you can go. I don't know, whatever you do, inhale or drink. So Russell Wilson, is he a Seahawks quarterback next year?
Yeah, absolutely. There's too much on the table monetarily for this to change anyway. I think there's got to be smoke and fire because everyone's playing the game to improve their position. But if you look at what the Seahawks did to improve their position, especially with regard to that, they were 16th. They were middle of the road in pass protection last year. Re-signed Posick. They've got Dwayne Brown on the left, Brandon Shell and Damian Lewis on the right, both guys who are totally decent. And they have tried to pick up what they can, but again, they're missing that key center spot. And so maybe this class is fairly deep for interior offensive linemen. They can wait, and even though they only have 3 picks, and they won't go again until the 4th after the second, maybe they don't trade down like they always do. Maybe they actually hang around and get one of those extra picks, give Russell Wilson that extra protection, make him feel like they are investing in him for a way, and keep that going. Now, to be honest, I think the narrative that people aren't talking about from Russell Wilson's perspective is the lack of offensive weapons that he has, because people are saying how spoiled he is having DK and having Lockett really come into his own and supplant Doug Baldwin as being the number one guy. But we lost David Moore, I think, went to Carolina this season. He was the only real number 3. We're talking about guys like Penny Hart and Freddie Swain, guys who had barely even have snaps as the number 3. And you touch wood when you talk about your favorite guys, but if Lockett or DK goes down, what's he going to do? Throw to one receiver the entire rest of the season? That's going to be the offense. We're going to take our stable of crippled running backs and hobble them out one leg at a time until we bash them all into a wall of Rams and 49ers. This is just not an offensive strategy that's going to last in the long term. And it's all good if Russ is on his back to say he needs protection. But there's another part of this equation, which is where is the ball going to go?
Yeah. But yeah, brilliant, Dylan. Thank you for giving and weighing in for the UK Seahawks. I know believe it or not, been speaking to Dylan off air. Have you pretty much watched every minute with us?
I had to do work today, which really interrupted the first 8 hours. But after that, I've been here.
Wow. That's amazing. Thank you very much, dude.
Awesome.
It's been a great quality show, and I'm really impressed with the quality of your guests as well, considering the way that, Mike, you look. Obviously, that hasn't held you back at all in getting some great guests on the show.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
On the show. Unbelievable. It's really great. And you guys are great. I love the recording. I hope you guys carry on.
Thanks, man.
It's why I wear the hat, to try and hide a bit of my face anyway.
Brilliant.
But Dylan, cheers, brother. I will speak to you off air, and we'll speak again. All right. Maybe even get you back on again. Talk when the Cowboys and the Seahawks play next, or something like that.
Sure, would love to. Love to come back.
Excellent. Cheers, Dylan. We'll talk to you again, brother.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, man.
Nice one.
Take care. Right.
So
I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys.
Oh, we all going away. Everybody going all at once.
Well,
no.
Yeah, no.
I see we stayed away from the Alden Smith question.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're into now the pre draft hype show. Yeah, so we are almost there. We have Jeff Ryanbold coming in. The other half, we had Neil Reynolds on this morning. So Jeff joining in. That should be a bit of fun. And then we have Barry Gibson from Official America's team coming in. He's going to join us from pick 1 all the way through to pick Cowboys, whenever that is, get his draft reactions. And that all coming up. But I like to return here when I can. Go on, Jay, and then I'll bring my question in.
No, I was just going to say, because I can't remember if I think you were offline when he said it, but we also might be getting Nick Eatman back as well.
For the draft?
Yeah, because he said that his computer was ready to drop off, but he said if we didn't mind, he would message Brian for the link and come back on later.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. We're always welcome. By the way, just so you know as well, we've got Flag Runner Cruz coming on after the draft pick as well to give us his. And he's actually at Frisco. He's at the Star. So he's our under the radar sneaky insider, giving us the inside scoop there of when the pick comes in. So we got that as well. But go on, Brian. I know you want to weigh in, yeah?
Yeah, just to give a couple of updates, because obviously Jamie spoke about Nick. So Nick has the link to come back and join in with us if he's available during the draft at any stage. As you said, Flag Runner when we spoke to him last, he was about an hour south of Frisco. He was nearly late for getting to the event himself, so he said he will get on as soon as he can. And Dave Hellman apologised that he missed his spot. He just had overruns in work that he's doing for the draft for the Cowboys media. So he said he will try and get back on with us once their coverage is over and whatever they've had to do after the draft. So we might be able to get Dave on later on. We'll keep you updated on that.
Yes. But here we go then. I thought I'd ask this question. I can't even work the hours out anymore. How are we all feeling?
Yeah, 17 hours have been on.
I'm just looking around and have a look at all the eyelids. You can see a very definitive bit of skin between the top of the eyeball. It's very.
Were you saying that I'm dying to open a beer, but I know the first one will just kill me, and I won't. I'm going to stick on the water.
Lucozade.
Okay, well, how about this then, right, guys? We actually have made up, right? Me and Jamie at nauseum did this. We actually have, if any of you guys at home want to play, a drinking game where if you've got a couple of beers, crack them open, pour them into a pint glass. Take a snapshot of this. We put this little game together. If anyone wants to join in, we might do a bit of it ourselves. We have the UK Cowboy fans draft bingo. So basically drinking game. So take a snapshot of this, save it, write it down, whatever you want, etch a sketch it. So basically very simple. You hear these words, any of these words tonight is very simple. So for instance, you hear the word trade, a trade is in. You take one finger's worth of drink on your pint glass. You hear anything like athletic freak, etc., etc., etc. There it is. So you've got a little drinking game. Anyone who wants to bring that back up for you, we can do that. But next up, joining the show, continuing on with our NFL UK segment, we have UK Giants with us. How you doing, Sam?
I'm very well. How are you? How's everyone?
Tired.
That's fair. That's fair. It's not exactly the most social hour to be staying up in the UK.
Very true, very true. So we just got off with UK Seahawks. We've got the Bills coming up, so that almost completes all of New York. But just to get 5 minutes of your time to give us your take on the Giants pick for the first round, because you're literally directly after us. So what are you foreseeing? 2 questions, very simple. What do you think the Giants will do, and what do you want them to do?
What do I think the Giants will do? I get the distinct impression that it wouldn't surprise me if we take an edge such as Kwity Paye. I really hope we don't, because I don't think the value's there at 11. But as we've seen with past years with the New York media, things start to leak out near the draft. So you sort of get an impression of what the Giants front office are thinking of doing to gauge the media reaction, like what happened when it all of a sudden came out a week before that the Giants, they were in love with Daniel Jones. So I'm hoping we don't go that route. If we got one of the wide receivers, I'd be happy with Devontae Smith. I really would. I don't particularly want Jalen Waddle, mainly because from the Alabama podcast I've listened to, he's actually quite injury prone and he takes a while to get up from tackles and everything like that. And I don't really think that's looked at much with Jalen Waddle. Everyone talks about his speed and everything, but his reliability isn't quite there. So I wouldn't want him. I'll take any of the tackles that are available, even the one from USC, Vera Tucker. I'd be quite happy if they went offensive line. Micah Parsons, again, would be a good pick. I'd be very happy with that. But, I mean, the Giants' front office got burned with DeAndre Baker. So with the off-field issues that we see with Micah Parsons, I'm not sure they'll go that way. But then saying that, they do have the inside track, having now the Penn State linebacker coach. So maybe they could sway the front office. But realistically, I see the Giants going edge, even though I don't see the value being there. My choice would be any of the offensive tackles in the draft, personally, since I still believe that is our weakest spot.
Okay. And then anything more day 2, more than anything. What are you hoping you'll get in day 2? Who's your pet cat there?
Oh, wow. Day 2. I can't remember his name, but it's got to be the linebacker from Tulsa. I know he's predicted high.
Saban Collins.
Yeah. High in the first round, maybe drop into the second. If he could drop as far as the Giants, or if we could trade up, maybe. I really think he's a good prospect that sort of stayed under the radar until recently, but it's really moved up draft boards with his size and speed. So
okay,
who would be my pick?
And I'm going to really enjoy asking you this question. Who's winning NFC East this year?
Oh, wow. Tell me after the draft if Washington decides to take a good quarterback or move up.
Any of you, though, got a question for Sam from UK Giants before we move on?
You round off a fair list on offense, Sam. Are you set with Daniel Jones?
God. Wow, am I set with Daniel Jones? I'm 50-50. Sometimes I think he looks brilliant. Other times I think he looks absolutely atrocious. Do I think we're set with Daniel Jones? I think for the next 2 years, I think at least, they're going to give him a proper crack. I think this year will define whether he takes the next step. It's not really a question of whether I'm set with him. It's a question of whether Dave Gettleman keeps his job till next year. Because if we get a new GM, they'll want to bring their own quarterback in. But, you know, that is their guy, and they believe, obviously, I hope they know better than us, that he is the future leader of the team.
So my question would be for you, Sam, so obviously Saquon Barkley is one of your biggest weapons. Like, do you have any update in regards to his recovery and stuff like that as well? Because obviously we would be quite concerned, especially because of our run defense at the moment. So we want to know where Saquon's at right now. Should he be feared?
Should he be feared? God, hard to tell. I know his ACL recovery is going well, and he's back in light training and jogging on it from the podcasts I've listened to. And I know we've just picked up his 5th-year option, so he's going to be about in the NFC for at least another few years. But do I actually think the Giants should keep him long term? Probably not. I mean, I saw what the Cowboys did with Zeke, and you've paid him the big money, but he did not produce last year by a long way. And I just think if we pay Saquon all the money that he's going to demand, it's going to set the new NFL record realistically to keep him in New York. I just don't see value in the first 3 years we've had out of him. It's been, to be honest with you, I look at it, it's been more hype than it has been production from him. Yes, he's a great back and he can break out the plays, but I mean, have we really got the best out of him?
in terms of like the numbers, the stats, it doesn't really add up in terms of what he is actually capable of doing. Is that what you're kind of saying? Yeah.
100% correct. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome, man.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Sam. I know you were waiting in the wind to join us, but you know what it's like. You overrunning on live TV. Nothing you can do about that. You just got to deal with it as they come. But thanks for joining us, and we'll get UK Giants on again. Say hi to Andy for us. He's one of our good friends where we met him in London, and we'll hopefully see you at the next NFL UK event or even in Wembley.
Actually, we have a wee quick question from the comments here.
Yeah. There we are. That is a good one.
Oh, how many times last season do you wish that Garrett was? Oh, well, that's a bit of a harsh question.
Garrett was the head coach. No one ever wishes the Happy Clap as their head coach. You guys.
Yeah, I kind of jumped the gun there. I do apologize there. I just saw a question for Sam there, and I just so sorry about that, man.
Yeah, but thanks for joining us, Sam, and we'll let you go, mate. Enjoy day one of the draft and pick number 11, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much, everybody. Pleasure.
No worries. Cheers, man.
man.
We go from one New York team to the next. We've got the UK Bills on now with Matt. How are you doing, brother?
I'm not too bad. Thanks for having me on. And it's New Jersey, New York. We'll play like that.
Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah. I'm with it. The state of. But yeah, all it is just to get 5 minutes of your time. Just talk about for the Bills. You're picking quite late. In fact, you're picking after the Patriots are not in a trade.
Yes.
Yeah. How does that feel?
Amazing. After 17 years of no playoffs and then behind the Patriots for so long, just picking this late is actually is really good, really exciting, and looking forward to seeing what the pick is, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, for yourselves, do you believe now this is fully AFC East is being turned around now? That the Patriots on a decline, you've got Miami who've got a number of first-round picks, and yourselves on an upward trajectory. Do you think this is it now? The turnaround is officially on.
I think so. Yes, I think it is good that we can now reverse it and actually have the Dolphins put on. I mean, Jets possibly will beat Patriots for the third place, possibly, but it's definitely good to see a changing of guards on there, and both Miami and ourselves actually being up there fighting for the championship.
And for yourself for the first round, and then we'll let you go, brother, is what are you hoping to get out of the first round today or tonight?
To be honest, it could be anything. I mean, we don't have any glaring needs on there. Obviously, most mocks having us either cornerback, edge, or more recently running back. I mean, to be honest, I've been on the Etienne train at 30, so I'd love to see him on there. But I mean, I like me a bit of Caleb Farley as well at cornerback. So give me any one of those two, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I could say Caleb Farley's definitely been one of the conversations we might actually, like, if we don't take corner at 10, let's talk about us. We may actually kind of move back into the first round and maybe try and steal them. So potentially,
it's possible. We have no need, so we can drop down if needs be, pick up a fourth, play around in the second and third. But it's good for us to be in this position where we're picking late, no needs, and we've got as much. We've got a lot riding on it, and enough nice little building piece to go into the future.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go on that note, brother, and hope you enjoy the first day. Always a lot of fun, a lot of hype. Enjoy the evening, and no doubt we'll speak to you again, and we'll speak to you on Instagram as we always do.
Yes, that's no problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, have a great night, mate.
Take care, man.
Bye now. And that was UK Bills. But check it out. We've got another legend ready to rock and roll. Yeah. In fact, we have two.
We've got two now.
Yeah. We'll bring in, first of all, OAT with Barry Gibson. Look, there he is.
What's going on, my brethren across the pond?
Yeah.
How about that, brother?
We also have with us Dan Turner. How are we doing,
My
man?
God, a face I've not seen in years.
I know.
It's been a long time, bro. Long time.
I was about to say good evening. I've just realised it's actually good morning now, isn't it?
It's good morning.
Officially.
Officially good morning.
Yeah.
Oh man.
How are you guys doing? Out of interest.
Oh, we're surviving, man. We're coping away. We're still wide awake, so it's been a long day. But how are you guys doing, Barry, Dan? How are you guys doing?
Draft day ready, baby. Is it offense or defense? Y'all know that's my $1 million question. It lets me know everything that Jones has been thinking about, so I can't wait for pick 10.
Okay, so let's ask you both the guests. Our pick number 10. Who is the pick? You get to choose. Who's the pick?
Not Pitts.
Oh!
Experience for Trey Lance.
Not Pitts. No, this is all defense. I don't care about the name. Will McClay and them, they can find talent. It's up to the coaching staff. Like when Will McClay goes grocery shopping, it's up to the coaching staff to prepare the meal. So it's teamwork, baby.
I think the dream pick for me is Penn State. So I think after that, between somewhere. But I think other than that, it's between Horn and Satane. I mean, honestly, I keep going between sort of 51% Horn, 51% Satane all the time. I think I spent about 2 hours a couple of weeks ago just watching Patrick Satane film, and I think actually what I came away from it thinking is actually this guy is so boring as a player, and actually I think that's actually what the Cowboys need. It's almost just this consistency as a player. Like he's so technically adept. Like the player who I think he's been compared to the most actually is one obviously we know really well with Byron Jones. But I think he's actually a bit better than Byron Jones. I think he's got better ball skills. I think he's technically better as well early on. Like Byron Jones obviously was is an incredibly technically adept corner now. He didn't start off that way. So I don't get me wrong. I think JC Horn will also be a culture change on the defense. I completely understand if that's the way they want to go. But I almost think that actually what this defense needs, they actually just need talent, and they need players who they actually know is going to walk through the door and be the best one of the best defensive players immediately.
Okay. And for yourself, Dan, what would be a nightmare scenario for you coming out of day one?
I think nightmare would probably be obviously if Saul is off the board, if the two cornerbacks are off the board, if Slater's off the board, and they don't have any ability to trade back. I mean, the thing is, it's not really even a nightmare scenario because there's still so many good players there. I mean, even if I'd rather not take a wide receiver, but Jalen Waddle will probably be there.
I won't be able to answer your questions as much over here.
Even like Michael Parsons and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah as well. So there's so many good players out there if they need to. But like at the same time, I think there'd still be a gap in my eyes between the corners and everybody else.
Yeah. Barry, just a quick one, if you don't mind, brother. Could you just turn your television down a little bit? It's just coming through quite loud. Sorry. I do apologize, mate.
I figured out that's why you put me on mute. So I was like, oh, let me.
Yeah. It was just that was coming through more than anything. And sorry.
My bad.
You're all right, man. But we'll ask you the same question, Barry. For you, day one, what would be a nightmare scenario?
For day one on when? What are you talking about?
For the Cowboys, what would be a nightmare scenario for what happened for you if in terms of the Cowboys draft?
Oh, it's just, I mean, either way I'm going to support, you know what I mean? So it's not like I'm one of them guys that got to be right. Oh, it's my pick or bust and I'm going to be mad about it. Take my ball and go home. Nobody can play. You know, it's you just got to trust in what they're going to do. And for me, it's just offense or defense. We've been going offense for years, like I've shared since 2016. I don't follow college football, so I don't know a thing about the prospects other than what the media is telling me or those folks that I follow, like shout out West Coast Cowboy. I seen them over here with you guys, Boss Cowboy Sports, those folks. They really break it down. But offense, we've been going offense since 16 when we picked Zeke. And I said, why didn't we pick Ramsey? So we got to go defense, or they got to shake and bake, and we got to do some defense. Because if it's offense, man, I'm going to tell you what, it's going to be a lot of Cowboy fans upset.
Mm-hmm. Where'd the mic go?
He's just stepped out for a minute. So, I mean, we're coming down to 10 minutes to go to the draft, folks. So Like, Dan, what are your own thoughts on the news breaking today? Obviously, about Aaron Rodgers potentially being traded to the San Francisco 49ers and the Tebow talk.
You know what? Funny enough, I would probably say the only 2 days that are clear of the NFL draft day each year is Christmas and my birthday. That's it. Every single year. It's because of stuff like this. It isn't just because of the draft itself, but you get these ridiculous stories that come out all the time. And like, I think a lot of people don't like this. I think a lot of people sort of say that they're completely untrue or whatever. I will just take all of them happily because I think in this sort of off season, like the NFL off season lasts 8 months each year. So actually, it's so good to have a part in the middle where actually you get some drama happening. But I think in terms of the Rodgers talk, I think it sounds like it's serious. I mean, there's some big name sources there who put their name against put their name against it to sort of say that he actually wants out of Green Bay. I personally, I would actually quite like to see him move on to someone else. I mean, we've heard obviously that there's some rumors say that the Las Vegas Raiders, for instance, might be interested in him. I think the San Francisco 49ers have already inquired after him as well, so that'd be an interesting one. The Tebow one, I don't know. I'd just give him a shot. I think obviously this is almost certainly just a Taysom Hill thing. They've seen how Taysom Hill has worked in New Orleans, and they just wonder if they can do the same with Tebow. So I don't hate it, but it probably isn't really that big news in the grand scheme of things. Who do we all think, by the way, is going number 3, by the way?
It should be Justin Fields if they're sensible, but I mean, the Mac Jones talk refuses to go away. It refuses to stop inking. So,
I mean, I think the thing which I can't understand is even like Trey Lance, for instance, versus Justin Fields. There's no reason I think why you'd take Trey Lance over Justin Fields. There's none. Like, I mean, they're sort of like I don't know. It just sort of seems like, I mean, Trey Lance has only had 300 passes in his entire college career, all at FCS level, and he hasn't even played. He's only played 1 game since 2019. So what? So I mean, but all the rumours today are suggesting that Trey Lance is going to be the guy to go at number 3. I thought Mac Jones was ridiculous enough, but yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I think the big question should actually be: should Justin Fields or Zach Wilson be a number 2 pick? And now it seems like the NFL is just going to let the New England Patriots start another dynasty with Justin Fields. So it's getting to me.
Yeah, I think I agree. But before I'm just going to say, Dan, good to see you when I was upstairs when you logged in. It's good to see you. It's good to have you on, man.
I know it's been a long time since we've seen your handsome face, my friend.
Honestly, it's like being back home. Actually, it's been like I say, it's been a little while, but I've missed all of you.
Well, hopefully with the news that the Cowboys are
as well.
What's that? What's that, Jamie?
And morning to just say morning to Barry as well. Yeah, it's morning for us, isn't it? But
aye, that's true. Aye. Well, I was just going to say this. Like, hopefully we don't have to wait too long, so you can actually get yourself back over for a Cowboys game back in London.
Oh, I know. Tell me about it.
Come on, Jerry, put it on the schedule. We heard Steven staying on y'all show today, sooner rather than later, right? I'm getting my passports this month, Jerry. I need to go to the UK and visit my folks over there.
You heard it from BG there.
Yeah.
You didn't do a good enough job of nailing down the timescales there, I don't think, guys. You should have been really trying to hammer about it. So when is it going to be that you're coming over again? We want specific timescales. We literally need to plan our hotels right now.
like this is the thing. Like, go on, Dan.
I was just saying, honestly, guys, it's been. I've sort of tuned in whenever I can do today. I've been working during the day, and obviously it's good to see some sort of familiar faces and even some friends in like Brian and Mickey and all that crew and stuff like that. So it's but yeah, you've been a serious effort. I mean, because I think what I actually expected when I heard the announcement, I thought it's maybe going to be like 1 or 2 of you going to be on at certain times. You're going to do like shifts of like 2 or 3 hours each. Yeah, all of you seem to have been on the whole time. So I don't quite know how you're keeping going, but. It's very good.
Look at Zaid, mate. Look at Zaid.
Just before the draft gets on, I've just been looking online. Ian Rappaport has just tweeted that the Panthers are trying to get up to number 4. They're making calls. That's got to be pitched. So if they
it has to be Pats. It has to be Pats.
Actually, no, it could be Penny Sewell.
No, the Panthers don't reckon want a quarterback. I reckon they actually want Justin Fields.
Yeah, like it makes sense. They traded away Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. I don't think they trust Sam Darnold to be the future of their franchise. Justin Fields makes too much sense. So I think for me, I'm with you on that train, Dan.
Sorry, Brian, I was just going to say, I almost don't think it matters actually, because I think you need a franchise quarterback as an organisation, and actually just throw Sam Darnold and Justin Fields at it. It doesn't matter which one of them work. No one will blame the organisation for trading away picks or moving up to number 4 if they get a franchise quarterback out of it. So you're nothing without it. So you might as well give it a shot.
Well,
so before we go, you got a Paul?
I've got this. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour to bring on Mr. Jeff Reinbold from Sky Sports. How are we doing, my friend? Long time no see.
I'm doing great. This is amazing, man, because I got a room full of, this is the first time I've ever done this. I got a room full of football players waiting to start a meeting, but I said, no, I had a commitment to you guys, so that I said, you're going to have to sit for a minute. So in a minute, I'll take you inside the meeting room and you can meet some of the cats.
Oh, wow. Holy crap. So how's things anyway, Jeff? Are you keeping well?
Doing really good, guys. We had an awesome draft show today. I thought Neil did an amazing job. It was great to talk ball. Baldy was there, a bunch of guys, and it really went good. It was a blast. And I get to live in Hawaii in the off season, so it's all pretty good.
Every time you come on the show, you've got to rub that in.
Hey, man. There's 2 kinds of people in the world: the ones that live in Hawaii and the ones that want to.
Yeah, so Mike, I think we should actually ask Jeff the special question.
Oh yeah. We had Neil Reynolds on this morning. He came on, spoke with us an hour, and we said, if there's a message we can pass on to Jeff, what would it be? And he said, have you stolen any luggage lately? Hashtag suitcase gate.
Man, we had flown all the way from London. I was tired. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and every piece of luggage in the airport looks the same. So I just grabbed what I thought was my luggage, and it turned out that the next day at breakfast, Neil comes to me and he goes, "Oh man, I had my luggage stolen at the airport." Right? I said, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, the airline said my luggage got checked through, but then when I went to pick it up, it wasn't there. I had my luggage stolen at the airport." And I didn't think anything of it other than I felt bad for him, right? So he's wearing the same shirt for like 3 days. And then finally, I'm in my room, and I happen to look over at my luggage, and it says the luggage thing, luggage sticker says Neil Reynolds. And I went, oh, no. So I had to tell Neil that it was me that stole his luggage inadvertently, and he was hot.
Outstanding.
So we're going to ask you the pressing question. We've already asked every guest we've had on, Jeff, but you are Jerry Jones. You're at pick number 10. Who are you taking for the Cowboys?
First of all, I think that's funny that you say that, because when I lived in Dallas, right, there were people that would stop me on the street and they go, "Are you Jerry Jones' little brother?"
Oh my God! How have I never seen that before?
I said, I wish I had Jerry Jones' pocketbook. I think it's the eyes or something, man, but I don't know. We're around the corner, fellas. All right. So,
do you know? I was just going to say, can I quickly ask one, just because obviously I know we got Jeff for a time, and we were talking backup QBs in the draft, but Jeff, sell us on your guy from SMU, Shane Bichelle. We saw him a little bit at Texas. Good fit for the Cowboys for a backup in the late rounds.
I think he would be a really good choice to take in 6 or 7. I watched the kid as a high school player. He was a really, really highly recruited high school player. Went to Texas, had some success early. He had some flashes while he was there. Sometimes it just doesn't work for a kid. And he went to SMU and really, really elevated their program. I mean, and when I talk to the people at SMU about him, and they all have, I mean, whether it's Sonny Dykes, the head coach, or the ladies that work in, Miss Terry, who works in the office, or anybody around the program, they all say great things about the kid. He's a high character kid. He's got more than enough athletic ability. He's intelligent. He's mature. he has a lot of the qualities that you look for in a backup quarterback. A guy that's intelligent enough, to handle the information and be able to play without getting a lot of reps in practice, which happens to their backup. Once you're a backup in the National Football League at that position, you're not going to get any reps in practice. They're going to give it all to Dak. So if a guy goes down, and we saw this with Dallas last year, if the guy goes down, the starter goes down, that backup has got to be in there, and he's got to be ready to play like right now. And that's why I think Shane Buechele would be a real nice pickup for the Cowboys late in the draft.
That's a great question, Jeremy.
Yeah, I like it. So then, what's your plans, Jeff, for this evening? What have you got going on over there in Houston?
Well, I got a call because the Canadian League right now is on hold because of the COVID situation in Canada. I got a call last year in the fall by some ex-NFL guys to come and coach in what's called the Spring League. And it is. It's a number of kids who have been they're fringe NFL players that want an opportunity to play so that they can get back to the NFL. And we're on Fox Sports 6 games this spring. And there are 4 teams in Indianapolis and 4 teams down here in Dallas. And Jerry Glanville's one of the head coaches. Kevin Gilbride's one of the head coaches. There are a number of probably 20 of the assistant coaches all have NFL backgrounds. We come down and we work in this league, helping these kids develop and giving them an opportunity to get on tape and put them on television. It's a great thing for a kid that may have gotten hurt or a kid that's making a position change, or a young offensive lineman that needs time to develop. Ryan Mallett, who started in the NFL, is one of our quarterbacks. We got a number of NFL kids here in camp, so I'll be doing that for the next 6 weeks. As a matter of fact, that's why I got to get in the meeting room here in a minute.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want, because we know that you're a busy man tonight. So, I mean, if you want, Jeff, getting those takes is absolutely fantastic, and we can let you go if you want. But before you go, we're going to ask you this question. Of all the players in this year's draft, Jeff, who is your pet cat?
Well, I mean, that depends on what position you're talking about. I mean, I think there's some I think there's some really outstanding players in this draft. And I think there's some unique things about this draft, that I can't remember ever. Seriously. You look at it now and you say, okay, who's going to be the first edge player off the draft? Because you look at the game today, where you used to say, okay, running back, that's a back in the days of Barry Sanders and Walter Payton and all that. Running backs were all first rounders. Now they're getting them in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, right? The same thing was true about linebackers. You wanted your middle linebacker to be a highly drafted guy. Well, off the ball backers are now devalued in this NFL, right? So the game's changed, and the draft, the appetite in the draft has changed. So you need a tackle on offense. You need an edge rusher on defense. You need a corner on defense. Well, if you look at this draft, it's as deep as I've ever seen with good tackles, and I mean good tackles. And really high-end tackles at the top of it. You look at edge rusher, it's an interesting edge year because Kwity Paye is probably the safest player at that position. But in my mind, he doesn't have the top end that Phillips does or Russo does. And there's a guy like Joe Tryon that would be an impact guy right now who you could probably get in the 2nd round. I don't know if he'll go in the 1st today. There's a lot of good players. And then the receiving core, holy fellas. I mean, I know it's a Cowboys show and you guys aren't in the market for receivers, but it's just a really, really good year for receivers. So I think for the Cowboys, when you look at, make it a Cowboy-centric pick, it has to be, in my mind, a defensive player first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I truly believe that there are some who will walk in and play right now in Dallas and make an impression.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that when I talked to Al Davis once, he told me that you build defenses in his estimation from the outside in, right? From your corners in, because you can do things with the front, manipulate the front if you can handle playing man to man in the back end. You can get more players in the box and they can block, yada yada yada. Anyway, you look at this draft, and I'm gonna tell you something. It's gonna be interesting to see what the Cowboys do with their pick if they go defense and if they go corner, right? Do you take probably the safest defensive player in the draft at that position in Surtain, or you take a guy who's a little bigger, a little faster, a little more aggressive, a little more physical, but not as safe as Surtain in J.C. Horn? That's going to be a fascinating one to watch, what the Cowboys do.
Yeah.
My gut tells me they'll go with Surtain. Right? Now, the other thought that you got to have if you're the Cowboys is there is a really, really good linebacker at Penn State, right?
Yep, Michael Parsons.
Yeah. And when you look at the Cowboys right now, you've just lost Sean Lee, right?
Yep.
Van Der Esch is always going to be a question with his neck, right? And Jalen Smith did not play very well last year for Jalen Smith. I'm talking about Jalen Smith, expectation level. So do you take that great linebacker who opted out and has had some off the field issues, right? He was involved in a hazing thing at Penn State. He had some issues with other teammates. Now, Jerry's never been afraid of those kind of guys, bringing those kind of guys to Dallas. And they've had success with them, a lot of them. But it's going to be interesting to see what Dan Quinn's influence is going to be. Is Dan going to say, no, I want the safest player I can get that's going to help my back end and take Surtain? Because he and Diggs played opposite one another at Alabama, and that would be an interesting duo in the NFC East with those two guys playing corner.
Definitely.
What do you think, Jeff, in terms of potential trade back, maybe to around about 15?
Well, I think here's the thing.
If you could be guaranteed to get Owusu Koramoah.
Well, here's the deal with trading back. If you're going to trade back, right, first of all, what you need or what you want has to be there at the position where you anticipate you're going to trade back to. So if they give up their first rounder to go lower in the first round, then you would want to make sure that wherever that pick is that you trade down to get additional picks, that you're going to have a guy at your need area or a guy that you really like in that position, right? So, again, you mentioned Koramoah, the linebacker from Notre Dame, and I think that's a great fit in Dallas. I mean, great fit, because Quinn loves those sideline to sideline linebackers, guys that can really run. Now, you look at the other need area for the Cowboys is, in my mind, I still don't know how much they've shored up the middle of that defense, right? And Barmore will certainly probably be there at their pick too, Christian Barmore from Alabama. So that's another way they could go. So I think, again, what the Cowboys do is actually, to me, very, very interesting and will tell a lot about the draft.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't know how much longer you got, Jeff. Are you able to stay a bit longer, or are you going to go to your meeting now and we'll let you go?
If you guys, I'll give you a couple more minutes, fellas.
Awesome.
Okay. I mean, and Dan, Barry, have you got a question for Jeff at all before we let him go?
No, you said he's with Sky
Sports in the UK.
Yeah. Somebody, a place you already know, Barry.
Oh yeah, I used to work with Comcast, and when they merged together, I started following Sky stuff over there. So I like you guys.
All right, Barry. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Jeff, I do have to ask about. I don't know if you've seen the news that's just come out on Twitter about the potential Broncos being a destination for Aaron Rodgers. It's being reported now by quite a few reputable sources. So we won't confirm it here. But what would you see as that as potential fit or potential reaction to that?
Well, it's interesting when you talk about those guys because their new GM, George Patton, they come out and said, we're going to get competition for Drew Lock at quarterback. He didn't say we're going to get, that Teddy Bridgewater will be the only competition. I think they're they're a team that is absolutely quarterback starved. And, you know, it's like the decisions we make sometimes when we're starving, right? When we're hungry, you tend to not make real good decisions about what you eat, right? And so you got to be really careful about what you do out of desperation, right? I think they're looking at a closing Super Bowl window for that defense, which is starting to age a little bit. They know that they've got to get better at the quarterback position. They're going to have with Courtland Sutton and Judy and, you know, Fant at tight end. They're going to have some weapons. They've got a good running back. Their offensive line is improving. But Aaron Rodgers, fellas, make no mistake about it, is going to cost you a bunch. And just how much is too much, that's what they're going to have to decide if, in fact, there's legs to that rumor.
He's an expensive man. He's
He's worth every penny of it too, brother. I'm going to tell you something. When you can spin it like he can spin it. You know,
oh, I know. I don't like the guy, but I know.
You're like everybody in the NFC North outside of Wisconsin. Nobody likes him up there either.
He's truly a bad man, and I hate to even say that, but I mean, you know, he's made us eat it a few times. So
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? For you guys, it'll be really, truly interesting for me to see is everybody talks about the first round pick, and it is. It's a big deal. It is a big deal. But the strength of your draft is what you do between 2 and 7, right? Because the nature of the league right now, guys, here's the thing you got to remember. You just paid Dak a bunch of money, right? Mm-hmm. Now, in order to keep the other good players, the other rising players on your roster around, you got to backload with rookie contracts. You got to get as many rookie contracts on your roster as possible so that you can pay the superstars. That's the economics of the business, right? And so, you know, that 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round guy that can come in and play for you and play well, those guys are worth a ton because, you know, they don't cost you very much, right? And that's where drafting now is so much different than it was in the past because of the cap and the way the cap is structured, and, you know, quarterbacks are slotted now. Everybody says, well, quarterbacks don't get a chance anymore. The reason they don't get a chance anymore, or one of the reasons they don't get a chance anymore, is when you used to pay those guys multi-million-dollar deals before they ever threw a pass in the NFL, you had to keep them around to see if you're going to get back on your investment. Because in pro sports, the more they pay for you, the longer you get to stay, right? And my dad, who worked in professional baseball for 30 years, had it like this: the bonus baby has got to prove that he can't, and the guy that was drafted in the last round has to prove he can. And there's a big difference in those two ways.
If that's correct, I need to check that. But anyone else got a question for Jeff before we let the man get on with his evening? Anybody got anything for him?
No, man, but it's always great. It's always great seeing you, Jeff, man. Wish we need to get you more back on the show once again, my friend.
Fellas, with anytime you guys want to do it, and as a matter of fact, if you want to, I know you're doing like a marathon thing, 24 hours.
We've been live for 18 hours.
18 hours.
You've been on for 18 hours?
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy shit. And you're still coherent?
Yeah.
Man,
sort of.
You guys better stay away from the drug tester, I'm afraid.
Jeff, true story. I'm going to invest in a coffee company as of tomorrow. So there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, and coffee is something that Jeff Reinbold is well versed in.
That's it. And make sure you check out Coffee with a Coach next Tuesday. We're gonna have a great lineup. Hey man, anytime you want me on, guys, it's awesome. I appreciate it very much. All right.
Thanks,
yeah, and we'll send you another hat. We'll send you another hat as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe, Jeff.
All right,
Cheers,
guys.
brother.
Thanks. Bye.
Peace.
Well, guys, that news, that's Roger Goodell just about to announce the start of the draft.
All well
what the boon was.
Yeah.
Are you sticking with us for the draft pick as well, Dan?
I'll probably stay with you for another sort of 10, 15 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna drop. Otherwise, my dogs are definitely gonna start barking soon.
Well, just so everyone's aware, we do have with us, though, Official America's team owner, Barry Gibson, who does a hell of a lot of work for us. He is, in fact, staying with us for the first round. From draft pick number 1 to draft pick number Cowboys, whatever that is, in case they trade. I won't say 10 in case they trade them. But Barry is going to be our coffee at this point for the next 10 picks.
Great.
And because you always bring the energy, man.
Hey, I'm in Seattle. I'm Seattle, so Seattle's best, baby. We're gonna bring it. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, do you think there's going to be any surprises here with the first pick, or are you pretty much everybody on the same line that?
It's like the movie with Al Pacino, Any Given Sunday. I mean, anything could happen. I hope they mix it up. I hope we don't have to wait till 10, because following the trends, like they're saying all these offensive players may go, and the more offensive players that go, you know, they're talking about this draft maybe lining up like it did in 1957, where the first pick was number 10, was you know, the first defensive pick. So I'm hoping that, you know what I mean, they shake it up and move up, and you know, some exciting stuff happens. I don't know. You know, don't make us sit and wait, Jerry.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm worried about is that the Jags are going to make us sit and wait. This first pick, although it's pretty much a slam dunk, they're going to make us wait the full 10 minutes.
I wonder if we're going to get a proper Jets pick, and it's been all this talk of Zach Wilson, and they just completely go left field and select a Trey Lance or a...
Man, I think truly some of these guys, they don't know what they're doing in them offices, man. I don't know. You know, we got some fans like you guys that probably pick a whole hell of a lot better than some of these executives. You know what I mean? I mean, look at Dak Prescott. We put all these weight on all these measurables on all these players, even players with stuff like DUIs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Dak had one, but look at, I mean, the dude's a superstar of the league. So I don't, you know, that's why I really don't follow college football and put a lot of weight on it. And I don't mean to be the bad cup of tea over here, you know, to be the Debbie Downer, but it's just hard to keep up with. And then that's why I really don't pay attention until the draft. And now it's just like Pitts gang or nothing.
There's the comment right there. There we go, guys. We're now officially started.
On the clock.
Jags are on the clock.
Yeah. Jags are on the clock.
Welcome to the NFL Draft 2021, guys.
We should have all been booing when you said that, then.
They said I'm live with my folks over here too on my timeline. So shout out everybody. I got you guys tagged in there. So everybody go follow the UK Cowboys fan page. And you know, get live with us over here. You can get live in the interaction over here with StreamYard. But yeah, they were booing Roger Goodell when he came out there.
You just can't have it any other way, can you? It's not a draft without the booing. But that is one of the things that was on our little drinking game that we put on there. Booing is on there. So good luck with anyone, by the way, at UK Cowboys playing our little drinking game. But go on, Jay.
Only just because Paul just said it's going on. Where is everybody on their kind of stream? To make sure we're not all too far apart.
I've got the video I've got right now. It's just going over the stadiums of Cleveland and stuff like that.
Yeah, same for me.
It's showing you the players.
I got it just. Yeah, I got it just gone into the.
Yeah, because last year. Yeah, because for everyone that's watching right now, last year we all had different synchronized times, and we were actually one of us were getting a reaction. And I was like, "Who is it? Who is it?" So yeah, so it's a wee bit. At least we're now kind of more in the
7:25 on the clock.
7:25.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm on 7:25 now.
Yeah, I give NFL credit for the first virtual draft last year. You know what I mean? They didn't have that many hiccups. They did pretty good job.
It was really smooth.
Very smooth.
I
liked as well. Yeah, it wasn't bad. And I like what they did with the multi screens with all the fans. So it made it more of a fan event. You know, got although it is anyway, and they get involved, but it was actually directly on TV with people sat there in their homes. But my favorite moment of
Big Wheel was on the wheel. Big Wheel was on the screen. Sorry, I'm just saying Big Wheel was on the screen as well, which made it personal for all of us over this side. A friend on there.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So I'm on 7 minutes. That's where I'm at.
I'm about 5 seconds behind in.
I'm on 6:20.
Yeah, it's okay.
So
I can contain my excitement.
That means you got to be quiet.
I'm going to base my opinion off Paul again this year.
Yes,
they're gonna run this all the way down to 30 seconds and then announce who we've known for the past 6 months.
Even worse when you say it as well, Drew, because they were asked about would they feel any calls and they went, we're going to keep the pick. So why wait this long when you know who you're picking?
Just how crazy would it be though if it's not Trevor Lawrence? Seriously, how crazy would it be if it was not him?
It would just change the entire complexity of the draft then. So I'm sort of all for it. It's not going to happen. It can't happen.
No.
Jamie has exalted.
I'll put I'll put $1, £1 on it just to say there might be a mix up. You know, just for the pure sheer entertainment of the stream right now.
What with the dollar?
I don't think there's a lot of people today. If you could interview,
I'm not
one more person, who would it be? From a Cowboys perspective.
Say that again. Sorry, Dan, I missed you there.
Tony Romo.
So you've interviewed a lot of people today on here. If you could have added one more person, you can choose any person related to the Cowboys at all. Who would it be? Would it be Jerry? Would it be Romo? Would it be?
For me,
Romo.
Jerry.
But believe it or not, we were very, very close to getting, and it would have been ideal for me. We were very close. We were very close in getting Emmitt Smith.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that would have been my absolute dream. I would have been like Brian earlier when Jeff Heath came on.
I know. Yeah, Drew. I would have been happy with Drew Pearson. I mean, guys going into the hall.
Well.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Drew Pearson.
Yeah. Drew Pearson was amazing, and you know, you look as well that the guy has been snubbed out of the Hall of Fame, but you ask him about it, and he just sits there with a smile on his face. Do you know what I mean? I know he's smiling now.
I'll just share with you guys. You know, since 16, running around in the Cowboys fan base, all the games around the nation, connecting with Cowboy fans, I seen Drew. I seen him at all the events in the trenches before there was hoopla and all that stuff. Drew get down with the folks, man. That's why I love Drew.
He's amazing.
Honestly, I want to know, Brian, is your heart rate come down yet?
Getting there, Jamie. Just about getting there. I mean,
you
guys totally punked me. You punked me.
Good man, good. Just kind of going back to talking about Drew Pearson there, man. Like the guy, like we all know, he's an absolute legend, Cowboys legend. It's just an absolute crime that you had to wait 33 years to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. 33 years of an All-Pro wide receiver, the original 88. It took so long, but he's now there. He's now in the history books. He's in Canton,
I think
Ohio
what
now.
it was, the thing that hurt the most, that was the big heartache, is, you know, it was the NFL 100 year.
Yeah.
And it was like, and you could see, and he was like, you know, he didn't get it. And you could see in his eyes where he almost like that thought of like, if I'm not going to get in now, it's never going to happen.
There's not any politics in the NFL when it comes to that. Come on, y'all.
I know. But we were right there with him. We could feel his pain. Do you know what I mean? And it was horrible to see. But the good news is this story had a happy ending.
Indeed. And I'll be there at the Hall of Fame with him in August. So y'all got to stay tuned. We'll have y'all live with us again, baby.
Yeah. And I'm just... a shout out as well, Barry, to you. We just want to say thank you because, like, you're always promoting, and you know, you do the connected together, you know, better together, and all that work, and you've got us posted up on your website and all the rest of it. Like we always say, like, not many people know about it, but behind the scenes, you do a lot for the various content creators for Cowboys.
I know who pays attention. That's all that really matters. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, we coming to the UK, man. I got to have my family when I come over there for the Cowboys game. You know what I mean? It only makes sense. Yes. We get to know each other before I show up and say, can I stay at your house tonight? You know
exactly. I mean? Yeah. So you know that there's a bed ready for you. Yeah.
Always.
Bed
the pick is
and a bottle of tequila.
Tequila.
And Jägermeister.
I'll bring some Tito's vodka from Austin, Texas for you.
Oh no, we've got Tito's here in the UK.
You got
Man.
Tito's?
Lovely
Okay.
oh, it's lovely vodka,
I mean,
man.
if you're gonna do it right, do it right. You know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. I do love a good Tito's. I have to admit.
Who picks in?
Pick us in, boys.
First pick is in,
Here
y'all.
we go. It's all downhill from here now. It's all downhill from here.
I don't have a stream up. It's literally all I've got is this.
Yeah, I've had to do the same, Rich. I was starting to get a bit of a fuzz in the ears, and I just I'm turning off NFL Network.
Yeah, I'm like, I only want my news from UK Cowboys. That's it. That's all today is shown, is that, trend setting, way forward. Get your news.
So we could say anything then, Rich. We could say the first pick is, I don't know, Kyle
By the way,
Trask.
Rich.
I believe us.
yeah. But what's funny is we've got all player graphics for all the picks that could possibly happen. I could really muff Rich and Brian up and put just some random player up on you. Trayvon Moehrig.
Fonte, man.
Sam Ellinger.
Rich.
Abby Boucher.
Do you know?
Bobby Boucher knows his name.
What was funny is one of the things. Go on, sorry, Jay.
Saying we need to kick Rich out. Yours is something. Fulfilled it. Get out, Rich.
Here we go.
So, Mike,
here we go.
I'll display the banners then, right?
Yeah, if you want to do that, and I will do tickers and comments.
Cool.
Here we go.
I'll pause this match inside the country for me.
Trevor Lawrence.
What? I'm so shocked.
Say what?
They couldn't have done that. Why would they do that? Oh my God! The Jaguars.
Throw the pens. The pens off.
Yep.
Sunshine.
2.0.
Jets fans have to be
He
so
got him
good to win those
sunshine.
2 games in the last year.
So shout out to them Jaguars.
That just shows how crap the Jets are. The Jets can't even tank right.
Yeah, exactly. I like Zach Wilson, but there's Trevor Lawrence. I think so early. He hasn't ever lost a competitive regular season game in the entire time he's played. Not in high school, not in college. He's just a winner.
Yeah, so let's bring this picture back up again. So there we go, Mike.
There we go, sir.
And he's got wonderful hair as well, which is always important for a quarterback.
He needs it cut.
The thing that is something you've got to look at is that he's actually had to have surgery. So that is something that is a sneaky concern. And it's on his throwing arm too.
No, I thought it was his non-throwing arm.
So what you're saying is they pick?
I thought it was his non-throwing arm.
No, it was his throwing arm.
Oh.
So the Jaguars took damage goods with pick number 1. That's what you're saying. That's what I hear.
Pretty much.
That is one way to look at it. But I mean, looking at that pick with the Jags there, I mean, with Trevor Lawrence, and I'll ask everybody this question, is how do you see them getting more wins because of that pick now? I mean, forget about what they do in the rest of the draft. Just this pick. Does that instantly get them more wins? Bear in mind, this is the Jags.
I would say it's an instant upgrade at quarterback. It is. So just going by that, you would have to say yes. Is it going to send them to the playoffs? No, but it's a step in the right direction.
I think it is. I think the thing as well is that even if it doesn't work straight away, you need the quarterback to be to start off a franchise. To actually even if it's actually the starting point for them, I think the rest of this draft should actually be trying to put weapons around him and trying to protect him. And then actually then for the next, and then they basically got 5 years essentially of his rookie deal, where actually this gives them a window to be able to compete. So actually they don't need to be a Super Bowl team this year for this to be a good pick. So yeah, I think it's a home run pick.
So what have we got for the? So let's get everyone's predictions here for the Jets. I mean, I'm with you, Dan. I'm not a fan of Zach Wilson. I mean, a one-year wonder in the independent, not playing great teams, plus the BYU is just miles ahead of everybody else there.
Looks like the Jets have got their pick in, I think.
So what's everybody's predictions on this?
I'm still saying. I mean, interesting. I think I actually am a bit of a Zach Wilson fan. I think what I will say is that his throwing motion is absolutely sublime. Like his mechanics, the low ball mechanics are there.
The mechanics are good.
And he throws a really live ball as well. I think the problem is that like you said, it's just actually the consistency, and actually even consistency on drives is bad enough. And we've seen quarterbacks in the past who are almost like these gunslinger type quarterbacks fail because of it. Because actually, like they don't get the same leeway in the pros as they did in college. But he's worth a shot. Like it's just whether actually like was it worth taking someone like him over someone who's more of a proven commodity like Justin Fields.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, when you're taking the number 2 pick overall, I want that to be a solid pick. It doesn't matter about how good it is. Give me the track record. And especially when you think the Jets, they always seem to be picking in the top 5. Let's get out of that. Let's figure it out.
That's what I was telling you, man. Some of these folks in these NFL executive offices, man, these chairs, I'm telling you, some of us in these gamer chairs could probably run these teams a lot better than some of these guys in them executive chairs, man. Especially the JETS.
This is the interesting thing. There are some teams who consistently draft horribly every single year, and you can see it along the way. And you can see it when they actually become pros already. You actually wonder how this keeps happening year on year.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Dan. Because Cleveland were notorious for that for a long time, and all of a sudden now, under new head coach, under new GMs, they actually are making some smart picks. And I think it's ever since they did the Myles Garrett first round pick, which was a standalone, easiest one to do. But ever since then, they have progressed and progressed and progressed. Like people would say, Baker Mayfield, maybe, but he's actually been pretty all right for Cleveland. So I mean, fair play to them. They're actually kind of bust a bubble. They actually made the playoffs for the first time in God knows how many years. They're on the verge of actually progressing for once. So well done to the Browns.
I'm
just looking
here at the last 5 years of draft history for the Jaguars, and they have picked in the top 10 every year, bar the year they got to the AFC Championship game. That is their record. So, this is their standard. It's not a surprise they're picking this high in the draft. And obviously, it's the first time they've picked up one, but it's not a surprise to see them here.
I mean, it's the same guy. It's the same folks that picked Sam Darnold picking today for the Jets right now. That's what I want to know.
Pretty much.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Well, it's not because they've a new.
No, it's new.
Robert Saleh's new head coach and Joe Douglas. Dan, tell me if I'm wrong. He's new.
I thought you were talking about the GM and stuff like that.
No, I'm just saying whoever's in charge. Like Will McClay drafts for the Cowboys. Who drafts for the Jets? I mean, is it the same guy?
Joe Douglas.
Joe Douglas, yeah.
I mean, come on, dog. Sam Darnold, you just shipped them off. I mean, pick y'all gonna get over there, Jets.
Well, the pick is coming in. Go on, Dan.
This would be hilarious.
This is what's going to the Jets this year is they've actually got the offensive line to be able to protect whoever comes in. Like Mekhi Becton looked fantastic last year. They invested a huge amount in the offensive line last year as well, and that's more important than the weapons initially for these young rookie quarterbacks. So hopefully it isn't. I mean, Sam Darnold was a good prospect coming out, but he just became damaged goods too early because he was running for his life straight away. So hopefully this new quarterback has an easier.
Yes, there he is.
It's in.
Well said.
Here we go.
Pick number 2. Who is the JETS?
They are not going to surprise. This is going to be exactly what we think it's going to be.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, it's got to be.
So the point Andrew makes here, 49ers on the clock and the draft starts now.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Who's the
Basically.
Niners going to pick?
He looks really small for a quarterback.
He looks young as well, doesn't he?
That dude eat like cheeseburgers, man. No, I think it's the kid from Alabama. I think isn't one of them quarterbacks. They got a nice little beer gut on.
Gary, what's happening, my friend? Morning.
Yeah. Morning, Gary.
But yeah,
Get this
I'm in
and we can get the draft going.
That it definitely is. Like everything starts right here, really, doesn't it? But what's everybody going with then? Is this Mac Jones or is it Justin Fields?
Oh god, I have no idea.
Trey Lance.
Justin Fields.
Trey Lance.
It should. Do you know,
is that what you're going with?
That's what I'm going with. I don't think it should be.
Dan probably.
Man, you mean San Francisco's going to replace the porno star over there?
I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, I hope they don't, because they shouldn't be picking someone who's had 300 passes at college level, FCS level. But
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, and there again, Dan, is the exact same thing I said in the off season about.
Sorry,
I was saying, Dan, that Trey Lance. I mean, the issue is when you look, like the guy barely throws more than 18 times a game, and in the one game he did, it wasn't very good. Like everyone talks about NDS in the FCS final, and they're like, yeah, he won the final, and you're like, but did you watch it? He threw 5 passes, 4 completions. How can you say he was the man that won you the game? I mean, it's crazy. I think he threw for something like 85 yards.
I think the problem is as well, like people might say that actually, you can just sit behind someone for a couple of years and learn. But the problem is, like someone who's thrown 300 passes over the past 4 years, he actually needs to play. He needs to play straight away, because actually this guy needs the experience. But then it's a vicious circle, because do you really want to give this this experience to somebody in the pros when coming straight from the FCS level? So I don't know. I get it, because like I say, the film which you actually do see is really, really fun. He's a serious athlete. I mean, from a running perspective, he's pretty much as good as any of the quarterbacks from this year. It's just, I don't know. I wouldn't. I mean, I personally didn't like Carson Wentz when he came out either. Just because when you actually look at the quality, for instance, I mean, North Dakota State, for instance, are just on a completely different tier than the other teams who they play against as well. Like, I mean, they're basically an FBS team. Actually how good quality they are.
Yeah.
And so in general, like the protection is pretty good, and I don't know. We'll have to see. The thing is, well, like I say this about quarterbacks, but the fact is that no quarterback going to NFL is good enough to play in the NFL. They actually have to. Everyone has a learning curve, and actually, if they can adapt and actually learn, then they can play. So same with Dak Prescott. His mechanics were absolutely awful going into the NFL, and then suddenly, like over the space of a couple of years, he's completely revolutionised it. Like his low, and so. So whereas like, if you look at someone like, for instance, Jared Goff, for instance, the same issues that he had going into the pros are the same issues he has now. So he hasn't learned from them at all. So actually, someone like Trey Lance, and maybe the team's actually looking at him and actually thinking, this guy actually looks like someone who can learn and adapt really quickly. And if so, then hopefully he becomes a good player.
I think as well, though, that this for me. Of the first 3 teams that have drafted for a quarterback, this is the most ideal spot for any rookie quarterback here.
Yeah.
George Kittle, and they've got a really good defense that'll keep the scores low.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel. There's so many players there who you can basically give the ball to and let them do work. Like it's and even like Kyle Shanahan's offense as well.
Yes. Yeah. And he likes to run the ball.
He does. But just before we do go any further, like Lloyd brings up the point, if everybody can just donate some money to the charity. Paul, if you could maybe throw up the link there again, just on the ticker.
Yeah, sure.
This is what we've been doing this show for, folks, is to raise a bit of money for the NHS. So please dig deep dig into your pockets, you know, cup of coffee in Starbucks or whatever like that. If you can give that, it's important. You know, you don't know when someone you're going to know might be affected by this. So please donate.
Somebody's dropping
Can you
something on
tweet the
Twitter.
link out as well again?
Somebody on Twitter saying Sans Serif out of 103 to 5 fans saying something about a bombshell. I can't get on Twitter fast enough. Anybody on Twitter want to check that out?
I will check that out momentarily.
What's up, everybody watching over here? We're live with the UK Cowboy fans. Y'all make sure and follow them up there. Get live in the discussion over here. We're live here until the Dallas pick.
Whoa. I almost dropped my phone then. 105 the fan. 105 the fan.
Yeah, Sans Serif, I think.
Trying to get some news up.
Pick's in for San Fran, though.
Can't see
anything. The pick's in.
Pick's in.
Right, guys, my first dog has now woken up, so after this pick, I think I'm going to leave you all, because otherwise you're going to hear barking in my entire house.
No problem, Dan. Like I said, honestly, mate, it's just so great to actually see your face again, mate. It's been too long. We need to get you back on an actual show and actually we need to, man.
Chat away. Yeah.
Absolutely. Literally, guys, just give me the date, give me the time, and I'll be there.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know what it's like in the off season, filling content. So we'd like to definitely get you on, Dan, to fill some content out.
Talk some absolute rubbish in the off season, and that's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Your top 10 favorite pies.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Niners, draft Pitts.
The 8th versus 9th wide receiver battle in training camp. Just all of it.
Yeah.
The Niners are going to take Pitts. Watch.
You think it?
Blow the whole
Barry's
draft
going
up,
with
baby.
Pitts.
Double tight end.
No, they have not.
Hold on
I've
now.
seen the pick. I've seen the pick, and they have not taken.
I've not seen it yet. I've not seen it yet.
So
I'm not saying
I've seen it come through. So
I'm just saying I hope.
Maybe.
Don't ruin it yet. Don't ruin it. I'm a wee bit behind.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that, Paul. Don't worry.
Oh.
Hurry up, get
Wow.
DT.
DT.
It's a shock because even Lawrence just said it.
I'm actually 3 for 3 on the predict pick, though, so.
Some guy named Lance.
Trey Lance. Whoa.
Lance.
Wow.
Wow. So
After you were just talking about him,
Wow.
I was just talking about him, Dan, on that one.
You know what? The thing is, I get it because he's so tall as he's a quarterback. And I think probably the Shanahan offense as well. I like him, but the trouble is there's nothing that Trey Lance can't do that Justin Fields can't do. So this is what I don't get. That actually, like, if actually Justin Fields wasn't in this draft at all, I get it. Just you go to get the quarterback you like with the tools. But there's another quarterback who has all of those tools in Justin Fields, and he has more wins. He's had better competition. I just felt, strange.
Yeah, I'm with you. Strange.
The questions come in here from Phil Lucas. Is it a bust or is it a reach?
Reach.
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 It's a reach.
Yeah.
It's a reach. Yeah.
Like I'd have
Mark.
I would agree.
Going in the top 10 still.
You're still a top 10 quarterback, but not number 3.
But here we go then. Here we go. Falcons now are on the clock. Is this Justin Fields?
No, this has for me. This has to be Pats. It has to be.
I don't know. Justin Fields for me now. At this point, that's slam dunk for me.
Yeah,
the UK.
I'd agree, Mike.
Right now, you keep Ryan on for another year, and then you've got your guy.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to love you and leave you, but I'm just going to leave you. I'm going to say it's going to be Kyle Pitts at 4.
Atlanta's going to draft Pitts, huh? Atlanta's going to draft
Pitts before Dan, yeah.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts at 4, then Patrick's at 10 at 10, I'm saying.
All right then. Well, we'll speak to you again, Dan, and we'll get you on in the off season, brother.
Nice one. Cheers, guys. Great.
Much
Thanks,
bro.
man.
Thanks again, man.
Enjoy the
Take
7
it easy,
hours.
Dan.
Bye.
And there we go.
Ah, the legend that he is, man.
There he goes.
And then he's not our final special guest, but we are down to just one special guest, and then we've got a couple on after the draft. We've got Big Game James and Skywalker Steel joining us, as well as from inside the Star. After the Cowboys pick, we've got Flag Runner Cruz joining us, and possibly Nick Eaton coming back if he can get things worked out. So going to be a pretty crazy ride. I mean, that pick. I mean, wow. Everyone surprised with that? Everyone surprised?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be Matt Jones.
I'm a little bit surprised,
yeah, trading up for free to that. Yeah.
You could probably have got him where they were.
I know. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Or even if
I
you
think
maybe move it to 10.
I don't know about you guys, but do you think they were maybe banking for another trade, like for someone to come in? I don't know. It's just.
Well, we'll know here shortly, and that's what I've been saying is offense or defense going to tell us everything they've been talking about based on if there's no unexpected shake and bakes in the draft. Now it's 3 for 3 on offense, right? I'd be pretty mad if I was a defensive guy. I don't know how many they're going to go deep. That's been the thing I'm watching. How many offensive players deep are they going?
Mm-hmm.
If this is QB,
it's QB.
The Falcons start to panic because this will blow the draft open.
Yeah, now you're going to see a very early trade.
If this is QB, do you think Jerry starts ringing the phones?
I think they got it all figured out. I just think they're waiting to find out if somebody else is how they got to react. Because they're in the war room, man. They got all that technology. They just go hit a button and that guy next. Something to that extent.
Yeah.
Love it.
Just because you talked about trade. Who does everybody think could be the first team to trade up tonight?
Hopefully it's Dallas.
I think if this is quarterback right now, this pick, which I think it will be, Patriots are trading up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the Patriots are now on the clock, on the phone at least to 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, come on, Falcons. Let's go, Pitts. Let's go, Pitts. Go to Falcons. Go to Falcons. I want to start killing the pitch train. I want to derail the pitch train early, baby.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, we had Jay Tuck on earlier, and he's the opposite. He's on the Cowboys to take Pitts.
I commented on his pick. I commented on his post. I said TikTok like the app. We're watching TikTok. The clock's ticking.
He's definitely on the Pitts train, that's for sure.
Picks in.
Okay, let's go. Picks.
Pick is in.
Pick is in, y'all. Pick is in. Let's go.
How many minutes is left? Like 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep. Got it.
Cincinnati.
I'm still about 3 or 4 seconds behind. I'm still about 3 or 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, for everybody that was on Pitts, if he don't go to Dallas, I'll need to go on there and say what happened. That's all I know. Everybody who was Team Pitts and said Pitts should be going there, sign, seal, and deliver. I need you to tell me why he didn't get drafted by the Dallas Cowboys. And of course, I'll eat crow right here on the show if they do.
You okay, Jamie?
Yeah, I was just saying, is anybody nervous about this pick? Because
I'm very nervous.
I'm
very nervous.
Yeah. Now the 49ers doing what they didn't have done there. I mean, this is just...
Yeah, it's curveballed a little bit.
And then what happens with this pick now is a tally on or a tack on for what continues to happen now.
Oh.
So I see it being Fields. It's Fields. It has to be.
Put it this way, mate. If this is a quarterback, I think this will be the first ever draft where you've had 4 quarterbacks going in the first 4 picks.
Yeah.
First time it's ever happened.
I'll tell you, Dallas Morning News, Mike Gelker put it out over there since 1957. First draft, 9 picks went offense till the 10th pick, which was Jerry Tubbs. Y'all know who Jerry Tubbs is, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Pets.
Is it Pets?
Yep.
Oh.
They were never gonna
They went there. They went there. Yep.
Stop the train!
So I get the feeling, Barry, you were happy about that pick.
Yes, that derails that Dallas Cowboys pitch train to Arlington, baby. Denied.
Oh, I love you, Barry. I love you, man. Like I'm just like I'm really glad that I can. I'm just so glad I can distress now. I really can. Like I don't have to deal with the whole shenanigans of Kyle Pitts anymore.
I got one for you. The Cowboys trade up, or they make a trade with the Falcons, giving their first, second, third, and fourth round picks for Kyle Pitts.
No. Mike, don't jump off a cliff comment. That is ridiculous.
So much for Jerry being infatuated with that kid.
I do apologize, everyone that's watching right now. It has been over 19 hours we've been streaming right now, so you will expect some technical difficulties with our host, Mike Poland, making some ridiculous comments. So we do apologize.
Mike, have you slept since this morning?
No.
Nearby.
And I was up I got up at 6, walked the dogs, had a shower, got myself some breakfast, made myself a very large coffee and a strong one, which I drank. When my wife came down, she asked me if I was all right, because she was like, "What the hell have you taken?" I was like, "A really strong coffee." She was like, "It looks like it's more than that." I was like, "No, it really is." She was like, "You need to go have a sit down. Let me get you a glass of water." And I was like, "Okay." So that was the day started off in the wrong direction, but we managed to get things back on track by me being able to spend the day with some of the best people in the world.
Yeah, so let's kind of like even just talk about the Atlanta pick for a second, guys.
Yeah, of course, man, go for it.
Right, so I'll bring up his wee stat sheet here. So, his wee card. So, like we all know, he is a blue chip player and stuff like that. Amazing high catch radius, play strength, and stuff like that. I feel kind of like whoever's in the same division as the Falcons, I'm going to feel sorry for you because
NFC South.
Yeah, he's going to terrorize that division.
What's funny is what I've done in my little blurb here. If you look in the cons, you see the last thing I put in is versatility.
Yes.
And you think like versatility being a con. And what I mean there is the guy is just so how you can use him as an outside receiver, slot receiver, traditional Y, even you could even push him into the H-back. I think that the guy is so versatile that there are some offensive coordinators out there that are just like, that's not what I want. This is what I want with my tight end, and that's how I want to use him.
See, I was going to ask you a question about that, Mike, because when I was doing up these cards with what you had before, and when I was doing them up, I was like, surely that'd be a bit of a positive. But now that you can explain it like that, it makes so much more logical sense. Because we were talking about earlier about when it comes to like an offensive lineman, where a tackle goes into guard. It's like if we can just get a player that fits the one position and stick to that, that would be ideal. Like even when it comes to defensive linemen, like Tyron Crawford is a perfect example. You move it like from a defensive edge, moving back into a defensive tackle, then it requires them to move, put on weight, lose weight, shift them all about. It's the exact same when it comes to like some maybe Kyle Pitts, but when it comes to the versatility, it means it's more processing the play, but it might come to more mistakes. So I see where you're coming from, my friend.
Yeah. And like sometimes with certain positions, like if you said versatility with a wide receiver or a running back, I'm quarterback. You're like brilliant. certain positions, versatility can actually be a negative because it also puts a lot of pressure on the coordinator because now your head coach is going, how are you not able to use a guy that's so versatile? When in the coordinator's mind is, because I just want him to do this. I don't want him to do this, 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 and this.
That's no, honestly, that is actually it's a point I never thought of thinking. So yeah, it's definitely valid when you really do think about that because, like, if they just keep utilizing, if Atlanta keeps utilizing Pitts as just a natural tight end, then he's going to he could even have a better career than like say Gonzalez. The way
very much could.
Pretty much could.
Here's a good comment here from Craig. Think about this with the Falcons now. Ridley, Jones, Pitts.
Now when you see those names all together, like Matt Ryan is like he's got his trio of weapons in front of him right now, as does Dak right now with our wide receivers and Zeke. So, I mean, Matt Ryan needs to deliver when it comes to putting points in the board for sure this year.
Well,
there's no excuse.
When Paul Mitchell was on tonight, he was saying that was his nightmare scenario for the Saints.
That's right.
So, I mean, I don't know if he's staying up tonight to actually watch the draft or if, but he's certainly going to be waking up tomorrow morning not very happy. So.
Whiskey time, Paul. Oh, okay. Now that Steve's actually kind of mentioned it, I'll be right back.
Jamie, did you have your hand up for something, Jay?
Yeah, I was just going to say, don't
expect
Julio Jones to be there. I bet he.
What are we going for? What are we going for with the Bengals pick?
I don't know, man. Y'all tell me. Y'all the experts. So probably going to go offense.
I think it's Sewell.
Jamar Chase. Yeah.
I reckon Jamar Chase.
Big offensive line.
See, I love the LSU connection. Yeah. You've got, especially in a time when players can't train together because of everything, and it's very hard to get full training practices going on. Imagine if you can get the guy that already knows the two guys that have already spent time playing together. They know their ins and their outs, their ups and their downs, their positives, how they move. Those looks. It's all about small looks and movements, shoulder and elbow movements can tell a big part for a quarterback what a wide receiver's going to do. These guys have already got that connection.
So I just want to kind of put this on the air.
Right, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sorry, Jamie.
It makes a lot of sense to pick Jamar Chase here because the draft is so deep at tackle, so you can address that in the second round. So go get your wide receiver.
See, Phil has got the right idea here, I think, because AJ Green
nailed it there, Phil.
And John Ross, he's kind of he's been a bit of a bust, in my personal opinion.
John Ross is gone. John Ross is in New York now.
So, but I just want to kind of put this up there. There's obviously Stephen just kind of made a wee comment so that I get the whiskey. So, here you go, my friend. I've got myself a bottle of Ardbeg and Lula. So, a nice Islay whiskey, an Islay Scotch.
Picks in.
It is.
And that's the last of it as well. Oh. Well, guys, it's been absolutely fantastic. Salute, everyone.
Salute.
Salute.
Hello.
What have you got in your cup then, Barry? What are you drinking tonight? Are you on the hard stuff or are you on the caffeine?
Look, I'm from Texas, man. So this stuff we drink in Texas. Y'all probably never heard of it.
Go for
Dr. Pepper. It's like milk. You know what I mean?
Man.
Oh
wow. Oh, right, Kiki, hold on. Okay. Wait for everyone to catch in.
Don't tip the pick.
Oh.
Who called that a while ago?
Oh. Jamar Chase.
I like it. I honestly do. I mean, look,
I thought it was Travis Scott.
You can say what you want in terms of, look, they need to get a guy that will that will help Burrow stay upright. But you've got to look, man. There's the connection. How much time do these guys need to play together to figure each other out? Zero. The answer is zero. They know each other.
And especially during that legendary season that LSU had, like
one of the greatest college seasons.
Oh, without a doubt. And Dave Hellman will be like, I think Dave Hellman will be like that. He'll be focused on Bengals football as well as Cowboys football because he's a big LSU fan right now.
Does anyone want to message Brian Broadus, actually?
Oh, good question. Yeah, we should actually message him.
They need to make sure they hit in the second round now on tackle, because otherwise that pick is pointless. They need to get
Penny Sewell is now still available. Penny Sewell.
Think about it now. The draft's probably really starting now because it was going to be QB 1, 2, 3. It was going to be QB or tight end, and it was going to be tackle or wide receiver at this pick. So, like, literally nobody knows where anybody's going to go now.
So this is where it gets interesting. And this kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Barry, is like how many offensive players are going to be off the board till the could this next pick be the first defensive player?
And just to answer Wheeler, Big Wheel asked a question about my jersey. No, this is my son. I wear these on special occasions. 17 because the year he was born, and on the back is Travis.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I only wear him on special occasions. Very rare does it come out. But there is no more of a specialist.
That's beautiful, brother. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you know, Phil's come up with a good point here. Dolphins take Smith for the exact same reason that the Bengals just took Chase.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna call it. We're gonna make history here together. I think the first 10 picks gonna all be offense. I think if Sewell's still there, I wouldn't be upset if Dallas took Sewell.
Oh, well, I would be over the moon if we took Sewell, to be honest. But
I got Carolina takes Penny Sewell.
I think
they will have to protect Sam Darnold. The Carolina, did you say there, Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah, like protect Sam Darnold.
It makes too much sense.
Oh, pick is in for this one. I'm very interested in because obviously the Dolphins have traded back and up and down. So I'm really interested with this one. I think they'll go wide receiver again.
Yeah, there has to be.
Has to be. So who we reckon is the next wide receiver, guys?
Waddle or Smith, actually.
Smith.
Yeah.
I think Smith. I'm going to go Devonta Smith.
I think it's Smith. I think it'll be Devonta Smith. Yep.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm wondering, it all depends on how they value the size being an issue. I don't think it's an issue, me personally, but you don't know how they do.
Yeah. Like they're starting receivers: Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, who's suspended, and Preston Williams.
Yeah, so they definitely need more help.
It's an upgrade straight away.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Gotta be. There's no way this can be any other thing but a receiver.
Yeah, it has to be one of the Alabama boys.
Sure. Come on, Miami, goof it up, do something stupid. Let's go.
Oh, it's in. I've seen it.
What is that noise?
Tell me all when you know.
Who's in a wind tunnel?
Is that your Rich?
Is that Rich?
I'm sorry.
Trying to come back from that pit rabbit hole.
Some matchsticks for your eyes, brother. You literally look like you're going to go to sleep.
You look so you're about to fall asleep, Rich.
Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
So, has anyone seen the pick yet?
No, not yet.
No.
They've been in for a couple of minutes.
I have the pick if you want me to say it, but I'll keep my mouth shut otherwise.
I got it live on Sky. How are you in front of this, Brian? I ain't on the thing.
Yeah, and I'm watching it through NFL Game Pass right now, and I'm like nearly a full minute behind now.
I find though in the UK, the NFL Game Pass Europe is quite slow. It's quite far behind.
Yeah,
I find that a lot.
And have you noticed with that as
There's a
well?
bit of feedback on the line there from someone.
If you're watching it, the NFL Game Pass, and you log out and you log back in,
I'm still leaving right
goes back.
announcing the picture.
Here he goes. He's greeting the fan sitting in the armchair.
All right, come on, man. Y'all need to announce the pick. There he comes.
Jesus, come on, buddy, that pick up, man.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I can hear it.
So you, what's happening there from your guys' side?
I can't. Well, I was trying to hear from Barry's speakers. I can actually hear his audio, which is actually faster than mine right now.
Yeah.
Guess what? Another offensive player.
Jalen Waddle. There we go.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. So I've not.
It has to be a receiver, isn't it?
All right, Jerry, pressure getting on, man. It's Sertain still there.
Well, 6 offensive players in a row.
I'm telling
Six
you,
in
we're
a
going
row.
to make history, man.
Does anyone want to talk on Jalen Waddle or?
Like, I think the biggest question is like, who was the better wide receiver at Alabama? Was it Waddle or was it Smith?
Yeah,
it was a 1A and 1B situation. They were as good as each other. It's Smith is. I think Waddle has better route tree, but Smith is a better route runner.
Mm-hmm. So they definitely both of them definitely do completely different things. Like one's probably better at the running, one's better actually. Man, I don't know, man. It's both of them are just two completely different.
Yeah.
All right, so okay, Carolina.
This is where
Carolina next, or is it
Detroit?
Detroit?
It's the Lions are next.
Oh, it's the Lions, right? Okay, that's what should be
And their pick is already in.
The pick is in. Jesus.
This is Devontae Smith. This is Devontae Smith.
I'm hearing feedback from someone.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, there's feedback from someone's line.
Hello. Rich, sorry, dude.
It is.
Is it me?
Is it Rich?
It is you. It is you, Rich.
This is.
I don't even know.
This is receiver.
I'm just on my phone. I got no idea.
I'm not sure if it is Rich. Maybe it is.
Does anybody think this is Devontae Smith?
Have you got your headset there, Rich? You can actually attach it to.
Nah, like that was slim. When we first started this morning, used it.
Get some coffee, bro. you're about to crash out, brother.
So the Lions going quarterback or what?
I think this is going to be the first defensive player off the board. I think.
No.
Yeah,
it's just
I could see Parsons going here.
What?
No.
Anybody think this is Devontae Smith? They've got no receivers.
It could be because you're right, Jamie. They don't have receivers. They lost their best receiver in Kenny Golladay last year, or in free agency. So
right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just pull up.
Smith.
So again, their receivers are Tyrell Williams, Brashad Perryman, and Quintez Cephas. They don't have.
Look at that.
Is that any better? Are you still getting feedback?
Sorry, Graham.
Uh-oh.
Graham's ready for a collab or something.
Is that any better? Are we still getting feedback?
Hold on.
Oh, Graham.
No, that sounds a lot better, actually.
Can we just ask, how's
No, I'm still hearing it.
How's your Reggie after
still hearing it.
He's a lot happier now that the 49ers have made their selection, I'll tell you that.
Well, I tell you, yeah, absolutely.
Because they're not gonna take Aaron Rodgers now.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on the Broncos though.
Man,
the talk is still there about Broncos
I
and Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody makes their first round pick tonight, Rodgers isn't going anywhere because there's no way Green Bay are going to go through this entire draft and let Rodgers go for picks from 2022 onward. They want something now.
Yep.
If they're gonna do the trade tonight, it's gonna go to the wire. I think they'll try and push it. If it's the Broncos one, I don't think we'll get it early.
Like, see, dependent on where you read your articles, like there's talk of Rodgers holding out, like completely missing everything. And let's face it, even if he does get fined, it's nothing to Rodgers.
Yeah, that's it. Must be that bad if he really wants to leave. That's the thing. Like,
well, I think I saw something with it on Ian Rappaport tweeted earlier, and he said that apparently he wanted an extension, but they wanted to restructure, and I think it's just got to the point that they've gone no. He's gone no. I want out.
Yeah,
that sounds like a Deshaun Watson
Green Bay are
type of deal.
ignoring calls.
yeah. So Derek Egerton just tweeted there. So we know at least 2 of these players linked to the Cowboys will be available at them at 10. Sewell, Surtain, Horn, Slater, and Parsons. 2 of them will be available when it comes to pick number 10.
I think Dallas breaks history. They're going to pick Sewell at 10 if he's there. They're going to go 10 offensive picks, and they're going to pick Sewell at 10 if he's there. I just go call it now.
What the hell?
I want to get on
Barry. Won the lottery?
Hard to argue against that, Barry.
Is anyone watching is anyone watching the War Room with the Detroit Lions there?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I want to get on Barry's train, but this happened the other year with Derwin James, and he was picked just before us. I don't want to start getting my hopes up for Penny Sewell just yet, because some fucker will take him off us.
Yeah.
Just in the War Room, Paul.
Yeah, you may have just jinxed it there, Jamie.
Yeah.
Do the Lions think they've just taken Jerry Rice?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That
pick is in.
They're doing cartwheels
Pick is
in the
in.
room.
I've seen the pick.
Oh, they just took Sewell. There goes that. That didn't age well.
Oh, did they pick Sue?
Yep.
They've taken Penny Sewell.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to clip the pick. Sorry, my bad.
That's all right, bro. Don't worry, bro.
Don't worry, Barry. It's totally fine.
There we go. Penny Sewell, ladies and gentlemen, the first offensive lineman taken off the board. He is probably the best prospect of all the draft. But the only thing we could really say that was a big major concern that he opted out last season.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
the pick for the Panthers, it can only be 2 players, surely. It's either Fields or it's Micah Parsons. Anybody else think different?
So that leaves us now with Surtain, Horn, Slater, and Parsons.
You what, Bryce? Sorry.
I didn't get as far as the NFC South teams to see what their needs were. But I mean, it's hard to turn down Justin Fields at this stage, especially with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
how pushed would you be to Sam Darnold if they take a QB?
Just going to mention this, boys. Big Game James just posted a wee tweet there saying 4 players on the board, but he thinks that JC Horn is going to be the pick.
See, I won't be mad with that.
I wouldn't be mad as well, man.
Look,
it's a little rich, but I won't be mad.
Looking at the way things are falling, would anyone try and trade down 2 or 3 spots and pick up an extra pick?
Well, listen here, guys. Listen to this as well. Our friend Kevin Turner, KT, just posted this as well. We're so gone. This is the perfect scenario for the Dallas Cowboys. You've got 1 offensive lineman, 2 cornerbacks, and 2 quarterbacks for trade purposes on the board. So we're in a really interesting position where it comes to our pick.
Yeah. And if quarterback's still there at 10, I think, you get your first round pick next year as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a great tweet from Kevin Tumler there.
Is anyone able to see our war room, or does it have that on screen?
I don't have anything yet, man.
It's not on yet at the moment. They showed it in the build up to it, but
What? Just thinking, what do you think here? So this is QB. Broncos trade their pick. Patriots trade up to 10.
And you could still get your cornerback at 15.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can get a linebacker.
Yeah. Trade makes a great comment there. The problem lies with New York and the Eagles. Like, they could easily pick corner, but I think with the Eagles, I think they will still pick wide receiver.
Yeah.
How many offensive players is it now?
7.
Seven offensive players. Just again, if you see the pick, just don't say anything just till everyone else is kind of aware.
Yeah, so once we all know that, we'll just give ourselves a wee thumbs up when we've seen it.
Yeah.
Picks in.
Yeah.
Well, they left it quite late, this one.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they've been waiting for a trade, I think.
Yeah. I think teams might be looking for a trade now. And that's why they're taking a little bit of time.
I think San Francisco
Phil has raised a good point. Could we trade back?
I don't know about that.
Not sure, Phil. I'd say the same. I'm not sure because the Giants and Eagles are behind us, and I wouldn't like to bring them in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh, have you seen that? Rappaport's just saying, he's come up on screen, just saying that the only QB that Panthers are interested in is Fields. So he says he doesn't know what the pick is going to be. It's an interesting take, is that, isn't it? I'm surprised it would be even in for one.
Steve brings up the point here. He's nervous.
I'm just seeing the Rappaport thing right now.
Do you know what? Brian never thought of that. He's been rising up the board so quick, it's unbelievable.
See if they pick JC Horn here, man. I'd be pissed.
I wouldn't be, Paul, because you've a guy with a higher floor if you end up taking Patrick Surtain the second. He has a higher floor. Definitely Horn has a higher ceiling. And it's not a sexy pick. It's been a pick that's analysed to death, but who knows? I don't know if Big Wheel is after tipping the pick there or not, but I'm not getting anything through on any of my feeds.
I'm still waiting for the pick to come in. They're just his pick is in.
He's just coming out now on my feed. Broncos are on the clock.
Didn't Broncos just get some quarterback in a trade or something like that? Some big name?
They got Teddy B last night.
Teddy Bridgewater.
So what does that mean for them? Don't they got a pick next after this?
Yeah, they're up next.
Yep, they're up next as well.
Paul,
they could still still pick a quarterback because they're trying to get competition. We just don't know with Broncos
Have
right now.
you seen it, Jamie? Okay, say nothing.
Here we go.
I can tell by the look of Jamie's face there. It's something bad.
I've seen it now as well.
Seen it.
You still getting feedback off my mic?
No, we're okay at the minute, Rich.
Right, he's a bit in it.
Graham, Mike, Paul, have you seen it?
I've seen it.
There we go. So the pick is JC Horn.
JC Horn.
JC Horn. So
Rich
I don't
has
know.
got the
Martin
chocolate
has
pudding.
just raised a point here that the Dallas War Room is empty. There are possible talks to trade out.
They're sacking it off and going on for now.
You said the war room is empty?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, sorry, Barry. I'll just bring it up here.
Whataburger.
Yeah, the Dallas War Room is empty. There's a possibility of trading out of 10.
It's never empty though. But,
I would imagine they've pulled the cloth over the camera more than anything.
Yeah, I think they're just like they're throwing it behind the scenes right now, maybe potentially, but
How many are you disappointed that was Horn and we didn't get the chance to get him?
Yeah,
I'm going to say something here. I'm ecstatic.
I know you're Brian. I know you're ecstatic, Brian. I know that.
Yeah.
The reason I love JC Horner is because his physicality more than anything. It's physical attributes. He's a really aggressive corner. That's what I really liked about him.
Yes, we do.
I'm just putting this comment up from Craig, and I've just thought I've got some on the end for it when it decides to show.
I know what you're talking about. He brings up a good point because people can read lips, man, and body language.
Yeah. Now I wonder if the side playing rock scissors paper to see what to do, make the pick or not, and the rock scissors paper in Jerry and Stephen are rock scissors paper in.
I'm going to see if I can try and get an bloody feed here because I'm obviously well behind here.
Just one thing to be aware of, and this is across the last 6 or 7 years of the number 10 pick, it has been traded more than 50% of the time. So there is a possibility that there could be a trade. And you do have 2 quarterbacks potentially available, so you still have Slater and Surtain available.
I gotta be here with y'all the whole time till Dallas picks, man. We might be here till tomorrow, right?
Imagine that Justin Fields is there at 10.
Jesus.
Do you think they're on the phone to Bill Belichick in that case?
Yeah.
How much do you think they're going to try and fleece him?
Everything.
Everything he's got.
Yeah.
Just took the words out of my mouth, right?
But you need to see it. You need to see it like the Seahawks GM from draft is like fleece him.
I was just going to say the exact same thing, Paul. Fleece him.
Yeah.
It has to be. You need to give it the wee looks up. Fleece him.
Yeah.
Release that crap. It sounds proper seedy as well, doesn't it?
I know.
Well, I mean, a defensive player went, so there goes that philosophy out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think that's 2 records it's been tonight. I think that's first 8 picks it's ever had. It's all been offensive players. Am I right saying that?
Yeah, it's been 8. No. Yeah, we're
7
no.
offensive.
Yeah,
seven. Sorry. So no. I think there was more than that. Sorry. So, but at least there has been a record being set tonight. 4 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks. That's going to be a new record now.
3.
No, it was 3 and 3. Kyle Pitts was the 4th pick.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Sorry.
I think Graham could be right here. You know,
Dallas could draft a quarterback at 10.
Wendy, I don't know if that's me you're talking about, or it's our good friend Barry Gibson, because we're both BG.
Oh, that's Wendy. That's one of my supporters.
That's one of yours, Barry. Yeah, no, that's no problem.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that. That's 2 BGs times 2.
Yes. BG to the max.
Denver's at 90
might be under pressure there.
I need to know what this is.
Broncos gonna let that clock go all the way down.
Yeah, KT's just tweeted saying Denver could make a trade here if trading for Rodgers after June 2nd, due to the Packers' cap reasons. You might as well just move back and get some extra picks now.
This is Justin Fields. They finally get their quarterback.
I mean, what does that tell Teddy Bridgewater, though?
He's not.
I mean, poor guy gets traded and they draft the guy. Was it today or yesterday he went over
there? Yesterday.
Sure.
So the war camera is up and running again. So they're back in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what that means. Hopefully we might find out in a few minutes. Let's just wait and see what the Broncos pick is.
I'm still counting down. I've got 1 minute to go.
Jerry's not in though. It's Stevens there and Jerry Jr.'s there and Charlotte's there.
Is Will there?
Will McClay?
No.
Will McClay's on the phone, baby.
McClay and Jerry could be on the phone.
It could be,
It could be.
Pick is in.
Man, baby, you see what the Broncos going to do.
As we say, don't jump the pick on this. If you get it, just give us a thumbs up or let us know, and just wait until the majority have a pick in.
Oh God, I really. Oh, come on.
There's Jerry back in his seat.
Where y'all watching them on the War Room at? On their website?
Cowboys Now app.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cowboys website, Barry.
For Denver to get Fields here. Wow.
Denver are a team
You
linebacker,
you're doing good,
cornerback,
Mike. You look like you're struggling.
quarterback.
I'm okay.
He's walking to the podium now.
Yeah, he's walking to the podium.
I've seen the pick.
I've seen the pick.
Oh, I've seen the pick.
Not yet. He's chatting away to a Broncos fan.
Oh,
Are you fucking joking, man?
Trade out. Trade out.
Yeah, trade out.
Cowboys, what you gonna do?
Honestly, I wouldn't be mad if we take Slater. I would not be mad about that.
So the pick is in, and the Denver Broncos have taken Patrick Surtain II. Just for anyone that doesn't know, Cowboys are now on the clock.
God damn
You
it.
have two picks potentially here. You have Mike Parsons, Rashawn Slater, and you have two quarterbacks who are available.
I think they're trading. They're gonna do something, man. I don't think they're gonna pick.
I think them.
This has got to be a trade.
It has to be
There
a
could be
trade.
trades.
This has got to be a trade.
Yeah. There's nothing happened prior to that, and then these players, Pitts is gone, Surtain is gone. Sewell's gone. Yeah,
because the Eagles could take the quarterback. Apparently, they want it to be. So this has got to be a trade to 15.
Mm-hmm.
Has to be.
So that's kind of been reported. Are y'all talking about that deal where Cowboys move back to 15 with New England, and we get some guy named Gallimore or something like that? Yeah.
Baltimore.
No, Stephon Gilmore.
Gilmore.
Cornerback.
Yeah.
Gilmore.
Yeah.
Would y'all pull the trigger on that?
And then you got.
No.
Maybe not for Gilmore. I would for picks, but not for Gilmore.
It's past it anyway.
Just thinking now the two best corners have gone. If we can trade back a bit, get a bit more capital, and pick up maybe a linebacker, would you then be tempted to trade back into the bottom of the first and pick up Samuel and make sure you don't miss out on the third best corner.
Is Samuel the third best corner?
Mike, where are you watching your stream? Do you have the link to it? Just in case mine is actually yours is faster than mine.
I'm on Sky.
All right.
Paul, do you want my
Pass, Paul?
Do you want my login details for Game Pass?
Oh yeah, sure. Hold on a minute. I'll send you a message on Facebook, dude.
Or I can, if you've got the Sky Sports app, and give you the login for that as well if you want it.
There's a lot of calls. 105.3 the fan. Josh Clark is saying the Cowboys should trade back. A lot of calls for a trade back here. I don't know how long is left on the clock. If any of you guys can see it.
We don't even have it on there yet.
No.
Yeah.
It would make sense if they stepped out the
Cowboys
war room.
stay.
If that wasn't smoke, you know, maybe they got some last minute deal and they wanted to, you know. I mean, people can read lips and watch body language, man. There's folks out there watching the Cowboys just like us.
Stephen's on the phone. Jerry,
we stay here.
Again.
Did you get it, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to send you, but you need my login details, brother, for Game Pass. So I'll email you now.
Oh no, I've got Game Pass right now.
Oh, that's what I've got. Sorry, that I thought you were on a dodgy stream. Sorry, bro.
If you log in details for Sky and download the Sky Sports app, and I'll give you login details for that.
Okay, I'm just on computer.
And
so, folks, if you want to give us your own thoughts on this,
Eagles have traded to us.
What?
We've moved back. We've moved back to 12.
We've traded with the Eagles.
Sorry. Yeah, this is quarterback. Definitely.
Oh my God, are you joking? With the Eagles?
Confirmed.
Yeah.
KT has just said it's trading back. Yeah,
wow.
it's
breaking
news.
Wow. And
apologies.
I just hope they're going to be absolutely fleeced them.
For these picks.
Say, man, Jerry, when I told you mix it up, man, I ain't say mix it up with the enemy over there, dog. Come on.
Hey, Barry, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, Barry. We might actually get the mass majority of all their draft picks. Who knows? We might actually get a lot more bargains.
Jamie, you getting anything in terms of what's on offer?
No, I was just going to say, can I apologise? Because for the picks, you guys were in front of me. So that's why I said I couldn't believe that there was a trade. So
that's all right, dude.
You, so I apologise.
That's all right. You do not need to apologise, dude. Like I'm just trying to find like. So Jamie, can you fill us in regards to what?
Actually, what it is.
So,
it's not come up yet.
Hold on, I just got something.
It sounds like it could be wide receiver here.
Eagles,
I want the first pick. Oh, we got a third round pick, the 84th overall pick.
Okay,
84th.
so
12 and 84.
Here we go. No.
So that potentially brings your suggestion of trading back into the first round. Guys, we could be in for a long night yet.
Yep.
I think we could be in for a very long night.
You know,
Mike, will you last?
Yeah.
They're saying we could be here a while, guys. So y'all hang out.
So we've got a third round pick.
2 spots.
So 12 overall and the third pick, 84th overall. I thought we would have got a lot more for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's
especially if this is a quarterback.
I would be happy with Parsons at 12 now. We've got an extra pick and we've got a linebacker. I would be happy.
Is that the... Oh, thank you, Rich. You absolute legend. Thank you, brother.
So, just to bring everyone up to date, the Cowboys have traded out of the 10th pick.
They obviously
the Eagles, we've gone back to 12. And we've picked up an extra third round pick number 84.
I think that third round
pick. They
pick,
obviously know who the Eagles are taking. That must have been part of the conversations. They must know who the Eagles are taking, and they're obviously happy with it because it's still a top 100 pick. It's still a top 100.
That's true, Graham. It's still in the top 100. That's really true.
But that makes a lot of sense. They stepped out of the room, got some phone calls, something happened. Now we just see this developing with the Eagles. So for all that been paying attention, they left the war room. Interesting.
I tell you what, it wouldn't surprise me if we trade back again here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of my fantasy football chats lighting up, and they're going, "This is a great move by Stephen."
Yeah, somebody just commented and
they're
said
very happy with him.
we don't have to make a first or a top 10 contract now or something like that. I guess that matters, huh? You gotta pay a top 10 contract.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
But
Right,
you've
yeah.
also got to take into account.
Here's another hot take for you. Are the Eagles shipping draft picks because they can't afford to pay everybody?
I think they are.
Yeah.
Aren't they still paying
You're
Carson
probably right,
Wentz?
G.
So if you take the money that the draft picks are owed, are they reducing picks so they pay out less to get under the cap? I think that's what's going on. I think
here's
they're moving for who they want.
So here's the fact, guys. Here's a wee quick fact.
I
Mike Leslie just posted Dallas Cowboys now have the most selections in this year's draft.
Yeah.
I so hope this is a quarterback.
Well, it's got to be. I mean, it makes sense now. They're saying there's a lot of defensive talent in this draft, and the more picks, I guess, right? That kind of makes sense.
It's like who do we think that would have kind of popped up? Like the Giants weren't going to pick a right receiver, are they?
It'll be receiver or it'll be Quitty Pay, maybe.
Need to pick a coach.
Could this be Mac?
Yeah.
Could this be Mac Jones?
Onto the stage,
Oh God, can you imagine? Can you imagine if it was Mac Jones?
If this is Mac Jones, Graham, watch.
If it's Mac Jones, I think we should be celebrating.
He's on his way out.
But what does that do for us? Oh, how many? We got one pick. You said it was 80 something for that trade.
84.
84. So we got number 12 and then the 80 pick 84. Okay.
Yeah. So we've 5 picks in the top 100 now.
Ooh, 5 picks in the top 100.
I've seen the pick.
He's just about to announce it.
Let me know.
He's walking over here in America.
I've seen it. I've seen the pick.
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah.
Everyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the pick has been announced and it is Devontae Smith, wide receiver, Alabama. So they knew what was happening. So we picked up an extra third rounder and still have the option of Slater or Parsons at 12.
To me, that screams that the Cowboys had a trade and they've gone to the Eagles to tell them what's happening to get a better deal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's NFC East love. That's how they do it over there.
Yeah.
It's only the richest conference in the NFL.
We don't pick Farley at 12. I really hope it's not Farley.
I don't think it will be.
No, I don't think so. I think your point stands, Jamie. Jump back into the first.
Could they not trade back to get Farley?
They could, but you're giving up a tackle.
To land.
When was the last time?
I still think Newsom's maybe a target as well.
When was the last time that we traded back into the first round? I wonder.
It seems like a lot of people
They tried in 2016.
A lot of people are now, listen. A lot of people now are kind of saying it's like, us at 12 now, we can still actually trade back down to 15 with the Patriots, only 3 places up.
Yeah.
Giants won't be taking a quarterback, I don't think.
No.
I think it's more so to do with the team sitting at 14 and 13.
Yeah, to be fair, the Vikings could potentially go QB.
Yeah, they could pull the trigger. if Justin Fields is still there. Crazy.
Anybody
Rob
excited
Belichick.
now?
Third round pick.
Gone from the panic of all the top. There's been Bears have traded to 11. This is quarterback, surely.
Folks on my end saying
Oh,
the
this
same
is
thing
definitely
too.
quarterback.
Yep.
So I was a bit behind. So has anybody raised the point that it's the Eagles jumping over the Giants basically for Smith?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, it just seems like
Essentially, it is.
Because I personally think they would have got Devontae Smith at 12 anyway. But they could have. Because who was the wide receivers that the Giants just brought? They brought in Kenny Golladay, right?
Kenny Golladay.
Giants.
So they weren't going to go for wide receiver. So it kind of makes sense where they were going to get the player they wanted anyway, but we just ended up getting an extra draft pick. And it's going to cost less on the salary cap, not by much, but still, you know? So, if anything, when you really put that in perspective, it's actually quite a good there's an trade.
Yeah, Bears have traded up to 11 with the Giants.
Oh, this is going to be quarterback, surely.
Please be Matt
Bears.
Please be Matt
The Bears
Jones.
love a good trade, don't they?
Matt Jones.
Oh, God.
They're
Matt
nuts.
Jones.
Seriously.
Matt Jones, no matter what.
Absolute riot.
Oh my
They're
God.
straight up for Mac Jones.
Poor Andy Dalton. Didn't he sign with Chicago saying he's guaranteed to be the starter over there or something like that?
I don't know.
I think, sorry, just on this, I think Phil makes a good point here. The Giants' wide receiver room is quite fragile. Golladay
Giants
has not
got a fifth
proven
rounder.
anything.
Next year's first. And
Jesus Christ.
What did they offer? What was the...
Sorry, Brad.
20th pick,
They got
5th round pick,
for
and a 1st and 4th next year.
Whoa! First next year as well. Jesus, that's a lot.
And the 4th.
Well,
And
we're getting another pizza. I think we might trade back.
Wow. That's mental. Absolute mental.
It wouldn't, lads, it wouldn't be the first time they've done something stupid.
I've another scenario going to pop up here for you, right? Patriots need a quarterback. Washington needs a quarterback as well. Could Washington decide, shit, we better get up here?
Yep.
And we fleece both two teams in the fucking same division? Is it possible?
I think they'll run with Fitzpatrick now.
Yeah.
I think they'll run with Fitzpatrick.
What's the potential class next year for QBs? I know Brian, Mike,
Sam
and I've got
Howell.
into that already.
Sam Howell is the big quarterback next year. Very similar in that he's been talked about for 2 years. Everyone I know in any of the Devy fantasy leagues I'm involved in picked him up 2 years ago. He's almost in the same level as Trevor Lawrence. But he's not talked about because he doesn't play for a huge school. I think it's North Carolina he's with. But there's not much else.
So guys, I just made a reply. NFL Draft Punk just asked us on Twitter. It's like, UK Cowboys fans, how do you feel about helping a divisional rival? It's like initially upset, but when you realise the Eagles can get Smith at 12, we just got an extra pick plus a lower hit in the salary cap, so it's actually a smart move on our part rather than us giving them Smith, because they still could have got him at number 12 by the sounds of it.
Ask him, how does it feel to still be paying Carson Wentz with the Colts?
So the 11th pick is in. If anyone else has seen it, let me know. I've seen it. Jamie, you've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone else.
Wow.
Picks in.
Wow.
Picks in.
I've seen it. Wow.
So the pick is Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Wow.
And the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Wow. Okay, so there goes our trade scenario, I think. Do we go with Micah Parsons right here?
Or Rashawn Slater is still there.
That's it, Rashawn Slater.
I'd take Micah Parsons here.
Yeah.
I know it's only 2 spots below where we originally were, but we've got an extra pick to get him. So it's a win-win situation, isn't it?
Just that. Leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
Oh, is this apparently being announced on someone's TV?
Andy Dalton is now smashing up the locker room saying trade me.
With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Crazy, man.
Wait a minute, oh no, that's Chicago.
Just to throw another name in the hat here. Would anybody be peed if this is Vera Tucker? If we don't trade out?
Oh man, they ain't put up Dallas is on the clock yet.
I would not take Vera Tucker. I mean, Slater, we've always said, is the second best offensive tackle or offensive line player. So there's no reason that you pass him up. If you want Parsons, take Parsons, absolutely, but don't. Barry, just turn down your TV there for a second.
Oh, my bad.
If you want Parsons, take Parsons. If you want Slater, take Slater. But I wouldn't. You're getting too cute if you want to take Elijah Vera Tucker and go against what your board says.
Anybody be paid if this is Quitty Pay?
Oh, Jamie, do not say that. Jamie.
I'm in the same thing. I would be paid. I'm just looking down my board. So I was just thinking of names. Oh, Mike, you can do it, Mike. You can do it.
Mike's getting comfortable.
Honestly,
stay strong, Mike.
What's the pick in?
Here he escapes. He's able to make something out of nothing with his athleticism. This is an exciting moment here for the Chicago Bears.
Guys, the pick in?
No, it's not in yet, Paul. I haven't seen anything.
I can still hear someone's television.
Yeah, they ain't put.
Sorry, Barry.
Yeah, they haven't even put Dallas is on the clock up there on there yet.
Yeah. There we go. Steve has brought it in as well, so they're not showing on the clock yet. Mm-hmm. So maybe there is another trade in the offing here.
Everybody's in the draft room.
Wow.
Is there shaking hands or smiling faces or?
No, they're having a conversation, but they're not on. Will McClay's on the phone, and passing it to Jerry. So we've made a pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pick is in then in that case.
Well,
I'm going to go Micah Parsons there.
Micah Parsons or Rashawn Slater.
I'm leaning towards Parsons, especially with Sean Lee gone now.
Yeah, and it is a desperate need.
3 minutes on the clock.
Mike's asleep.
No. I can't talk too loud. I was talking too loud and I woke the wife up.
Oh, no worries.
So that's why I've gone quiet.
Yeah.
Okay, so no one say anything. Okay, let's just wait till.
Yeah, I'm on 3 minutes and 15 seconds. on the clock.
It's just about to come in then, Paul.
Picks in.
Oh, it picks in.
Picks in.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Oh, it's our
So
mate,
say
Stephen
nothing.
Jones there. Look at that. Oh, my good friend Stephen Jones on the TV.
Our good friend Stephen Jones. Don't tip the pick, okay?
Waiting for about an hour. That's this day and age. It results in a chip that normally winds up on a shoulder. And we're
All right, y'all. Man, offensive defense. Man, we got to get some defense. And this is offensive line. I don't know. We're gonna see.
Well, Jerry seems happy. Jerry seems happy. Mike McCarthy seems happy. Stephen looks really happy.
Yep. Stephen's fist bumping everybody.
Yeah.
What if it's Waddle?
Waddle's gone.
Waddle's gone.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Waddle's gone, actually, yeah.
Waddle's gone.
Come on, Mike.
I know.
Waddle went at 6.
Yes, he did.
Oh, come on, man.
No, stop talking about edge rushers.
What about Aziz Ojulari?
Down the TV a little bit, Barry.
Aziz Ojulari?
No, way too high.
I think I've just seen the pick.
Okay, say nothing, Paul. Just till.
I think I have. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Just say nothing for the minute.
I can tell you who it's not.
Don't say anything yet. Don't say anything, Barry. I've seen the pick.
I still haven't yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying anything. I've seen the pick.
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen it. Yep. I've seen the pick.
No.
Wow.
You've seen it, Paul?
Yeah, seen it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, but I brought it demo just to actually announce it. So, who the hell's this guy?
If you want to put on.
I think that's a gal.
I'm just trying to find the. Are we ready to announce it?
I haven't seen it yet.
Barry, are you okay for us to announce it?
He's announcing it now, but I'm on mute, so I'll just wait.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet.
Do you want me to announce it?
I haven't seen it, bro.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying, if you want me to announce it, I can see it. So the pick is in. Do you want me to say it, Jamie?
Hold on, here he goes.
It's just about to announce it for Barry there.
Okay, Barry, if you want to turn up the television.
Yeah, we go. We'll make it official on stage. It's weird how y'all get the shit over there first and we don't get it. Must be Sky over there.
I know. I know.
I like the pick. I do. I like it.
I do.
I'm not disappointed.
Not because we get the extra pick.
Who?
Micah
Parsons.
There we go. Micah Parsons.
Defense wins championship.
There we go. Micah Parsons, linebacker from Penn State, 6'3", 244 pounds. Athleticism, tackler, edge rush moves. So, I'm actually quite happy. I'm really happy with the pick. I'm really happy with it. I've seen a lot of people say about it.
12 with an extra pick is good.
I think the Sean Lee retirement forced our hand.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I don't know.
Hey, did this dude get sacks or what? What's up with him?
Very good.
Good question.
Very good.
That's what it's saying on NFL Network.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. So stats there, 109. I think, is that 109 tackles or? Don't think he's got 109 tackles for loss.
Tackles for loss.
No, 109 tackles.
It's safe to say, but Sean Lee retiring and maybe
sorry,
not
guys,
picking up that option.
We have a
we're going to bring in Nick Eatman. He's joining us here.
There he is.
So Nick Eatman, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys?
What do you think? What do you think, man?
I love it. I mean, actually, we did a story 2 days ago. Don't worry about what they'll do. Say, what would you do? What would you do if you had a chance to draft it? And I said Micah Parsons, and I know Mickey Spagnola has said the same thing.
Yep. Mikey talked about it earlier.
They need a linebacker is a really big need. Best one in the draft. You know, he's a blitzer. He's a dynamic, ball hawker. One linebacker from Penn State retired. Got to fill his shoes with another one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm actually really quite happy about it. I mean, if you were saying at number 10, it might have been a wee bit of a reach, but the fact that we actually got, and this is the thing, like a lot of people are moaning about the trade more than anything, Nick. When you really do think about it, right? The Eagles could have got Devontae Smith at 12. They really could have. But we just ended up we actually just basically robbed them of an extra top 100 potential draft pick for nothing.
Yeah.
So, but trying to, if anything, it's actually a really smart piece of business from Jerry when you really do kind of think of it from that perspective. And also, it kind of lowers down the salary cap just a little bit rather than picking at 10. So, it's a great business deal, even though it's against a rival, but they were still going to pick Devontae Smith regardless at 12. So, we just kind of you know what? Why not? We just kind of fleece him a little bit,
What do you think about? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, what do you think now about moving back up?
We're going to go up against Devontae Smith regardless because the Eagles jumped the Giants at 11. They were jumping them, and they felt like the Giants were going to get Devontae Smith. That's why the Giants bailed out of that pick when he was gone. So you're going to have to go up against them either way. Parsons was the highest rated defensive player on their board, higher than Horn, higher than Surtain. So you get that player at a position of need, and you add a third-round pick. When it's all said and done, and you have to compare this draft, you have to say Parsons and the third-round pick versus whatever else they could do. Yes, they could have taken Rashawn Slater, and maybe he's going to be great, but I think this is an outstanding pick and addition for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think the next question to ask
to move back up.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. I was going to ask Nick a question there.
Well,
sorry.
Go on,
Jamie, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, on the go, Jamie. You go first, mate.
Sure. I'd say, what does it make you feel a bit easier now, gaining that pick to move back up maybe into the bottom of the first now, and maybe pick up one of the cornerbacks maybe?
That's a possibility. I mean, I was told a couple of months ago, actually, the only way they'll trade back into the first is if they trade out to start with. So possibly, you can get a third and a second to get back if there's somebody that they really like,
Yep.
But
you just said in his interview, you said this is where you wanted to go. You want to keep wearing blue.
Sorry, we're listening. We're watching the coverage as well. So Parsons, he was saying he really wanted to come here. So everybody's just really excited that this was the move. And if they do, Jamie, if they go back into the first round, they have a little bit of ammo to do that. And maybe because cornerback's a need. There's no doubt about it. They were going to take Horn or Surtain, even though Parsons was rated higher. That just tells you what the need is. But if there's a corner that they really like, then yeah, I mean, don't be surprised if they go that route. But something tells me they're probably going to stand pat, though.
Yeah.
You gotta love the NFL draft.
You always make this point that we now have 5 picks inside the top 100, so we're just adding bullets to the gun. And I think Nick, you made this point to yourself easier. Better to have more chips at the table.
Yeah, because you need it. I mean, the depth was so bad last year. The depth, in certain games, and I know last year was a different season, but with the injuries like that, they were pulling guys off the street to play. I say this. You guys listen to me. Probably said this before. From 1 to 10, talent-wise, the Cowboys are always competing with everyone else. But from 1 to 53, from top to bottom, it's not always as strong. And this is how you help yourself get some depth like that. A lot of teams have injuries, but they figure out how ways to pick it up. So, I think this is great. I really would like the Cowboys to keep drafting. Get 11 guys if you can, because that's how many chances you have for good players to stick.
I totally agree.
Question for you though, Nick. I'm a big fan of Parsons, but does the opt-out concern you?
Two ways to look at it. Rusty, okay, but what position does he play? And think about the situations that the last three linebackers, Sean Lee, banged up all the time. He was in 1,000 car wrecks. Same with Leighton Vander Esch. Even Jalen Smith got hurt in college. So it's a physical position. So here he is, a really good player. We knew he was a good player last year, and he didn't have a year of collisions and getting hurt. So it doesn't concern me. I think you can look at it either way. I don't think it concerned the guys for Penei Sewell and some of the other opt-out players. And so, no, I really don't think it's that much of an issue. If anything, you have he's fresh and should be ready to hit somebody.
Yeah. And do you think that taking Parsons has any effect at all on Leighton Vander Esch in terms of his contract?
Jerry, I'm going to leave here in a few seconds because Jerry's they're having a press conference. I'm sure that question will be asked.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, no, I wouldn't. I'm signing Leighton to a long-term deal if I can, because
Me too.
To lock him up, give him an incentive deal, stay just like you did with Sean Lee. Stay healthy, make the Pro Bowl, you get more money. If you're banged up a lot, maybe you won't see as much, but you give a chance to bet on each other. And I think I'd keep him in the fold, but I'd add, you add Parsons, you add Jalen Smith. I mean, I think this is now a really good, talented, athletic linebacker corps.
100%. And to me, when people are talking about it, when we were talking about it today, I kept saying, look, our issue was stopping the run. I don't see how taking a cornerback helps you. Obviously, we do have issues with the cornerback more in bodies, but to me, addressing stopping the run was more of a primary than getting bodies at cornerback.
I think Mikey really nailed the coffin in that one in terms of what reasons behind picking Micah Parsons early on in the show. And you expressed on it as well, Nick.
Yeah. I do. I think when you look at next season and you just think about what the position looks like, that Diggs will be there, Anthony Brown should be there, Jordan Lewis should be there. But when you look at linebacker, you don't know if Jalen Smith's going to be there. You don't know if Leighton Vander Esch is going to be healthy, and Sean Lee just retired. So I thought it was way more of a need going into this. They addressed it. They added a third-round pick in the process. Anytime you can get the highest rated defensive player on the board at 12 and get a third-round pick, this is very reminiscent of the Roy Williams trade back in 2002 when they had him at number 6. They moved to number 8 and still got a third-round pick out of it. This is very similar to me than that. And guys, I'm sorry I have to run. I want to go catch this press conference, but I just wanted to be able to pop in. Guys, hang in there and drink some coffee and stay awake. But I really applaud what you guys have done, and just your fandom over there is just second to none. It's unbelievable, and we all appreciate it, and it's been outstanding. So I'm glad I could be a part of it with you guys.
Oh no! Thank you, Nick, man. Thanks for coming along, man.
It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks.
We'll see you in about 15 picks.
yeah. If that happens, I'll jump right back on.
No problem.
All right, Nick. Take care, man.
All right,
Stay safe.
Thanks, Nick.
The one and only Nick Eatman.
So I will share that press conference.
That's actually quite a good wee comment that Austin just made there.
Yeah.
It was in my mind, and Nick said it straight away when he came on. Yeah.
Has Rich bowed out?
I think he's having I think he was having connection issues.
Right.
Do you know, and not to kind of contradict myself a little bit, if we'd have taken him at 10, I might have been a little bit disappointed, but we've moved back, got an extra. Still call it a high pick because it's a high pick, and got the best linebacker in the draft. And the draft's so deep.
But this is what you got to look at, right? Is not only did the Cowboys get the extra pick, you also take a pick off the Eagles. That's the other side you've got to look at. So they now have less picks. They have less players. You've devalued their draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of a bit of an off-topic thing. Has everybody got their boards to hand? Who's your highest rated player left on your board?
Mine at the moment.
For me, it's
What you say,
Darisaw.
Mike? Sorry.
Darisaw.
I've got Darisaw.
What number?
10.
10, yeah. Oh, 10 as well.
I
haven't copied it.
Quitty pay at 12.
Quitty pay for me 11. Slate, then Elijah Vera-Tucker.
So
Elijah
we've gone
Vera-Tucker, though,
We've gone a bit sexy, haven't we? Darisaw. 10.
You know, like the Marks and Spencer's adverts. He's not just a Christian; he's a Christian Darisaw.
This isn't just any offensive tackle.
You do. Jets made a trade.
Oh, they have.
Actually, looking at the
we have a trade.
Who could this be?
The Jets.
Quarterback.
hell?
This is a quarterback.
Oh God!
This is Matt Jones.
Could you imagine?
So they're taking 2 quarterbacks.
But who did go ahead to?
Who's that one? I wonder if this is one of the linebackers.
So
I wonder if it's Darisaw.
Just before we do move on, Rashawn Slater was the pick at 13 for the Los Angeles Chargers, offensive tackle. The Chargers never ever move out of their pick. They always pick where they are positioned. They always take up to 1 minute before their pick. They're the most boring team ever. So apologies for not calling out their pick. And obviously with Nick joining us, we wanted to get him on, get an initial thought on the pick itself.
So can we recap of all the draft picks so far?
No problem. So Jacksonville have selected Trevor Lawrence. New York Jets have taken Zach Wilson. San Francisco took Trey Lance. Atlanta Falcons took Kyle Pitts. Cincinnati took Jamar Chase. The Dolphins took Jalen Waddle. The Detroit Lions took Penei Sewell. The Panthers took J.C. Horn. Denver took Patrick Surtain II. Some shit team took Devontae Smith. The Chicago Bears traded up and took Justin Fields. We've taken Micah Parsons at 12, linebacker. And the Chargers have taken Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle.
There's nothing wild, is there? I mean, I get that the Bears made a big move, but nothing wild, nothing out of left field, I don't think.
Yeah.
The only thing I would want to add right now is we traded with the Eagles, got what we got, we're third. You wonder, though, what could we have got if we made the trade with the Bears?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's popping into my mind right now with what the Giants screwed them over for.
I wonder if, to be fair, we took the call, and like you say, just the fact that Parsons is high on their board, and it wasn't worth moving down. And like you say, just for the fact that there's a drop in there.
To that point, though, I think the Bears would want to jump ahead of us, the Eagles and the Giants. So maybe the offer wasn't there to come up to 10, but they were far interested in coming up to 11 or 12 or.
And just go on.
There's potential as well, though, that, with this 84th pick, I think the Bears had offered a 5th rounder this year. With the 84th pick this year, if you package that up with 99, you could actually move back into about 23 in the first round. So, you still got a second round pick, you still got a third round pick, and then you've got 2 first round picks just from that one trade with Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
just
I mean,
something Nick mentioned makes me think, is that our night done? Just for him saying that he had to go to jail.
I don't think it is. I think we might actually well be in for.
But do you not think it's a little bit early? Because isn't it normally after the draft, after the first round's finished?
Yeah. If he's in a press conference, he's not taking calls.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
a little early, isn't it?
But I think, to be fair to Nick, like Nick said, they got their top defensive player.
Mm-hmm.
Parsons was their top defensive player, so I mean they're happy. They've done their night's work. They're happy. They'll walk away. Maybe they don't like the medicals on Farley, and they don't rate the other corners enough to trade back into the first to get them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're picking us 12 tomorrow. So
what time does the second round start tomorrow?
About 12:30.
Yeah,
still a late one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody tuning in.
Day 3's okay. Day 3's 5 o'clock our time.
Yeah, it's finished by about 10 o'clock.
And the picks fly as well, because nobody wants to sit around for 3 minutes for a 6th round pick.
Yeah, I think I'll do the wee traditional thing. What I did last year was I'll be joining Brandon tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Join his show tomorrow for the second round. So
on my mock draft, that we did, and I did this with Brian. My first pick was Micah Parsons.
Oh, who pick is in?
I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Ah, makes sense.
Yep.
So apparently they've traded 23, 66, 8, and 88 to get 14 on 143. So
how annoying this is. Sorry, Bri. The quarterback
so they've given
is
up
now
first
here.
and 2/3.
That's actually quite a good pick from the for the Jets. Actually,
they're actually building an offensive line.
Yeah, they've got Becton now. They've got Araya Tucker. Man, that's going to be some O line they're going to have.
Who's really annoyed now that the Patriots potentially haven't had to work for the quarterback if they got a quarterback here?
It's always Bill Belichick. He always somehow manages to get. But I'll be very surprised if they do not pick a quarterback. I'll be very surprised if they don't.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you see Matt Jones.
Yeah,
has to be Matt Jones. Has to be.
Wow, the Raiders are interested in Matt Jones. Wow.
No.
Do you want to know a little fact though?
Go on.
That of
the picks in
all the head coaches in the NFL with 5 years years in their tenure or more, Bill Belichick has missed on his first round picks more than any other coach.
Wow.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
The most decorated.
And that's when they get a first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes they haven't taken off them.
You all right, Rich?
Oh, hold on, he's on. There we go.
Some chocolate pudding, sunshine.
I'm just mad that I can't fix my audio, so my mic's just muted.
I don't think we're getting feedback at the minute, are we? So you talk away.
Because he was on mute there.
Oh, was he on mute?
Oh no, he's
No,
not.
he's
He's fine
not on
now.
mute. No,
I'm not.
you're
Hear
okay.
it. Hear
I
it.
think you're okay.
Not anymore. No.
Mm.
Oh no. Yeah, a wee bit.
He's on his way to the podium.
The Patriots pick is in already.
Wow. Has to be Mac Jones. I'll be very surprised if it wasn't. I mean, wide receiver maybe? Like, because they lost Edelman?
You'd see him trade down from there for that.
Yeah.
15 for me is about the
I've seen the pick, I think.
See, what about Jeremiah Russo-Koromori?
Good work. Good work, Mike. I'm
Yeah,
not
I think
convinced he's a quarterback.
I've seen the pick, so
Okay. Say nothing for the minute.
Something I've just seen on Twitter. The NFLA David Mulligetta is having quite a night. Represents Kyle Pitt, C. Horn, Justin Fields, Parsons.
I've still not seen it yet.
Nothing coming up for me
I've
yet.
just seen it.
Wow. You see that yet, Brian?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The New England Patriots have selected Mac Jones.
Oh.
Why am I all of a sudden seeing the picks before you guys? Because I'm normally last.
Yeah.
I think it just tends to flip around a little bit.
Seriously, I think there's like delays and servers and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
every time Sky takes a break.
Here is
as a
a
query,
couple of
where does-
interesting facts if you want some on Mac Jones.
Go for
So, first of all, last year, the most passing yards of any quarterback in the league.
did they really just reference Braveheart and bloody NFL draft there?
Right? But Mac
So-
Jones, most passing yards, and it wasn't even close, but has the lowest ADOT. His average depth of target in all of the quarterbacks in this year's draft is the lowest. It's like 7 yards, which is tiny. And he has the highest yak yards.
Just as a random, where has everybody got Matt Jones on their draft board? I had him 36th ranked player for me.
Third round. Third round.
Once
Right,
again,
Phil?
Phil, absolute legend, my man. Absolute legend.
Yeah. I was just going to say, how everybody that's tuning in, how y'all getting on?
65th player.
Wow.
Yeah. And in case you're wondering why we're being so quiet right now, it is literally 3:00 in the morning, and we're literally like 20 hours being live right now, and you can see like my eyes are closing off. I'm about to call it a night soon because I'm up at work in 5 hours. So, but yeah, man, it's what do you think, guys? It's been quite a day, hasn't it?
It has.
Oh.
Don't go too soon, Paul. We've still got my fantasy implications to go through after this.
Oh God, man. and don't forget, we've still got a big game James, and we've also got a Skywalker Steel to come onto the show as well.
Yeah, I was everybody tuning
should
in.
be.
How's everybody getting on? And what they're doing for the draft? Let's see how they're all getting on. And Go on, Craig. 20 hours he's been tuning in and all. Chopping now.
Fair play,
Yeah.
Craig. You've been with us the whole way.
I know.
You've been a legend. Fair play.
Oh,
I'm
man.
trying to stand up, to be quite honest. I'll admit, the human body is not meant to be sitting down for this length of time.
No.
I think it's going to be a fair strain to stand up.
I'm gonna
fairly
pass
sure
out.
that my legs are no longer my own.
See if I had the dog right now, I'd be telling the dog to carry me to bed.
I might just sleep on the sofa. Bring it.
That's what I'm going to do.
I literally have a bed right there, 2 foot away from me.
It's still mad to think, looking at the
Picked him
time.
for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I've just seen that. Yeah.
We've still got 4 hours left on air yet.
Wow.
Oh. Does anybody think this could be the first running back we see come off the board?
I've seen a few people mention running back here, all right. We've mocked running backs here as well, have we not?
Yeah.
I think,
I'm not sure.
Mike, did you not take a running back for the Cardinals at some point?
Yeah, I
Can't
think I
remember
did.
who it was.
Yeah, I did. Ian.
That's the one. That's the one.
For his pass catching skills.
Craig is suggesting this is Najee Harris.
I think this could be wide receiver.
I don't like that fit.
I've seen
I
it.
think Jamie's seen it, has he?
Oh, I've seen it.
I've not seen it yet. Just go ahead and tell me, guys.
Oh, nice.
Zayvon Collins.
Who?
Wow.
Zayvon Collins.
Zayvon Collins.
Wow.
Wow.
That's high. It's high.
Yeah, I'd agree.
That's
especially with JLK and Arcelari still on the board.
Here's the question: do you think the Cardinals may have been banking of Parsons maybe falling to 16?
Yeah.
Could have.
It's definitely a reach.
Yeah, agreed, Steve.
There's still at least one, if not two. There's probably 2 linebackers better than him that was left on the board.
Yeah.
I like him, but I wouldn't take him high.
See, the thing is, you couldn't pick JOK there if you're the Cardinals. They've already got Isaiah Simmons, who's that hybrid safety linebacker. They have their guy for that role, so Zayvon Collins does make more sense. That's 2 years in a row you're taking a linebacker in the first round.
It was
What
Hassan
if I was
Reddick
Kyler
last
Murray?
year, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Was it Hassan Reddick?
No,
last year?
Isaiah Simmons.
Have they still got Reddick?
I think Riddick is a free agent.
No, I think
Is he?
he's still there.
I didn't get to the NFC West and NFC South teams, so I'm in the dark on those.
He's not listed. I've taken a quick screenshot from ESPN.
I think he's
for the fantasy stuff.
I think
He's not there.
I think he signed a 1-year deal with someone. I think he got an 8-year deal with someone. Let's have a look.
Carolina Panthers.
There you
There you go.
All right, okay. There you go.
So we're now at pick 17, and this is, I believe, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock here, are they?
Raiders.
Did I see that, or is it the Las Vegas Raiders?
Raiders. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Raiders.
be
We have all the
prepared for
picks now.
absolutely anything to happen. You know, we've had a Raiders player on this evening, but you know, The Raiders could take a punter. They could take a long snapper. They are liable for anything. And you've Mike Mayock and John Gruden in charge of their picks. So watch out.
And they draft at the moment, since they've both been there, they drafted terribly.
Yeah.
Who's drafted terribly?
The Raiders. Mike Mayock.
The Raiders.
But easily.
They took 3 wide receivers last year.
And they didn't even take the best one first.
No. Their draft class last year was Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, who was a reach at corner, Lynn Bowden Jr., who they traded away, Brian Edwards, Tanner Muse, John Simpson, and Amik Robertson.
It's just flicking through like all the picks. When Zach Wilson come on stage, don't you think like he looked like a little lost boy in a supermarket trying to find his parents? Richard's turned lights out. We got to sleep. I eat chocolate pudding in the dark.
Hey.
Nah, I keep having a notification come up that my phone's open. It's gonna turn it off. So after something else for a bit, and then come back.
Wait a minute, a notification. Your 6 mates are online with you.
No, it comes up saying that it's freaking my phone's overheating. So it's because the application items. But if I another one, and then come back, it like can't.
So the picks in.
What do you reckon, boys?
This literally could be anything.
I can see Barmore here.
Yeah, Barmore. Yeah.
I'm going to go JOK.
Oh, God, if they take him.
I'm going to go with Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, I was just about to say, but I thought it might be a wee bit early, but there's every chance. Yep.
Actually,
or Jalen Phillips.
No, I've just seen
Christian Darrisaw.
I think I've just seen who the pick is.
I would go Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah, I've seen the pick. And it's not anybody that we've talked about.
Oh.
That's interesting, Lauren.
There's not a surprise.
What was it, guys?
Waited.
We all said
it's protection. It's protection for Carr.
Austin, we're all shafted right now. We're kind of struggling right now.
If it's not that,
is it Christian Darrisaw?
I don't know yet.
I'm going to take a punt at Jalen Mayfield. He's not coming, but I think it's Mayfield.
Nope.
How about Sam Cosmi?
Nope. Oh. Somebody we've talked about a second round target for the Cowboys if he were going.
Farley?
No.
No.
Oh wow.
No. What? Really?
Go on, guys. Wow. Break it.
Alex Leatherwood from Alabama.
Alex Leatherwood?
They do love Alabama players. They've taken Henry Ruggs. They've taken Josh Jacobs.
Man.
You know. They've taken Jalen.
Oh, went 16.
Yeah.
Do you think that was a bit of a reach, though?
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
But it's the Raiders.
I can say is something we talked about earlier is that Alex Leatherwood is a blue collar player, and that's what Gruden likes.
Absolutely shattered. Austin ready for bed.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stay up till the next pick, I think, and I am going to call it a night because I am up at work in 5 5 hours.
I can't believe we didn't book tomorrow off, Paul.
See, whenever an
Don't have any
Alabama
holidays,
video
man.
comes up,
I'm all booked up for Texas, so no holidays left.
see whenever an Alabama video comes up, I can't help but watch Deontay Brown. It takes up half the screen.
Yeah.
Do you think he's surprised, Leatherwood? Do you think he's
the interesting thing here, right, is in 2018 they took Colton Miller as an offensive tackle, and everyone reckoned it was a reach. Colton Miller is one of the better left tackles in the league.
True, and everyone thought, to be fair, we keep going back to it, everyone thought Travis Frederick were a reach. So,
yeah.
Like I say, the thing with Leatherwood is he's a blue-collar player. And that's really the main thing Gruden looks for in his players.
Alabama make up a third of the draft picks.
Yeah.
That's mental.
It is insane.
Miami's
What, you have 2 receivers, corner, Mac Jones, Alex Leatherwood.
Unreal.
It could just be about to be made another one because this could be running back here.
Someone just made a really great tweet. It's like people are seeing what Tampa just done with their linebackers, what Dallas is doing right now. In terms of draft and stuff like that. So, I mean, there's been a bit of mixed reactions in that, but when you really do think about it, in the hindsight of things, it's a great pick. It really is. And the fact that we actually gave Eagles less opportunity to get more players, and like there's so many factors behind this. Like I'll kind of say it again from the tweets we've been putting out as well. It's like we traded with the Philadelphia Eagles, where they could have got Devontae Smith at pick number 12. Could have easily. We made the trade. They still picked Smith, but we ended up basically getting an extra top 100 player in the third round at pick number 84. So top 90, if you want to be more specific. And
I've seen the pick.
So it's
I've
when
seen
you
the pick.
when you really see it's a great piece of business. Is this the Dolphins? But it says Dolphins, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just about to see it.
Go for it, Paul.
It's just getting the mouse right now.
Surprised with this one, to be fair.
Jalen Phillips. Miami going to Miami. I knew that was one of the things I said in the mock draft.
Yeah.
He is a pure powerhouse as well.
He's passed their medicals, because that is a major thing. The guy's hardly played. When he has played, amazing. But I mean, look at that picture there. That'll tell you everything you need to know. That looks like he's holding a child's ball.
Yeah.
Is there any more development, Mike, on the music stuff?
All I keep hearing is that he is seriously injured. So what happened is when he was injured, what he was doing in college was like music studies or whatever. He really got into music production and orchestrating music, and that's become like his passion. That's his big thing, and a lot of people are saying that he's really not that interested in football because of this year he had where he was injured, doing all various things with music. And that's his thing. That's what he wants to do.
I mean,
when he did play,
he's got 5 months of the year to make music. You know?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong, is there, in having a hobby. I think what some scouts are worried about that his hobby could turn into a distraction.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like there were plenty of guys who do other things. Romo play golf.
I will stay for this these last two picks. I want to know what Washington and New York are want to do actually.
Any chance it's Kyle Trask?
I doubt it.
It's super
Davis
early.
Mills.
The G Harris, maybe.
No, they've Antonio Gibson.
Nah.
They're not.
We have a look at Washington.
Let's have a look. Yeah.
They're set at pass rush.
They need more line.
I tell you what. Yeah, this is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Oh God, that would be a.
Yeah,
oh,
I agree.
That's what this is.
That'll be a fantastic pick for Washington.
Yeah.
I hate to admit that. If they take GOK, if they pick GOK at number 19, that'll be a really good pick for them. I hate to admit it.
This is the only thing with Sky. Like it's just adverts. I don't like adverts.
Darasor's still available.
PFF's best remaining. You've got Barmore, Darasaw, Moreg, Bateman, Owusu-Koramoah, Newsom, Elijah Moore, and Caleb Farley.
Do you know what?
Are there.
For me, it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Darasaw. They're the two.
Yeah.
Because we're getting obviously we're all in midway now, are we? So which player would
Guys, Mike, I just left a wee comment. Just left a wee comment for you there, mate.
Yeah, he just uses the same code.
Does anybody fancy going to McDonald's for a breakfast?
Are you buying?
No, I'm from Yorkshire, mate. I don't buy milk.
Washington picks in.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I've seen the pick.
It's a hell of a drive up that M6 to drop it off, Jay.
It'd be fucking freezing as well, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck. I can't even be asked to eat me Haribo that I've got aside.
Washington's built going strength on strength, I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhat flashed up as well. This makes me think it's not D-line because they've gone D-line last four first rounds picks they've gone. So this has got to be linebacker, surely.
Darasaw or JOK.
It has to be GOK.
I would say Darasaw.
Not long.
If it's JOK, maybe.
Nope.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
It's somebody we talked about as arguing for getting into the first round this morning.
Farley.
Okay.
Nope.
Cosme.
Nope. Defense.
Wow.
Wait. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it.
Heck.
Holy heck.
That's a reaction I have to do.
Did not expect that.
Okay, he's just about to announce it.
No, I don't think it is a reach.
Wow.
Whoa, what?
Oh, Mike.
What?
Have you seen it, Brian?
No, go for it.
Jamin
Davis.
From Kentucky.
I was guessing from all of your reactions, I was going to say, is it Jamin Davis?
It's Mike's boy.
Do you know on the do you know what's the craziest thing though? On the mock sims, you could get him in the 4th round.
Yeah.
He was
Let me
dropping
just bring up mine
massively.
quickly. Where did Jamin Davis go?
That's nuts.
Why? I
You
had
spoke about him at 44 and 75 in your mock drafts earlier today on the evening show.
What was the knock on him?
1 year starter.
Get my blurb on him.
Wow.
Jamin Davis. He's long, rangy. Okay. What I've said has the ceiling of an NFL starter. Long, rangy, explosive. He's made several big plays in the passing game throughout his Kentucky 2020 campaign. Exploded onto the scene in 2020. Made the leap to the NFL. His issue is lack of high volume sample size as a featured player. Buyers beware. Untapped potential. Can deconstruct blocks, get skinny. Shows processing power after the snap to duck under blocks. Lacks a feel of scraping through traffic, though. His overall quickness, not in speed but confidence in his decision making, leaves doors open for passing for passers and ball carriers to exploit.
I think it's finally just hit that, like the timing thing. Because I've just looked at the thing and gone, Giants on the clock. We've only got 12 more picks to go, and we can go to bed. And it's like, no.
I can say this, Jamie, because it's after the watershed, but you've still got G's fantasy fun time to go.
Welcome back.
Who we have
What's
back?
going on, guys? Still going strong, huh?
Just barely, bro. Just barely, man.
I would not call it strong. I would not call it strong.
Drinks are still flowing a little bit, right?
How you doing, bro?
Good. So how are you guys feeling about the pick, man? I know Cowboys fans are kind of.
I'm not really happy about it. When you really think about it, it's the trade I'm actually quite happy about, because like people are maybe arguing, "Oh, we traded with the Eagles," but when you think about it, they still could have got Smith at 12.
Right.
We just basically fleeced them for an extra 3rd round pick, a guy in the top 100, and we still got we actually save more money in the cap. Maybe not so much, but yeah, we still got the best defensive player on the board available. So I'm happy.
Yeah, I was concerned when I first saw the flash that we traded with the Eagles. I'm like, okay, so what happened? But after seeing how it panned out, I'm definitely okay with it, because hopefully the Cowboys will be aggressive and use the leverage for those 3rd round picks and get aggressive and maybe move back up in the 1st tonight or early in the 2nd and get another corner or safety. So I'm feeling better. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are upset about the Parsons pick. And like I said, if you're trying to toss out the off the field stuff, it's Cowboys. We're used to off the field stuff, and it wasn't that bad for the most part. But I will say he is a game wrecker, and there's going to be anyone defensively that can really change the game defensively. It's going to be Micah Parsons. Now, how is Dan Quinn going to use this with Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith? That's going to be a story we can watch all offseason, because that linebacker room has gotten a lot tighter. And so, it's a thin line especially for Jalen Smith at this point. So we'll see. But I think fixing the front 7 was something I've been, preaching about heavily. And I feel like the Cowboys did that with this pick. And so I'm all supportive of Micah Parsons coming to Dallas. And I think he'll grow on fans.
Yeah, I totally agree, Ben. Totally agree.
I've seen the pick for the Giants.
Oh, the Giants pick is in. Okay.
Are you guys cheating watching on Twitter too?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's like we've got inconsistent feeds, so we might be like 10 seconds behind, 15 seconds from someone else.
We're all over the place, man. That's the hardest part about doing the live streams for the draft. Is like one person is like 30 seconds ahead, and it's like, all right, and Twitter's like 2 years ahead. It feels like so. Yeah, but overall, like I'm hoping that Trayvon Moore can be in play as a trade up candidate, or my guy Asante Samuel Jr. out of Florida State, cornerback. Is one of these guys to shore up the secondary. And I think the Cowboys might be aggressive and make that decision. So we'll see.
Ooh. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting.
I actually see though the Cowboys coming back in the first. I really feel it.
Have you guys seen the Giants pick yet?
Yep.
No.
Wow. I was not expecting that.
If you want.
Do you want me to announce it?
Go with it.
Yeah, stick on the screen.
They've went for Kadarius Toney, wide receiver from Florida.
Tony's solid. I like Tony. Like that was that was Kyle Pitts' Robin, man. Now I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of bummed out when the Falcons took Pitts, man. I had to, I had to go gather myself a little bit, but like I said, I think ultimately Micah Parsons is a solid pick. It fixes a need that we had. So
absolutely, man.
Yeah, Kadarius Toney's solid.
I think he's a solid player. Like really, when you talk about the top three wide receivers, what you do with wide receiver 4, 5, and 6 is up for interpretation. Really, it's what you put in terms of their trait, which is better. You can't really, I think, wide receiver 4, 5, and 6 in this draft. They very much. You can ask 10 people and get 10 different versions of what it is.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys a thought. So what was your thought process when you saw J.C. Horn and then Surtain go? I was kind of bummed out because like if we walk out of this draft without Kyle Pitts, of course, Surtain or Horn or Slater, I kind of feel like we missed the mark, because I didn't know if they were going to actually make him play for Parsons, to be honest with you. And so I was kind of getting worried, like, all right, so what are we about to do with this pick? But how are you guys feeling when, you saw those two go back to back off the board?
I was pretty pissed off.
There was a lot of second teeth.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, I automatically like trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that point.
Yeah.
What is that woman wearing?
Yeah. We kind of went through that doomsday scenario. But like I said, ultimately the Cowboys had a backup plan, and I feel like Parsons is a great addition. So
Yeah, because we had Nick Geatman on the show just right after the pick was made, and he said that Jerry Jones had like Micah Parsons as the best defensive player on his board. Like, even though he still would have picked a cornerback at 10 if they had the choice, but he still ranked Micah Parsons above them.
Right.
Apparently we've traded up to 21. That's what I'm reading online.
What?
Yeah.
Are you joking right now?
Yeah. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm reading.
With what they got, I can see them trading back into the first without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh boy!
Sure I just read wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm sure I've just read that we've traded back into the first round.
Wait,
I've had a notification just come in too.
Oh, we did.
Oh, I've just seen an interesting tweet from Hellman. That's going to make Mike very happy.
Trade it back in.
We traded up.
You're on the show now, Tom.
Yeah, let's go. We're here, guys. Hey, cheers. Let's wake up. Let's party. So,
get me Farley.
You think it's Farley, or I think it's Morig? I think it's Morig.
Yeah, it's Morig. It's Morig.
I've just seen a tweet from David Hellman. He's just said, relieved that JOK isn't going to New York. Posted a minute ago.
JOK. Coming back
JOK is there.
That works.
Aziz Ojulari is there.
If we get JOK and Parsons, yikes.
Yeah.
Paul, he's going to go to bed.
I am not going to sleep today. If we get JOK, I am not getting any sleep tonight.
And the thing is what you got to think about is because people are talking about and I have to talk quietly because my wife has texted me saying keep it down. I'm getting too excited. So what you've got to think about is that you've got Tristan Hill coming back, and he was getting on form. Neville Gallimore, year 2. Anton Woods is back again as well. So, you can argue in some respects, okay, there's question marks there, but that could be a solid, in terms of rotation for the defensive tackle position, quite good. And you get a guy further on down the line into day 2, another defensive tackle. Man, that could be a solid box.
Guys, I'm seeing other tweets. It could be Trevor Morig.
So it's officially traded. It's officially traded.
It's just reports right now, but nothing official yet, and we're not seeing anything on NFL. I've got the.
I've had it. I've had the Cowboys draft show on, and they said on there that there's a trade.
Yeah.
Oh boy, hold on tight, Cowboys.
I'm telling you, for me, there's 3 options really. It's Darasaw, Jeremiah Russo-Koromora, or my particular favorite is Morik.
Or my guy, Sante Samuel Jr. If we draft a Sante Samuel Jr., you guys are about to get a hell of a reaction, man. I might cry. But it's just I think it would be for Trayvon Morik. I think that honestly would be the trade up that they would be considering.
That might get. That would be.
I think Morik is a massive reach.
Right.
At 21, I don't think he needs to play.
No, they haven't.
Again, Barmore is available as well. Oh no, Colts are in. Yeah.
The Colts picked, so no, we've not picked.
I'll delete that tweet.
No, we haven't. Yeah, I saw somewhere that would be traded up.
Yeah, no, mine was on a fantasy football app.
Damn it, Jimmy.
Sorry, I read somewhere that we traded up.
No, I had a notification come through.
Doug, it must be so different for you as if you're talking pure whispery.
Oh yeah, whispery, yeah. Actually. Well, hey guys, I'm gonna come back, but I gotta jump into another stream real quick because they're texting me right now. So let me jump in, and I'll come back, for the reaction.
Just in case, just in case they are trading back in.
All right, see you guys.
See you, man.
No way. Sorry, I saw somewhere that we.
I literally had it come in on my phone, so I had the same.
Maybe it's Tennessee. Maybe it's
22.
Maybe it's the 22nd pick.
Well, again, I'd said 22-23 was where you could get back into the draft with that extra pick and number.
You were right,
99.
Lauren. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think it all depends right here what the Colts do, what they're doing, what the Cowboys will decide to do.
No, I think I know what I've got mixed up. I clicked on the link and it's behind. It still had the Cowboys at 10.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter about it.
No.
Yeah.
Jamie, you got us excited.
I know.
I've seen the pick for the Colts.
You got that safe for the blooper reel, Mike, yeah?
I see the jumps in there. I was like, no way. Oh. So, yeah. That's why we don't do it professional.
I see Mike Parsons is wanting to wear number 11, so he's going to have to be putting a wee paycheck to Cedric Wilson, I think.
I think you can afford it on a first rounder salary.
Yes.
In the top 10.
Yeah. Look what you've done, Jamie.
Okay, has everybody seen the pick?
No, not yet. Oh, that is definitely going to be one of the comments of the night.
What a knobhead I am.
Oh,
I'm blaming the
Jamie.
feed. I literally clicked on the feed for the draft show, and it said,
"Oh, yeah, I just seen it."
Well, it takes them out of our reckoning. So
that's what I was saying. I think it all depended on what this pick was. Cowboys aren't trading back in.
So
Not
where
now.
did you get it from, Mike? Because you said you got.
Yeah,
you said you got
mine.
notification as well.
I did, yeah. But looking at it, it said Cowboys making a trade, but mine was from a fantasy app, and it was like 23 minutes ago. But it was there. It was what had happened is I hadn't opened the notification, so all I seen on my phone was just it sat there. It's like Cowboys trade.
Yeah.
What?
Everyone that's still watching it, right, we do apologize about it has been over
a long day.
It's been a very long day.
Some of us have been awake for 22 hours.
Yeah, Jamie. So, Mike, did you get that mic drop from Jamie? Because that's going on the blooper reel.
I'll be able to save it, don't you worry.
Just get it on YouTube.
Yep. Yep. They'll be getting
Hang on a
clipped.
minute. Hang on a minute. If mine's going on, Mike's going on as well, because Mike was like, I've got it as well. It's Trevor Morig. So he actually named the player.
No, I was like, if they're coming back to trade up, I'd want it to be Trayvon Morig.
Listen, you can get much as well because you don't call him my name.
Can we talk about Trayvon Moore for a minute?
Well, guys, I don't.
Of course.
Well, before you start that, I'm going to say my goodbyes for this evening, guys. I need to start get some shut eye for work. So it's been an absolute pleasure.
Shut it up, what are you doing?
I did. I can't, man. I can't. I can't go. But honestly, guys, it's just been an absolute pleasure. What a day we've had. Thanks to everyone that's actually came by the stream. Everyone that's donated. You guys are the real MVPs. Thank you. So, guys, guys, I'll speak to you later on. All right. So, don't wake me up. Don't wake me up if you do trade. All right. I'll find out in the morning. All right.
I'll phone you when I do the fantasy pick for the thing.
Oh, behave. All right, guys. Take care. All right.
Catch you later.
Good night, Paul. Take it easy.
Night, guys.
And then there were
the Cowboys to trade back in.
Vote 5.
We need the Cowboys. We need the Cowboys to trade back in the first, just to soften the blow.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, right?
Austin, that's
devious. See if we do, he'll be raging that we didn't wake him up.
Especially if we traded up and it was Jeremiah Rose from Koromoa.
Should we all message him in the group saying trade?
No way!
Whose idea?
We'll just
It
message
was
him.
yours, Jamie.
We just message him, right? What number do you think Jamal Adams will take?
Just somebody texting saying, delivery notification, your pizza's outside.
Or actually order him a pizza.
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe this is a stupid question. Could you get a pizza delivered at this hour?
Yeah.
We've tried a taxi.
Somebody would do it. Yeah.
What does everybody else who's tuning in? What do you think we should do to Paul?
And Just in case anybody's wondering, yes, we have gone off the rails. This is it for the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
Utter
Do you know what
chaos.
do you know what the craziest thing about this is? That probably for the last 5 hours, Rich has just been sat with a phone held in front of his face. Not even got the stick to hold it on either. Just sat there like that.
Having to turn it off because it's overheating.
Tell you what though, fair play to him because he's done well on only 2 gig of data.
Oh God!
Oh,
What did you say, Jamie?
He'll come back on with the 2 bits of sellotape like that.
the usual Mr. Bean film with the matchstick.
I've just seen the pick. I've just seen the pick for Tennessee, and they're taking the chance, shall we say?
Lauren, you need to keep us on the straight and narrow. We're flailing here.
Yeah. Like this is going to be of last year's show that we got to 4:00 and we just went bananas. I think literally in the space of 15 minutes we went from here, way up here to here. And literally you could see all of us juggle. So yes, Craig, you're right. Sleep deprivation.
Yep.
Yes, Austin.
Actually, I like this one here.
Yeah, pitch confirmed.
Pits?
No,
I
the
like
pick
this one.
is confirmed for number
You said
22.
pits, Lauren. You said pits.
Pick.
I like this from Austin.
Who said
Let's
tits?
This one from Austin's beginning. Let's ring Paul to say we haven't traded up.
Paul, did you get to bed all right? Yep, cool. Right.
Should we ring him and say Kelsey's come back on? He's definitely come back on for that.
Brian, what do you say?
Oh, I don't think I need to say very much about that topic.
Oh, that's right. Caddy went, didn't he?
So has everybody seen the pick yet?
Not even close.
Do you want me to put it on the screen?
Yeah, go first.
Caleb Parlett.
No.
Yep.
Ooh.
Who's your highest player left on the board? I've got JOK at 14.
Or Ojulari.
And Elijah
Defensive
Daraso and Barmore.
Yeah, I've got Daraso still. He's still one of my top 10 players.
Karamoa, Elijah, and Daraso at 14, 15, and 16.
And Newsom as well.
So my top 3, Daraso, Veritucker, JOK.
Vera Tucker's gone.
Vera Tucker's been taken.
God damn it.
Daraso,
Daraso,
This
JOK.
is the second time, Mike.
I missed it. Daraso, JOK, Bateman.
Just to remind you, Mike, the Cowboys took Rondell Moore.
Mike, do you want me to run down through the picks again?
Yeah,
just to refresh your memory.
Check them out.
So obviously, number one, Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguars. Jets took Zach Wilson. 49ers took Trey Lance. Falcons took Kyle Pitts. Bengals took Jamar Chase. Dolphins took Jalen Waddle. Detroit took Penei Sewell. The Panthers took J.C. Horn. The Broncos took Patrick Surtain. The Eagles took Devontae Smith. Justin Fields was taken by the Bears. We have taken Micah Parsons, linebacker out of Penn State on the Big Ten. 13 was Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle. 14 was Elijah Vera, of offensive tackle, and that was to the New York Jets. 15, the Patriots took Mac Jones. 16, the Cardinals took Zaven Collins. 17, the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood. 18, the Dolphins took Jalen Phillips. 19, the football team took Jamin Davis. At 20, the Giants reached their asses off and took Kadarius Toney. The Indianapolis Colts took Kwity Paye from Michigan, and the last pick is the Titans have taken Caleb Farley, quarterback for Virginia Tech. We have 10 picks to go.
Do you guys see another trade happening between now and then?
I think Graham's dad might be disappointed in the Packers might trade.
I think there's one more trade.
I would like to think the Cowboys traded back up to about 27, 28 maybe. Don't think someone agreed with that comment there. I heard somebody crying about it.
So we did, in the off season, we did a nice little video. And that video is of Micah Parsons. Let me find it.
Very good.
Yeah.
I'd laugh if this were like a video of Nick Moulton or somebody.
There we go. Micah Parsons. We will ship it. And press that button.
Just because we're all so tired, we didn't agree to do this tomorrow as well, did we?
I can't remember.
We did.
Yeah, it's 72 hours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the plan is next year. The plan is next year is to do all 3 days continuous.
Yeah.
You mean like no sleep all the way through?
Yeah. That was your idea.
We agreed. Yeah. Graham liked that idea.
Tell you what, Mike, you can do it, and we'll just send you some. We'll send you comments.
If I said to the wife, I was like, "Look, you can't bother me for 3 days. I'm on a show," she would just be like, "Okay, you'll be hearing from my solicitor."
Craig just smashed this one on the head. To be fair, this one's a good one from Craig.
Yeah.
We do. Do you know what? No, we had a really good plan for next year. It was actually Jamie's idea, and I like you, Jesus, Jay, and I quite like it. I quite liked your idea for next year's draft. We can't say anything because we'll have to wait and see.
I can't remember what I said. That's I can't remember.
Do you want the honest truth?
Yes, sir.
No.
I said the honest
truth. And it's one of Mike's big board.
Yay.
Austin was asking for a hint, but I can't even remember what I can't remember what it was.
Oh, look who's in the house.
Big B.
So welcome back in, Barry.
How's it going, bro?
Come on. Press this.
What do you
Mr. Barry?
How the heck are you guys?
Ah, there he is. Oh, there he is.
We're running on fumes now, Barry, I think.
How the heck are you guys holding up?
Not too bad, Barry. Not too bad. Heart rate is finally down.
I mean, Paul's gone to bed. Paul let us down.
Yeah, he gave up.
With a wee spike there when Jamie sort of read something about a trade bringing the Cowboys back into the first round, and then he realised that it was actually reading about him trading down to the Eagles. So
it's a delay feed. Damn Yorkshire internet. Fucking dial up. You know what I mean? All stars dial up in 2020.
What are you on about dial up, Jay? You've got dial up. You know, in the film Crocodile Dundee, where he's got that little stick on a rope. That's how you dial people up.
You guys are getting punch drunk.
But what's funny is, like, all Barry does is sing our praises, and now he's watching us in our sleep deprived mode. He's just like, no, I can't back these guys up. They're really weird.
We're looking for a new sponsor next week.
Yeah, I'll try to phone him next week, and he'll be like, "This number is no longer able to get hold of. You have been blocked."
This number has been discontinued.
So Darisaw went to the Vikings.
Who did the Vikings
and
pick? Darisaw.
Darisaw.
Steelers pick is in.
Have they gone running back?
It has to be.
Let's see.
Steelers. Let me look at my boards.
What do you reckon, Barry? Do you want the Cowboys to trade back in the first?
Oh, I've got just a minute. Steelers.
I mean, a peanut.
I know I'm just chocolate.
Yeah, I think it's running back.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. No, actually, Najee Harris.
It is.
Harris is the better fit because he's more like what they've had before.
Yeah. Pass catchability.
My bum cheeks have gone right numb. Not that you needed to know, but
So earlier on, I was getting so tired my eyes are sweating. Now my teeth are sweating.
I can see what your wife sees in you, Mike.
Another thing as well I've just realised is I've spent 24 hours in this hat. It's brand new and I haven't taken it off. I dread to know what it's going to be like when I take it off. Here we go.
How many hours you got to go?
3 hours and 18 minutes.
Two and a half ish. It's Najee Harris.
3:18, Barry.
I do like it. I love Najee Harris. I do love him. For a guy his size as well, he shouldn't be able to move the way he does, but he does.
Another Bama off the board. Unbelievable.
Great pick. Great, yeah. It's a great pick.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Craig.
It's a crazy question. Did Craig not say he was tapped out about an hour ago?
I don't know.
No,
Can't remember.
I think what's become entertainment for people now is just watching some crazy people on the internet, like trying to deal with whatever's going on here right now.
It went so well till about pick 16. It's just come down.
That was the wall.
Yeah. Come on, we can power
What's
through
funny
this.
is Graham's like really excited to talk fantasy football after the draft.
I'm with you, Graham. I'm with you.
You better
I don't
believe
even know
it.
if I could spell. I don't even think I could spell fantasy.
Do you know what I think we should do after the last pick? We should have a sleeping contest. Let's see who can go to sleep last.
Now,
Well, I think what I'll do is I'll just start talking and I'll see what I can get away with. You know, so you've got the 49ers have got great receivers and
something.
I can't even remember his name.
Trey Lance.
No. You know, I think Trey Lance is going to have a great time throwing to Jerry Rice and just off the rails.
Dwight Clark and
Roger Waters. Or Ricky
Oh,
Waters.
God.
Sorry, Ricky Waters.
Ricky Waters.
Yeah.
Who wants a ball? Barry's just sitting there like, what have I let myself in for you?
The guy from Sky Sports said, analytics view guys flagging yet. Can reply, I think we were flagging 4 days ago.
Barry, I think you can cancel him at Smith. We're not ready.
This is so fun.
Right, oh yeah. We're on this, aren't we?
Has Brian gone to the toilet for a sleep?
He's not ready for Michael Irvin then, huh?
I think
Yeah,
he'd
did he
certainly
really-
wake us up anyway.
Yeah, we have said, Barry, because Paul's gone to bed. We was like, so like we're like, don't worry, we'll ring you when the Cowboys trade back into the first. So we're going to ring him to say that they haven't traded, just to wind him up. I'll ask him if he's got to bed okay.
That will be announced, Austin, after the draft. So we'll announce it on next week's show.
Who what do you think of the pick, Barry?
I loved it. I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you all something after the show then too as well. So, but yeah, I think I heard him then. I heard him with Broadus on the post game, and yeah, sounds like he heard him with Broadus.
I think
he's a very confident individual,
Hmm.
and now he wants number 11, which is Cedric Wilson's number. So that's going to be interesting.
I think a lot of people would have been happy with Parsons at 10, and then they realise that he comes with a third-round pick in his pocket, and it just makes it even sweeter. And the guys were saying before, it makes it even sweeter that we took a pick off of the Eagles. So we've downgraded their draft class on the first day.
And here's something we kind of haven't mentioned, right? The Eagles traded for a wide receiver, not a quarterback, and Justin Fields was there. Are they tanking again? Are they really going to run into the season with Jalen Hurts at quarterback?
Good for us.
Exactly, Barry.
The banter with the new rookie has already started. Zeke tweeted him an hour ago saying, "Don't touch me in practice, Rook," with a laughing face. So he's replied with loads of laughing faces saying, "We'll see."
That old Penn State Ohio State rivalry.
I just realised as well. I'm taking Travis Jr. to school in the morning. Bugger.
Dear.
What time you taking him?
8:30, so I got to go another hour on top.
Oh,
damn it! I think I might do the trick you just said, Jay. Be like, I'll tell Rian, I'll be like, yeah, I'll take him to school. I'm just going to the toilet, and then just lock the door. Use the flannel as a pillow.
Oh, just don't take him to school.
That works too. That works too.
Just give her 50 quid to go shopping. You'll be all right.
Oh, I could be
I'd
like,
say to you-
we're going to go in the car and put him in the seat and then just go to sleep. You can't go anywhere. He's tied in with the seatbelt.
I know. Just finish. Just say to her, I'll take you out. I'll take him to school. Say, will you just put him in the car? And she walks out to put him in the car. You just lock the door and make sure you've got the key. She's got no keys.
Yeah.
Jaguar's
That
picked in.
That works too.
Yeah.
And we've gone running back.
Do you know what was funny? Is what I liked is when we come up with the 24-hour show idea. Jamie was like, before I come up with it, he was like, well, at least on like when we got to do a draft show, the Cowboys have got the 10th pick. We'll be over like really quickly. No. We're gonna do a 24-hour draft show.
Never listening to you again.
Okay. So we have a plan. This was Jamie's idea for next year's draft show. And I quite like this, Jay. And the plan is for next year's draft show is I suppose we could do a 24-hour draft show again. But what we will do is all in one location.
Yeah, but just for the draft. Can't do 24 hours.
And it can't be a bar.
Just be like,
it can't be a bar. The whole thing would go off the rails. It's got to be someone's house or a.
You need to take Shannon Gross up on his idea and fly you all over here and do it from here.
That's even better.
Do you know?
Yeah, I'm like that
as well.
Barry.
Yeah.
Is when he said that, I was like, ooh. And Barry was only saying the other week, when are we all going over?
Mel Cooper will be furious. That's back-to-back running backs in the first round.
I'm guessing the pick was Travis Etienne, was it?
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Message me. What on earth?
Paul messaged us.
Get back on.
What?
Get him back on here.
What's he done as well on this one?
I have legs on his bed snap.
That boy's on his phone in his bed.
Springs go through his back.
Alrighty.
And pancake eater.
Oh man.
Gents, I'm gonna have to call it a night. I can't do anything with my phone overheating. I'm mad.
You could have called it a night an hour ago, and nobody would have been none the wiser.
He has really struggled on there.
You could have just sat a photograph in front of your phone.
Fucking should have as well. Should have just stuck it on him.
You can't go until you've had your chocolate pudding. You've not eaten it yet.
Did someone mute him?
Someone muted him.
No, he's muted
No, I
himself.
don't think so. No, don't think so.
Rich a dare is a dare. Get that chocolate pudding into you, son.
No. There's a good point. Next year draft, we'll have the 32nd pick.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
That's going to be an awful long night.
What, like this one?
No, this is a long day, Michael.
Yeah, so that's the plan, is for
I can't
everyone
like
to try and
white,
get into
so-
one location.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hawaii.
So we're all crashing Shannon Gross's house. That sounds like the idea.
Well, no, don't forget, we're all crashing your house next year.
Well, that
The
goes
Nebraska
without saying.
Illinois game.
Yeah,
old,
goes without saying.
old Mr. Barry's coming too as well.
September.
Yes.
Yes.
Barry
That's
is
still in
more
the
than welcome.
cards. That is still in the cards.
Yeah.
Browns picks in.
Yeah.
This is, please don't say this is going to be up. Koronora. It can't go to Cleveland. That's just not fair.
You're all right.
That's all right.
But it is defense.
Jeez. So one of our number one fans, Ken, can't believe we're still going. I've just got up for work. Yes, Ken, we're still going.
You don't have a date on that yet, do you?
Not yet, no. Yeah, not yet. That's all I can say to that one.
Barry's at the airport now,
Usually-
isn't
What was funny is when I talked to Barry about it, chatting away, and he's like, "Hold on a minute, can you tickety?" So what are you doing? I'm looking how much flights cost. He'd already planned it. That is commitment.
We're not that time. We did just see someone on the screen with a pumpkin head, didn't we? And we're just not hallucinating.
It's Pumpkinhead from Draft Day.
Yeah, I thought it was. I just thought I'd best double check.
Nick Bolton.
No,
that's what I reckon.
Oh, I thought you.
Can you imagine the Guinness factory with all us touring it? Oh my goodness!
I love that tour. I really love that tour.
And what's really good is you get a lot of people going to the Guinness factory and they've never tried Guinness before. And so you'll get their pint at the end. They'll have one sip and go, yeah, it's not for me. So you wait. You just wait until
We'll do a
starts emptying out.
We'll do a live broadcast from there.
Oh, yeah.
From the storehouse looking out on Dublin. Absolutely fantastic.
You just wait for everybody to start leaving, and they've all left their pints where they've only had a sip and gone, oh, okay. And you go around and you just sweep up. You mind sweep.
And then you go up the road to Whiskey Corner as well.
And grab some poutine.
Yeah, don't you worry. I will get you some of that, Michael.
No. Oh, Greg Newsom.
Wow.
So that was a guy. If you remember this morning, he was one of the guys where it was like, is there a way he can get into the first? Turns out, yes.
All we need is Cosme now.
Yeah.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here. Is that the third Northwestern player in the first round?
Let me double check.
Rashawn Slater is one.
One, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody being nobody else, has there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it so far.
Greg Newsom, where is it?
Yeah, I'm going to do that from now on.
Yeah, sorry, it's two. It's two.
It's
for my mic on that one, I must have been off thinking I put it depends on how high Satine and Horn go. If they go early, we will probably see Newsom go at as early as 18. So 8 picks later.
So Barmore's still available.
And JOK.
I know
Morgan's still there.
Ojolari.
Morig's still there, yeah.
Morig's still there. I don't think Morig is going in the first. I honestly don't. I'm not even convinced he's the first safety going.
He might be a shout for the Packers in 2 picks' time.
You think?
Because the three corners have gone, or the 4 corners have gone. Sorry, and and they don't take offensive skill position in the first round. I'm trying to. They might take Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins is still on the board.
There's 5 players that I'd still trade up for.
They could be interested in Barmore as well.
Because he's a player.
I would say against that because they took Rashawn Gary not long ago.
Yeah. Like they play base 3-4. Rashawn Gary's their Sam linebacker. And he's the reserve Sam linebacker behind Zadarius Smith. They took him in 2019.
Ravens.
Oh, no, it's Kenny Clark. I'm thinking.
You reckon this could be
So
Jenkins, maybe?
Yeah. Kenny Clark was 2016. Himself and Dean Lowry in the same class.
Do I look creased?
Do you know what?
Yes.
Okay.
Just thinking. So how are the plans for the 2021 season coming on, Barry?
What's that? I'm sorry.
How's the planning forward for the 2021 season coming for the Cowboys experienced crew? How's it all coming
Have
along?
everything out. We should have everything out next week. It's everything's been just a little bit of a delay. Everything's kind of still feeling everything out and what's happening. And
is there still plans to go full capacity at AT&T? Yeah.
I think so. I think they're going to open it up. You know, the first Rangers game this year, baseball was 100%. But then they cut it back after that. I'm not sure if the Cowboys still go 100%, but I think they'll be pretty close to it because by that time, I mean, our governor already says no. Yeah, undid all the masks and everything. So, but a lot of companies still have the option there.
Who give Ben Isaacs a bit of stick earlier on Twitter? I'll say stick. He tweeted it about half an hour ago saying UK fans are flagging it now at 4 a.m. I went to bed at 9, set my alarm for 1, so I feel great. So unless it's Rich, just reply to him. We've been streaming since 7:30 a.m. and we're still here.
Oh yes,
he is a good burner.
Yes,
that
is
dangerous.
Brilliant. So Barry, one of the comments here is coming in. Is there the boxing next week? They're expecting 60 to 70,000. Is that true?
I don't think anything's been out in the public yet.
Yeah,
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard anything official yet.
I'm assuming that's for Cinco de Mayo celebrations, is it?
Okay, yeah, I heard that's going to be a big event. But as far as the Cowboys, I don't think they made any official announcements yet.
Yeah, no trouble.
Yeah, I think it's for some kind of
James
boxing. Canelo's fighting here again, I think.
Yeah, I think that's someone dropped that in there. It's Canelo and it's not Billy Joe Saunders, is it? They'd be in the same weight class.
Just so answer the question, Ken. Yes, we traded down 2 spots with the Eagles. They took wide receiver, and then we took Micah Parsons at 12. But we also got a 3rd round pick in return.
Yeah.
James Slater tweeted that he said the Cowboys did extensive research on linebacker Micah Parsons in the event that the 2 corners weren't there. When asked what stood out on tape. He's big, he's fast, and can rush, blitz, and cover tight ends.
Yeah.
Ravens picks in, and it's another into the first round that we discussed this morning.
Wow.
Go on, Lauren. Tell me it's Sam Cosme.
It's
Make
not.
me happy.
It's wide
You're not making
receiver.
me happy. Elijah Moore.
No, wide receiver.
Elijah Moore is a wide receiver.
Sorry, yes, sorry.
Another wide receiver.
Another wide receiver.
Another wide receiver.
Minnesota.
Bateman is still on the board, and he's the best receiver that I know.
Taken. That's
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah.
That's the only way they can seem to get wide receiver help, because I mean, you look at the list they went after in free agency. They tried to get one of the Steelers receivers.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah, tried to get him. I think they got.
I can tell you now. Just give me a sec. Graham.
Flag.
Just give me a sec. I have the Baltimore roster. I'm just pulling it up here in front of me.
Ravens.
So they picked up Sammy Watkins.
That's the one, Sammy Watkins.
Yeah. So their receiving room is Marquise Brown, Sammy Watkins, Miles Boykin, Devin Duvernay, James Prochet, and then Deion Kane is still there, who I think he was at Clemson in 2015, 2016. So
did we mean to put
makes sense.
Parsons up?
Yeah, I've just put it up for people like Ken who just read.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have tweeted out the call that they made to Micah Parsons, and on a clipping of it, Micah goes straight to Coach McCarthy. Let's get to work right now. He's very pumped. So I think we need to pump ourselves up somehow, don't we? What we're thinking for this next pick?
So this is Green Bay Packers pick. It's the most important pick in the draft because Sir Ian Wilson will be happy or sad based on this. I don't care about Aaron Rodgers and how he feels about this pick. I just want Mr. Wilson to be happy.
Yeah. It's
the Saints still in.
Because it's the Saints that are on the clock at the minute.
Ooh.
I don't think
It is New Orleans Saints.
He's never made a press for a skill position in the first round. I think he's always been quite happy to find value elsewhere. I mean, I think once they start getting people like Adams in the second round, he just seems to be quite happy and trust. You know, if they always look to build in the trenches in the first round. I think the Packers. I would keep an eye out for Tevin Jenkins here. I think that idea is growing on me.
Let's give me 1 sec.
That would be my shout.
Yeah,
not at 28, at 29.
29.
I got
Yeah, like their right tackle is not great. I think it's Billy Turner. Don't really know who he is. There's Bakhtiari obviously on the left side, but I think Tevin Jenkins is more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So it would make sense for him.
They've also lost their centre as well.
Corey
He's
Linsley,
he's now in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think he went to the Chargers. What's that? I think he went to the Chargers. Yeah. So who would that bring? Go on, Lord.
Saints pick at 28 is a bit of a reach, I would say.
Yeah, hey, none of that.
Quitty Pay has has had quite a story getting into the NFL. Most importantly, his mum worked 3 jobs to get him there. He's now just said that she can
Fade,
retire.
Mike, you're fading.
Hey, that isn't the craziest thing about Quitty Pay. The craziest thing about Quitty Pay was that he was born in a refugee camp.
Wow. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Was Quitty
In
Pay the pick?
In Sierra Leone.
Who was the pick, Lauren?
The pick was Peyton Turner.
Who?
Oh, that's a huge reach.
Not
Peyton
even
Turner's an
right.
offensive tackle.
No, defensive end. Sorry. Wait a minute. Do you not? Yeah, Peyton Turner, defensive end.
And where's he from?
Houston.
Houston. Yeah, that's a huge reach. He was third round guy.
Yep.
So we are into the most important pick, Graham Wilson. You have
not the
Zizo
most
Larry,
important.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Trayvon Morig, Tevin Jenkins, Rondale Moore. You know, you've a lot of guys there available to you.
Well, thanks, Jamie.
They
Tell
are
us,
nice.
Sorry, Barry.
And to answer the question, yeah, they're very comfortable. They're sort of like. There you go. I quite like them.
Okay, Cowboys.
Go on, Lon.
Cowboys are holding a press conference on the draft show, so that would suggest we are done
They're
for the
done.
night.
Yeah, they're done.
They're done. Yeah. And to be fair, Nick logged straight back in with us as soon as the pick was made. Barry and more or less said, yeah, they're done for the night. He was the highest player on their defensive player on their board. So yeah, he said he didn't envisage anything, and that 4 picks would be used tomorrow.
Making tomorrow interesting though, just for the fact that
well, maybe they can move up, a little bit.
That's what I think they'll do. They'll definitely, and it's going to be. Let's have a look. Board. It's going to be Azeez Ojulari, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I can't see it being Nick Bolton. They're not going to take the same type guy twice. And Trayvon Morig.
That's right. Yeah, Moore is still out there.
They're the sort of guys I can see him going for. Maybe I can't see that. Eric Stokes, Georgia Corner.
I still think Javon Holland is the safety they're interested in. He was mentioned more than once by the home Cowboys. You know. So I don't think Moore could be the safety they'd pick.
Anybody just listen to Ian Rappaport?
Yeah.
No.
Saying that because obviously Rodgers is disgruntled now, they could go receiver here to try and sway him back. Wow.
Makes
Aaron Rodgers actually one TD pass to a first round receiver last year, and it was to Mercedes Lewis. He wasn't even their first round pick.
No. Their second tight end.
Got for me options.
Mike.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Austin, Michael do one with you.
So Packers are in.
We won't be doing a show tomorrow. Day
Probably
3
on for about 3 weeks.
The issue with day 3 is I'm in work, so it'll be up to the other guys.
I don't think we should do a show for about 3 weeks.
Oh, Packers are taking another Mike, and it's not a wide receiver.
Oh, great! Get your dad on inside scoop of how the Packers
Cornerback,
fan base is feeling.
Georgia.
Tyson Campbell.
Stokes.
They took Stokes. Wow. I guess I owe you a fiver on that, Mike. You said Stokes, I said Campbell.
Call it a beer.
You know I'll give you a beer.
Yes. What else? Oh, man.
So we're down to the last 3 picks. We have the Bills, the Ravens, and the Tom Brady's to pick.
La, 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 la.
There are a lot of good players still available.
What's everybody? What are you 5 thinking? And also everybody that's tuning in. What are you thinking for these next 3 picks? Who do you think each team's going to take? The Packers, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Bucks. Sorry, the next 4 picks. Sorry. What do you all reckon? It's coming off the board.
I'll throw a name in for the Bills, and it's Mike's guy that he had as his number 1 corner or running back, Javonte Williams. That's a name to watch for.
They need running back.
Like they have Singletary and they have Moss, and they don't seem to have settled on them. So they could be the names you're looking at.
Which
I'll just go back. I'll go back to their teams if you keep talking for a second.
Ravens will take Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, Ravens always have players just bullshit.
Yeah.
Surely will Sakarimo won't drop into the 2nd round.
Yeah. And if he does, expect the Cowboys to trade him.
Yeah, Steve, that's what we're calling running back for the Bills and Javonte Williams.
And
their other needs are cornerback, edge, and wide receiver. So could we see back-to-back Georgia cornerbacks and Tyson Campbell goes here?
Aaron Rodgers I bet Aaron Rodgers just called his agent.
I wonder how many of them are giggling under their masks. Just like sitting there going, yeah.
I don't know, talk about what?
Whatever.
We'll show you.
Yeah.
Calvin,
this time next year we'll be kings.
Calvin Watkins has just tweeted saying Jerry Jones has said there was no consideration to get back in the 1st round after selecting Micah Parsons. Jones said at the team's call, but the Cowboys wanted to stay put.
Being the big D.
Yeah. So Urban Meyer has just said at the Jacksonville Jaguars press conference, Travis Etienne will be used as a 3rd down back. So they're obviously intending to run with James Robinson as their bell cow.
Putting him in for 3rd down situations, is that a bit high to take at 25 for a specific thing like that?
So here's a scenario for you. So Tampa have returned all 22 starters. Is there a case for us to package a 2nd and a 3rd and try and get up to 32nd so that we can get a 5th round option on somebody? His fifth year option on some.
I don't think so. Like, they've held a press conference. I can't see them doing it.
I'm just looking here. The options they got to them at the start of day 2, if they wanted to trade up in the second round, JOK, Aziz Ojolari, Nick Bolton, Trayvon Mulray, Gregory Rousseau, Eric Stokes has just gone, Christian Barmore, Creed Humphrey, and Joseph
Landon Dickerson.
Joseph and Javon Holland. There's just so many options. I think
A lot of good picks out there left.
There's loads. There's absolutely a ton of.
You want to give it to us, Barry? You want to give us the pick?
I'm looking. There's still a lot of guys left for the boys tomorrow. There's still a lot of good choices.
Yeah.
I like what Graham said. I like to package a little something and move up earlier.
If nothing else, but for the 5th year option, I think that's a huge carrot, especially when they'd only have to go up. Is it 10 places? They'd have to go up.
12.
12.
They're at 44.
I mean, I'm only thinking because Tampa returned every single starter, so they're already a Super Bowl team. There's no real reason to bite on somebody if they don't particularly like who they're biting on.
The pick's in for the Bills. I'll let you know as soon as I see it.
I've stopped pressing the buttons now. Javonte, it's got to be Javonte Williams. And that's crazy that they get him a big 30.
Had anyone taken the over on the 2.5 running backs going in the first round?
No, I wish I had though.
I had a feeling it might happen, but I wouldn't have put money on it.
See, yeah, that's fine. And then the ideal thing to happen here is that the Bucks take Gregory Rousseau if we don't trade in at 32. They take Gregory Rousseau.
Albert Breer's saying he's heading north, so I think this could be the Bills. Yeah, Bills have taken Rousseau.
Oh.
Not a bad pick to be fair. That.
Hope he likes the cold weather.
And the snow.
And their amazing practice facilities that Cole Beasley showed us.
Yeah, he must not have sleep like you guys when Cole said that.
Yeah. It's like the Star in Frisco or a rickety steel building.
Yeah. I still can't believe Cole said that.
I know.
Man alive.
He sure had a great year, though.
He did. He's just he's so quick, isn't he? I do miss Cole. I do miss him.
Good player.
Yeah.
I think way back when he almost quit. He almost gave it up the first week.
Yeah.
Well, he did quit, didn't he? And then he came back.
Yeah.
He officially quit. He was like, "Yeah, no, I'm done. Bye."
Baltimore Ravens are up with pick 31. Their primary
David
needs
is
edge,
really tall.
edge,
He's so
safety,
tall.
wide receiver. David rest wide receiver. Mike, would the Baltimore Ravens be a target or a spot for Trayvon Morig?
Baltimore Ravens. We go through this now.
They have their free safety is Sean Elliott.
What about tackle?
Tackle's a good option.
Yeah.
Safety. Yeah.
They've Ronnie Stanley as their left tackle. So he's not moving, but they've Tyre Phillips is their right tackle, so maybe he'd be replaceable.
Yeah, not a name I recognise.
Yeah.
Jalen Mayfield or even Sam Cosme.
Sam Cosme, Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, I think
both there.
If Baltimore don't take Cosme, then he'll drop into second.
What's their D line like? Name off their
What?
D line. Name off
Their
Ravens
D-line is Derek Wolf. Oh. Derek Wolf and Calais Campbell, and the nose tackling is I can't think of the first name is Williams.
Brandon Williams.
Brandon Williams. Yeah. And they've Justin Madubuike, who they picked up last year as well in that rotation. With Chris Rivers. Yeah. They're very
that
poor
seems like to
drafting.
me. Defensive
You see, they're
line
very
is a
poor.
need for them.
Yeah.
Big time.
They're very poor on drafting defensive line. Like all their starters, they haven't drafted any of their starters. Surprised Harbaugh has taken this long. He's okay.
What's this?
I'm surprised Harbaugh was taking this long. I mean, he never.
Short round, Mike.
Harbaugh's very, and especially Eric DaCosta. They're pretty much take our guys, get it done. You know, I'm surprised it's taking this long.
So it's showing that we've got four people tuned in. So give us a shout. Who is it that's still online? Let's see everybody laughing at Mike. Mike looks like he's had about 12 rounds with a pint of wine.
I'm going to say Steve is still with us anyway. He's definitely there.
Yeah, Steve.
Just a shout out, Steve.
Right, I'm going to go and feed the dog, I think. So, 2 seconds.
Yeah, go for it, Lord. It's amazing how we are not even putting stuff in the window at the minute. So I'm going. I'll see you.
Yeah, we should just get like a sign saying back in 5, gone to the shop. Yeah, fucking brilliant. So what's the plan for the weekend then, Barry? What you got planned? Causing trouble somewhere, getting drunk.
Gonna check out my airfare to over to Ireland.
There you go. Well, the funny thing is, Barry, it's bank holiday weekend here in Ireland, and I'm having people over, and I'm actually doing a brisket for the visitors. So I have one of those, those big green egg Kamado ovens. I have one of those, and I'm going to do it on Saturday night into Sunday. So,
oh wow,
I'm losing my mind.
Good.
So I will let you know how it goes. I'll probably make a total of Hames to make a mess, but look, you got to try it out.
You have to reach out to. You have to friend request Corey Proctor. He used to play with the Cowboys. He's cooking all the time with his big green egg.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's posting stuff, and it makes you hungry as heck just looking at some of the stuff he pulls off.
Yeah. I was literally writing that on my hands.
Yeah. He used to play with Mark Colombo and Leonard Davis those days with that line, and he's a great guy. He's a good friend of mine. So if you need any info or need help, contact. Yeah.
Come on, Mike, dig deep.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just checking that my eyelids still work.
Yeah, he actually sounds drunk. This is awesome.
You guys starting to look a little worn out there.
Yeah.
I haven't. I've just realised I haven't drawn my shades, and it's actually getting light outside.
Are you going the last couple hours, or after Tampa Bay
Yeah.
say, okay, that's it?
Yeah.
No, I'm committing. Even
I'm committing. We said 24 hours, and I'm going to do 24 hours.
See it through. Listen, we can't go 22 hours and not see it through. Come on.
Yeah.
Actually, can we not really class 6 o'clock because we're up at 6 o'clock? We're on at 7.
No, Jamie. 24 hours is 24 hours.
No cutting corners. We're not Eagles fans.
None of that. Exactly, Graham. I like it.
You're not getting up with 5 minutes to go in the game and walking out, giving up.
Yeah.
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 No one likes a quitter. Quitters for fools.
Yeah. I mean, if Greg Zerline, hadn't tried that banana kick.
I hope Mike makes it. He's gonna have to take a couple toilet breaks or something.
It's 5 o'clock, so in about 40 minutes, I would have been up 24 hours.
Yeah. You can do it, Mike.
Like, it's definitely that early. I'm talking about feeding dogs. Steve's feeding cat.
Yeah. Starting to get bright.
I've still got lights on. I've got main living room light on. Got back light on. I'm scared if I turn the big main light up, I'll fall asleep on the sofa. Let's have a look.
Hey, Jamie, have you had any cold ones yet? I'm like shocked. You getting ready for a couple cold ones or not yet?
Oh, I contemplated it about 11 o'clock.
You did,
Harry, but like if I had one, I think it would have sent me to sleep. So I've been on the H2O.
Chasing away to the Ravens.
I missed those world famous Jamie calls about 3 a.m. on a Saturday night. Hey, how you doing? Remember Brian a couple of weeks ago? Hey,
I do. All I heard from one side was, I've just been talking to Barry. I was like, shit, I better check that Barry's okay. And it was like, it was hilarious. I think Jamie's going to bail out in 10 minutes. He's going to be asleep.
Nah, I'm good, man. I've just.
You sure? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here till the end.
Good man, Jamie. Good man.
But like you say, it's for cause. I've got no to do tomorrow. Seeing as I'm on gardening leave, so I might as well have a sleep in.
Yeah. So we're up to the last pick in the first round.
Yeah.
It's with the Tom Brady's and the Glazer family and their runaway European Super League.
Stretch.
They handed that card in really quick.
The Bucks did?
And the pick is in.
Wow.
Elijah Moore. That's a lovely pick for them right here.
I still think it's crazy they've returned all 22 starters. They literally have no needs.
That's what I was saying. I think, if you want to build on what you've got, strength on strength, because their wide receiver core is really good. Build strength on strength. Take Elijah Moore right here. Amazing pick.
Oh, that isn't the pick. They haven't announced it yet.
No. Pick is in still.
I'm saying like that would, for me, that would be a good pick for them.
Yeah.
They just re-signed Brown though.
Yeah.
Nope.
No. Pick is in still.
Mark was wrong.
Oh wow. Like that would, for me, that would be a good pick for them.
Yeah.
They just re-signed Brown.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Like that would, for me, that would be a good pick for them.
Yeah.
Oh, have you seen that one?
That's a
Yeah.
surprising pick.
Have you seen the Bucks pick?
Yeah. Not yet.
That is it, guys.
We did it.
Well, we did the draft bit.
Yeah.
Only 2 hours to go, mate.
Not to.
2 more hours. 2 more hours.
2 hours, 30 minutes.
Do you know what? I'm gonna, if this is okay with you guys, I'm gonna try and just give us a bit of a perk up. Just some of my
2 more hours. 2 more hours.
Mike asked me to do something the other day. So if this is not jumping the gun, does anybody want some fun facts about the draft?
Go on, Jamie, do it.
Shall we do it?
Some of these are quite funny.
Yeah, so there's 10 of them, so we'll go through them. So, anybody want some fun facts about the draft?
Go on, Jamie, do it.
I've got
Some of these are quite funny.
Yeah, so there's 10 of them, so we'll go through them. Hang on a sec. Right, so the 2020 draft had more viewers than the entire NBA playoffs.
True.
Yeah, which is the Bucks kicker and Super Bowl winner of last year, Ryan Suckup, is only the second Mr. Irrelevant to win the Super Bowl. Jim Finn of the Bears won it in 2007 with Giants. In modern NFL history, there have only been 2 drafts that didn't have one Hall of Famer selected. That was 84 and 92. Only one team in history has selected 4 players in the first round. That was the 2000 New York Jets. And they selected Sean Ellis out of Tennessee at 12, John Abraham out of South Carolina at 13, Chad Pennington out of Marshall at 18, and Anthony Becht out of West Virginia at 27. I'm going to leave this one to the next one to last because it's a bit of a funny one. Actually, these 2 to last because me and Michael after these. So Washington didn't make a single first-round pick for the entirety of the 1970s and only made 3 between 1969 and 1990, and 2 of them, Art Monk in 80 and Darryl Green in 83, are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The Buccaneers once selected a player incorrectly due to a miscommunication. The team were debating between Booker Reese, a pass rusher, and Sean Farrell, an offensive lineman out of Penn State. But the executive Ken Horrock explained that the talk was that they needed either player, and after mulling it over, they decided to go with Reese. But because of the noise in the office, a colleague on the phone didn't hear them say Booker Reese, and the colleague handed the card with Farrell's name on it. Barry Sanders was the first junior allowed to enter the draft. The 2011 Ravens tried making a trade, but the other team didn't bring it through to the NFL, meaning they missed out using the 26th pick, but it ended up picking Jimmy Smith after the Chiefs selected at 27. To make it even funnier, GM Ozzy Newsom was on the phone with the team with doing the trade at the time, whilst Jim Harbaugh was on the phone to the pick that they were going to make. In 2003, the Vikings had the 7th pick, but after trying to get a trade, the league confirmed that the trade hadn't gone through, which the Jags and the Ravens pounced on, jumping above them when they realised the mistake. The Vikings ended up having to select Kevin Williams. And then 2002, the Vikings had another near miss. The Cowboys traded down from 6 to 8 with the Chiefs, but the Vikings thought the Chiefs had run out of time and handed the card in to select Ryan Sims. But the league confirmed that the Chiefs had not missed their pick and they'd actually selected Sims. The first ever draft pick was Heisman winner Jay Berwanger out of Chicago. He was taken by the Eagles. He demanded around $1,000 a game. They offered him 125, and most players only got 50. And he was subsequently traded to the Bears, where he asked for a 2-year, $25,000 deal with a no-cut clause. After agreeing the deal with George Hallis, he shook his hand and then decided to walk away from football. Berwanger went on to founded the company that makes the plastic strips that go around your car windows. And when he sold it in 1992, it was grossing at $30 million a year. Norm Michael, a fullback out of Syracuse, this is the best one, was selected in the 20th round, 206th overall in the 1944 draft, but had already enlisted in the army and wasn't planning on playing football, and didn't know he'd been drafted by the Eagles until 1999, when a newspaper listed all the players that had been drafted out of Syracuse. His son went on to write a letter to the Eagles asking if they owed his dad a signing bonus.
That's real.
That is brilliant.
We were having a good laugh with these. But yeah, I had to leave that one to laugh because I knew it'd tickle.
Guys, I'm gonna punch out. I'm gonna let you guys go in 2 hours and 20 minutes. You got, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
You guys are the best, man. I'll tell you, I really appreciate you. I love you all, and man, you guys just did a great job today. Unbelievable. So
we love you too, Barry. We appreciate everything that you do as well.
Yeah. Let you all get some rest, and I'll touch base with you maybe over the weekend. And I want to kind of give you maybe some scoop on Micah Parsons. So.
Excellent stuff. All right, Barry. Well, have a nice evening, and we'll talk to you, like you say, over the weekend.
See you, Barry.
Cheers, y'all. All right. Y'all take care.
Good night.
Good night.
And then it was just us.
Anybody fancy doing the first round mock?
Yeah, do it, Jay.
I bet the Cowboys take Micah Parsons at 12.
I just don't see it.
I think trade it to
Mac,
21.
no matter what. I'm sorry, it's just Vontae Mac. I'm telling you, that's who I want.
So what have we got on the thing now? Who's got the?
I have, but I can't be bothered to get it.
I just looked. My fantasy segment isn't even on there.
Yeah, no.
Don't worry, G. I can put that together. Don't worry.
There you go. Look at that.
There we go.
See, how's that for you? How's that? Huh? Yes. So, fantasy implications then. All right, guys. And look, you say that. Look at what I'm wearing, Graham.
Yeah.
Fantasy,
yeah.
Fantasy reports. There you go. There you go. So, okay. How to do this? All right.
Take a breath.
Before we begin, hit us, Bri, with how the first round just went. List it off for us.
You're going to have to call the last pick out for me, but number
Go
one,
Tyler.
Jacksonville Jaguars drafted Vontae Mack no matter what. Quarterback, Clemson. At 2, the New York Jets selected Zach Wilson, quarterback out of Brigham Young University. At 3, the San Francisco 49ers took Trey Lance, quarterback out of North Dakota State. At 4, the Atlanta Falcons took Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida. At 5, the Cincinnati Bengals took Jamar Chase, wide receiver, at 2. At 6, the Miami Dolphins took Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Alabama. At 7, the Detroit Lions took Penei Sewell, offensive tackle, Oregon. At 8, the Carolina Panthers took J.C. Horn, cornerback, South Carolina. At 9, the Denver Broncos took Patrick Surtain II, cornerback, Alabama. At 10, the Philadelphia Somethings took Devontae Smith, wide receiver, Alabama. At 11, the Chicago Bears took Justin Fields, quarterback out of Ohio State. At 12, your Dallas Cowboys selected Micah Parsons, linebacker, Penn State. We are Penn State. At 13, the Los Angeles Chargers selected Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle, Northwestern. At 14, the New York Jets selected Elijah Vera Tucker, offensive tackle, USC. At 15, the Patriots took Mac Jones, quarterback, Alabama. At 16, the Arizona Cardinals took Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa. At 17, the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle, Alabama. At 18, Miami Dolphins took Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami. At 19, the football team took Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky. At 20, the New York Giants selected Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida. 21, the Colts took Kwity Paye, defensive end, Michigan. 22, the Titans took Caleb Farley, cornerback, Virginia Tech. 23, the Minnesota Vikings took Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle, Virginia Tech. 24, Najee Harris, running back, Alabama, to the Steelers. 25, Travis Etienne to the Jaguars, running back, Clemson. 26, the Cleveland Browns selected Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern. 27, the Ravens took Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota. 28, Saints selected Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston. 29, Sir Ian Wilson's Green Bay Packers selected Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia. 30, the Buffalo Bills selected Greg Rousseau, defensive end, Miami. 31, the Baltimore Ravens took Jason Owe, defensive end, Penn State. And 32, the Tom Brady's, I don't know who they took.
Joe Tryon.
Joe Tryon.
Tryon.
So that's 6 defensive ends, 5 quarterbacks, 5 wide receivers, 5 cornerbacks, 4 offensive tackles, 3 linebackers, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 1 offensive guard.
Wow.
And 6 picks from Alabama in the first round.
Do you know, I just realised as well that the Dallas Cowboys picked at number 12, which we got from Philadelphia, which came from Miami, which came from San Francisco.
Yeah.
That ever happened before? That's
And the
crazy.
And the 10th pick got traded yet again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which also means that we still have never picked 10th overall. Also made a pick at 10 overall.
Yeah. So let's go through it then, right? There we go. Okay. So pick number 1. And Graham, you really enjoy all of this side of it all. The fantasy implications on Jacksonville Jaguar with the Trevor Lawrence pick. So obviously we're looking at the running backs and the wide receivers and tight end. How does this affect that roster? And I'm going to bring up all the rosters.
I'm not convinced it does, to be perfectly honest. I don't think Sam Darnold is so much lesser than Trevor Lawrence, especially
in his
after
first year.
Yeah, especially because Darnold has had years in the system. I'm going to have a look at that. I mean, they've probably upgraded the offensive line, but I don't know if that necessarily translates to an extra 300 or 400 yards for Jameson Crowder, for instance. Of those three wide receivers, you might find Crowder being taken, but I think you'll get maybe 1 or 2% of Davis being selected, and even less for Denzel Mims. They have a lot of work to do. I mean, there's I've just seen Josh Doxson as well. The Washington moved on from him. Keelan Cole, I think, had limited success in Jacksonville. So there's not really a great deal to get excited about.
Well, I mean, what about Laviska Shenault? Surely he gets an uptick by that pick.
God, I've just realised I'm looking at the Jets roster.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it right now. Yeah, I was like, yeah, there we go. There's another soundbite. I mean, like you got DJ Shark, Marvin Jones as well. I forgot he went there. And Laviska Shenault. But I think out of those three, the one that's going to get the biggest uptick, because Chark and Marvin Jones, we know what they are and what they can do. But Laviska Shenault playing out of the slot, which is where Trevor Lawrence is going to be going to a lot. I can see Shenault having a bigger uptick this year than he did last year.
Yeah.
I think James Robinson will still get the majority of the work.
Yeah.
Lawrence at least has that going for him. I mean, Robinson's a workhorse. Saw that in his numbers last year. His numbers were fantastic last year. So there's at least Lawrence has that going for him, that he can hand the ball off to somebody reliable. Moving on to Zach Wilson. Just basically everything I said.
Yeah, yeah.
Trevor Lawrence.
Denzel Mims, I think, is the guy that benefits the most there. Man, their running backs suck.
I don't, not to any great extent where you consider taking any of them, though. They'll maybe get another couple of 100 yards and a couple of touchdowns, but I don't see them, especially in a 10-team standard league. I don't see any Jets talent being taken. Has Le'Veon Bell called it a day? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
No idea. Like he was with the Chiefs the last time I saw him, and he's not with the Chiefs now.
Oh, he's a free agent. He's currently a free agent. Yeah, not much exciting about that Jets lineup. Tevin Coleman's only ever been a second fiddle in Atlanta. Corey Davis has bounced around the league, former first-round pick. Don't get too carried away with this one.
Yeah, and I mean, the next pick, you kind of just have to give a mulligan there because he's not playing straight away.
No.
Yeah. I don't think he has any. Fantasy value. I mean, certainly you could take him for later on if you've got if your QB's got a bye week later on in the season, he might edge in. But I'm not giving any draft day weight to. So we'll just move on.
The next one is interesting.
Yeah.
Has Law disappeared? You were there 2 weeks ago.
That's
He might have gone to the toilet.
I thought he'd been taken away by aliens or something.
I looked up and I saw you were like this, and I was going, "Is Jamie asleep?"
No, I'm
then I could see the shine from your phone up. I was going, "You're okay."
Yeah, sorry, doing some tweets, man.
Yeah, I'll bet Matt Ryan is excited tonight because that's a huge upgrade on Hayden Hurst. So he now has 3 very capable pass catchers, and he also has Mike Davis as well, who did take a shine when he went in after McCaffrey went down. I picked Mike Davis up in a couple of leagues, so that's a huge upgrade. Pitts will benefit. The only thing that will hold Kyle Pitts back is one, being his rookie season, and 2, the fact that Julio's still there, because there was talk that Julio was going to get traded today. Calvin Ridley is still very, very serviceable. He's well worth a second a wide receiver 2 number.
Julio Jones gets moved just because of the size of that contract, and they're in cap hell, aren't they?
The thing is, though, is Julio Jones. Well, you got to look at amazing wide receiver. He really is good, but he doesn't score touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I think that, and I think Calvin Ridley and Kyle Pitts both huge uptick there.
Yeah.
So Jamar Chase, Jamar Chase probably landed in one of the best situations he was ever going to land in, just down to the connection with Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
There's every chance he breaks 1,000 yards in his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
If they can let Burrow if they can find a way to get the ball out of Burrow's hands after 3 odd seconds. Yeah, I like that connection. I don't know if I would have gone that way. I would have gone tackle. Just ask the 6-inch scar down Burrow's knee. But yeah, Jamar Chase and Burrow, that could be a connection, and it'll lift Burrow's stock as well. I don't know if Burrow's worth drafting, but it'll certainly lift his stock.
But a lot of people that draft him, Tyler Boyd, is going to affect him negatively. This pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tyler Boyd and who's it? T. Higgins.
Higgins, massive.
T. Higgins had some fantasy value.
He's on an upward trajectory. Yeah.
Okay, next one. Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. That could be a big number as well.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a big number as well. Let's see who we've got with the Dolphins.
Tua goes up, obviously. So he's getting an uptick, but Devontae Parker is getting affected by that as well. And I'd say Will Fuller, but you're not going to draft him because Will Fuller, you never know if he's going to play or not.
Exactly. You need to get Will Fuller on the field first.
Like, he's suspended to start the season, so.
Preston Williams, I think, suffers by that selection as well. Particularly when Will Fuller's fit. But in terms of Tua, slight upgrade, I think. Because he now has 2 options as opposed to just Parker.
Does it affect Gesicki? He's a decent red zone target.
Let's see this. Let's see their stats. Well, that's true. So, I mean, they're not great stats to begin with. 793 yards from Parker, 700 yards from Gesicki. So it's primed for somebody to step in there and be number one. So there's every chance that Gesicki gets affected as well, because the next pass catcher is actually their running back, Myles Gaskin. He caught 388. So you could argue that there's actually 1,000 yards to play with there.
Yeah.
You know that Waddle could take on. Next one, Penny Sewell. It's difficult to judge because you've got a new QB in there as well. Not too sure on that one.
Just before you go any further, Graham, so a bit of breaking news from New England. Bill Belichick has told reporters that Cam Newton is the team's starting quarterback. Mac is a guy who spent a lot of time with. He's a smart kid. He's been in a system that is similar to ours. Mac Jones is not starting day one.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll be delighted with that as well.
Yeah.
But you can hear the fans. You can hear the fans in the stadium chanting for his name as soon as Cam Newton starts throwing interceptions.
Which he will.
Yeah, he will. And he's not got the legs anymore to be the fantasy QB.
He's not Superman
well gone
anymore.
That's well gone now. Not going to bother doing defense with JC Horn
or Patrick Surtain.
Devontae
Next one's interesting.
That could be big.
Yeah.
Simply because you don't know what you're getting with Jalen Reagor. Who else we got?
Jalen Reagor, Greg Ward, Travis Fulgham, John Hightower, Quez Watkins, JJ Arcega-Whiteside, Khalil Tate, Dallas Goddard, Zach Ertz.
Fulgham had a bit of a resurgence. I remember picking Fulgham up in a couple of leagues.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they've taken Smith for a reason. They're obviously not happy. So I think Jalen Hurts will be delighted. Yeah, I mean, we still don't really know what Jalen Hurts is, do we? I think you need to get at least half a season out of Jalen Hurts first. But certainly Smith has the opportunity to go in there and be the number one from day one. That's a nice pick, that actually. Justin Fields, does he start day one? Don't think so.
Yeah, I think he does.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he beats him out.
Andy Dalton will be best pleased.
Yeah. No, I think he gets beaten out. I think they do something. Okay, maybe I reversed. He'll start day one, but it'll literally be half a game, and they'll put Fields in.
Yeah,
I'll go. He'll start 3 games, and then they'll put Fields in because the booing will get too much.
yeah, that's fair.
Again, Micah Parsons on D. Not going to go into D. This is an interesting one. That gives Justin Herbert more time, presumably, to think. He's got Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, big-bodied receivers. I like that situation. They've met a need with good value there. I like that pick. Still the question over guard or tackle. I think are we pretty much decided on guard? That Slater's going to be a guard.
Yeah, I would say so. He can't hold the B gap. His arms are too short.
Anyway, I bet Justin Herbert's delighted. Vera Tucker. Nah, it's not going to have much fantasy implication. Just simply because they could have. I get why they're building an offensive line, but they could have given Wilson somebody. anybody. A Tony to stretch the field. You know, Wilson's got the big arm that he showed off in his pro day. Mac Jones, just heard from Brian there, probably sits for 2 months, and we'll see him sooner or later. David Collins' defense, Alex Leatherwood, strange one. Derek Carr had a good season last year. Don't know if that has much implication. What do you guys think?
It is, like you say, it's a very weird one.
Yeah,
it's typical Raiders pick. Like, yeah, you can fit him in on the right side. They've Colton Miller, Richie Incognito, Nick Martin, and Devin Good. I don't know. I don't think it does much. Like the John Simpsons there, who they brought in last year, didn't do anything. Ugh.
They've got at least 2 receivers that can fly, and then they've got Hunter Renfrow underneath. So you've got speed. You've got Ruggs and Brown, John Brown on the outside. So
yeah, and Darren Waller as well.
Everybody knows the Raiders love speed, so we'll see how that pans out. Jalen Phillips is D. Jamin Davis is D. Tony. Is he receiver number 2 day 1 over Sterling Shepard and Darius Slayton?
He could be the starter.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He could be a wide receiver 1.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed by Golladay.
They've spent a bit of money on Golladay. I think they expect him to be number 1.
Actually, yeah, Galladay's your number 1.
Yeah, but what they expect versus what they get is it's 2 different stories. You know, free agency, you pay average player good player money, and you pay good players excellent player money. So Kadarius Toney could be their wide receiver 1.
Yeah, possible.
Yep. Quitty pays D. Farley's D. Darisaw for the Vikings.
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of already set at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're giving Kirk Cousins a bit of help. So let's give them a small upgrade. Just because they're set at wide receiver and they've got obviously Dalvin Cook as well. So I think their offense is ready to go. It's whether the Vikings can rediscover their defensive form is the big question for me.
So we're just going to bring back Jay Tuck has just rejoined us. Hey, how's it going, Jordan?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
As you can see, there are some very, very tired individuals, I think.
Yeah.
People on the last legs, but we know you're going to bring the energy to the last hour or so.
I caught myself getting tired, and I thought about you guys. I was like, nah, I can't get tired, but if you going much harder than I just started pretty much. So I feel like, for the most part with this draft, everything considered, I think I'm okay with it. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are bummed out with the Micah Parsons pick, but I feel like it, we spoke about that earlier, before the draft started. It filled the void that the Dallas Cowboys definitely needed to address. And the way the board was kind of going, it really came down to would you going to take the offensive guard / tackle and Slater or Micah Parsons, who could be the possible game wrecker. And I think the Cowboys made a decision to go defense. So, we'll see.
Yeah.
Do you think it was the safest thing to do?
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, to be honest with you, me personally, I would have went with Rashawn Slater, just to get the offensive guard. But it feels like from the standpoint of the Dallas Cowboys, they are okay with the offensive line coming back if healthy, and not replacing Connor Williams. You still have Connor McGovern, Brandon Knight, and some of those guys in rotation. But I feel like from Micah Parsons, we needed to address the linebacker position because there's a lack of depth that and that's a concern to me possibly. I mean, addressing the run game. And like I said, Micah Parsons was the one player defensively that day one you really have to scheme for and be aware of where he's at on the field, and you add that alongside Randy Gregory and DeMarcus Lawrence, it helps our defense tremendously. Now, it really depends on what the Cowboys are going to do tomorrow. I, for one, hope the Cowboys don't stay put and just sit back and hope players fall to them. I think with these 3 third-round picks, we now need to get aggressive and move up early in the second to go address the corner or the safety position. But if we're going to hold tight, then I'm a little bit skeptical about that. But I think that they'll be aggressive tomorrow, in the draft to move up and get some more quality depth with this defense.
I think we were chatting a little bit before you came on. Would you, in terms of the aggressiveness, would you be happy to move up maybe to the first pick tomorrow and double dip at linebacker and go for like a JOK maybe?
Yeah, I don't know if they would double dip at the linebacker position with JOK. Like I said, with Trayvon Moore being on the board, also Asante Samuel Jr., and then also you do have JOK. I think if you don't make a move quickly, a lot of teams are sitting back right now and having the same conversations we are. Like, okay, how do we go get these 3? I mean, also you have Richie Grant available as well. And so my question is, now that we added Micah Parsons, could there be a possibility now that the Keanu Neal project idea of having him at the will linebacker, maybe he's just back to safety now, and that's where you kind of rotate LVE, Micah Parsons, and Jalen Smith now. So if they're going to do that, then that gets a little bit more depth at the safety position. So that's something to kind of keep your eye on. But I feel like personally, guys, we got to address this outside corner or this corner period, because if we're not going to do it via free agency, I'm not comfortable with Jordan Lewis, Anthony Brown, and Trayvon Diggs being our day one guys. We need something that's going to give us a little bit more secure, if not be a bridge for the future. So I personally would lean towards cornerback or free safety, just depending on how things go tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have to be honest with you. I'm really struggling.
Oh yeah. I think we are. I think we all are. Like, I took a few gut punches today with the pitch train at 4, man. So, I had to wipe myself off, and it's like, okay, well, we're not going to get Kyle Pitts. We're going to get J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain. Perfectly fine. And it was just like boom, boom, 2 more gut punches, and I was like, okay, I'm on the ropes right now. And then we traded back with the Eagles. I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's too much going on. But I feel like the Cowboys did, make a decent move depending on what they do with those 3rd round picks. If they sit tight, but if they move forward, then I'm all for it. And I feel like the Cowboys won that trade easily with the Eagles, because I think that Devontae Smith was probably going to go to the Giants. So you see they moved for Kadarius Toney as well. So I'm okay with today, but I feel like tomorrow is where we really need to show improve and really fix this team.
Yeah, and the point I made as well is that when we made that trade, it didn't just give us an extra pick. What you got to look at is it takes a pick away from the Eagles. Right. So you're devaluing their draft. Right. So instead of it being a small bounce, you're doing that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
one's going down and one's going up.
And I'll say this, I think that Devontae Smith was, no knock to Devontae Smith. I feel like that's the worst case scenario versus it could have been a Waddle, a Pitts, or a Chase if they probably would have kind of stayed tight. But yeah, I think Devontae Smith will be a decent player, but he doesn't give me a lot of concerns versus if they had Jalen Waddle, which is a speedster compared to a secondary that we currently have intact. So I'm okay with the move at this point. And when I first saw, like I said, I freaked out, like, what the hell are we doing? But now after seeing how things kind of turned out to play, I'm okay with it. So, but I'll say this, Micah Parsons, and you're probably not listening, it's going to take a lot to win this fan base over. I highly doubt the pro shop is lighting up on fire right now with Parsons jerseys flying out the shelves. But I feel like Micah Parsons is going to have to win this fan base over. But I feel like he has all the capability and talent in the world to actually do it and propel this defense forward. So we shall see. It's going to be interesting how the Cowboys handle the kind of core 2 guys in Van Der Esch and Jalen Smith, because that linebacker room is getting a little bit tighter. And so you're going to want to see your top 12 pick now get value with playing time. So we shall see.
I think I'm okay with that. I think nobody was lining up to buy Frederick and Martin jerseys either, and they turned out just fine. So Once he's had a couple of games, he'll be right as rain.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how Cowboys fans are. We were fickle during the draft. We don't like this guy. He's horrible. There's a video floating kind of virally on me on Twitter in 2018 with the Van Der Esch pick. I was screaming out in the crowd, frustrated. But I ended up buying a Van Der Esch jersey. Heck, I just bought one the other day, and he might not even be re-signed. So, once they're ours, they're ours, and we're going to support them. We're going to ride for them until they prove us otherwise. I changed my profile picture to Taco Chart, and Michael Parsons should be easy to support and get behind. So. Yeah, so it's just all the fun in the draft. I feel like for the most part, the Dallas Cowboys, like I said, Parsons wasn't the exciting pick, but I understand it. And that's where I was, about this whole Parsons idea from the start. It's like, if they do move with Parsons, I fully understand what their logic was in the war room and why they decided to make that decision. So,
which player are you surprised that slipped into the second round? Because there was some really good talent that's dropped in that I think a lot of us probably expected to be picked higher up in the draft than where they're going to actually be as well.
Yeah, I would say the biggest wild card to me personally was Jamin Davis. I know, he was kind of flying up the board recently, but if you do kind of mocks and you're maybe hearing like, maybe second or third round, but for him to go in the first round and go before JOK, it kind of like, okay, well, what's really going on? And then you also saw Zaven Collins go to the Cardinals. It's like, all right, well, that's Parsons, Jamin Davis, and then you also have, Zaven Collins off the board. And then JOK completely shifts to the second round. So I'm not sure if the whole Isaiah Simmons idea kind of backfired versus JOK, and that's why he didn't go. But I always thought that Jamin Davis was kind of a off-brand version of JOK. And so to kind of see him go before him, I was kind of shocked by that. And then also the safety position, not seeing one of the safeties fly off the board. I was kind of surprised by that, whether it was Trayvon Moorick or, Javon Holland or Richie Grant. I thought someone in the late round, first round would pull for a safety, but they didn't. So like I say, I think tomorrow, probably the first 3 picks, you'll see a safety fly off the board, and you'll start to see that spiral that, you'll see Richie Grant and Javon Holland kind of that run on the safety position as well.
What's everybody else think? Is you thinking we're going to stay pat at 44, or do you think we might see us move up a little bit?
I hope not. I hope not. I hope we make a move, and the reason why I hope that we make a move is now seeing, Caleb Farley was one of those guys I was keeping my eye on that could possibly slide a little bit, but the Titans took him. And then you also had the Browns taking Greg Newsome. So I feel like you're getting in this kind of cluster where you have some cornerbacks that are available, and if you do not get these guys, I'm sure you guys done hundreds of mocks just like myself. It gets kind of bare. You're starting to look at, maybe a Kelvin Joseph, maybe Elijah Molden, which kind of could be a safety. But the Asante Samuel run, the Tyson Campbell run, we saw Stokes go in the first round, was kind of my ace in the hole. So it's like, all right, if you're going to get a corner that can really contribute, day one, you're going to have to make an early play. And how long can you sit back and wait for that to fall in your lap? I feel like the Cowboys need to get aggressive and jump up and use those picks to go get that corner if that's what you're eyeing on. If you're not going to go get a corner, you have to pick up the phone and call a Casey Hayward or a Brian Poole or a Richard Sherman. Get me somebody out there, because what we have right now currently intact isn't going to cut it. So.
Oh, okay, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exciting times. Like I said, Cowboys fans see, but here's the thing: I think a lot of Cowboys fans didn't prepare themselves for Parsons as the pick, and I think that's why they're kind of bummed out right now. You kind of see it on Twitter. It's just like, meh. But it's like, like I said, you got to think about it from the Cowboys lens, and it makes sense. So.
So we're
Yeah,
just bringing in.
Oh, there he is. Suited and booted, man.
Skywalker Steel, how are you doing, sir?
What's going on, UK fans? What's going on, Jay Tuck? We got your guy. We got my guy. I didn't think it happened. You were definitely on it. I'm still excited, y'all, if y'all can't tell.
Yeah, you still good. That's what I'm saying. We got the energy now, so we'll carry the show for the rest of the
I'll carry it, man. Listen, I got a little bit more invested in Micah because he's from my home city. It's a big deal for our city. I mean, an enormous deal. Our whole entire city is celebrating this pick right now. Tuck has been one of the guys that's kind of been with me about linebacker. He finally came back around to it the last week and a half, 2 weeks after the whole pitch train thing. But at the beginning of this offseason, I kept telling people linebacker is more of a need than anybody is letting on. And we keep talking about everything else, but do not rule out a Parsons or a JOK. We all got caught up in Pitts. We got caught up in Surtain. We got caught up in Horn. And it wasn't really until that last week and a half, 2 weeks where Parsons became a realistic option. And it's here, man. I think Parsons is a fantastic player. It's more about fit. That was always the issue for me with Parsons is can the Cowboys make him fit because he has so much talent. Just got to use it right.
Yeah, I agree.
I like the fact. I think not against it. I like the pick, but I think building up to the draft, I was like, is 10 a little bit too rich? And dropping to 2, he's saying we get that extra pick and it's a high pick. Gives us a little bit more wiggle room, especially with how deep this draft is, especially at corner and at tackle as well. So, like you're saying, as Tuck was saying earlier, it gives us the option now to be able to move up a little bit and be a bit aggressive and get that second player that we really want.
Yeah. And we saw a lot of promo interviews, and that was the one guy that kind of left off the board. So I felt like the Cowboys kind of stashed him. They kind of threw us some smoke screens with the Pitts thing, and the JC Horn to create the hysteria on Twitter and amongst Cowboys Nation. But they had Parsons stashed all along, and so I'm optimistic about this kid. I know a lot of people are down on his behavior or whatnot. That's going to change. Yeah, that's going to change, man. He's going to be in the house. He's going to be held accountable. He's not going to be able to pull the same because he's not going to be the top dog anymore. He's going to be a normal rookie. So I feel like he's going to come in and work. I feel like they got to get him into the right scheme and make things work. And like I said, what I'm really keeping an eye on is, are they going to shift Keanu Neal back to safety, and are they going to go with, What do you think, Scott? You're shaking your head. You don't think so?
The word I'm hearing is he's going to play Mike.
Oh, okay.
I always
as well.
Go ahead. Oh, you heard that as well,
Mike? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think what it is what we talked about before. What I talked about before, Tuck. Quinn came into this building and said, 6'4", 260-pound linebacker that gets injured. That's not the type of guy I like.
Right.
6'3", 245-pound guy that can't turn. It's not quick anymore. That has directional issues and a knee problem. I don't like that. I need speed. I need athleticism at my linebacker position. Let me go get Keanu Neal, put him at will. That was the thing that made me say, whoa. I think we need to. I already looked at linebacker, but I think we really need to start realizing something's not right in this room. Right. Now taking Parsons, that just slams the door shut. He is not confident in this linebacker room, and I think they're going to utilize Parsons and Neal at linebacker. And one of them other two dudes, Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith, LVE, break the stick from Dark Knight, fight.
Right. Yeah. Jalen Smith's probably got those with the CV glasses right now, wiping them off in clear eye view. Because you better get to work, man. Because that linebacker room is getting tight. Because they spent the premium pick on a caliber linebacker, and so he's coming in and he's going to play.
It might not be over.
Yeah. It might not. I mean, like they were just mentioning, Jamie was just mentioning it with JOK sliding too. It's like,
listen, they're gonna be mad at me tomorrow, y'all. If we take JOK, I'm gonna be throwing a party. Those are my two favorite linebackers in this draft was JOK and Michael Parsons. I'll be throwing a party.
Right. I mean, you also still got Nick Bolton available as well. I mean, Nick Bolton, because he's a true middle linebacker, can play. But like I said, for me personally, I'm gonna get my QB1 or CB1. Yeah, CB1 and Samuel. So
I'm with you, Tuck. We got so many players that are available, man. But I'm looking at safety and corner in this second round if we can.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think the secondary is where we have to address. So, overall, like I said, I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not excited. It's not CeeDee Lamb-ish, you know what I'm saying? But I understand what we did, and it addressed a key need. And I feel like adding Britt Urban and some of these other players we add in free agency, we are focusing on stopping the run, which is something we desperately need to do in Dallas. So I'm all for it.
Hey, and the thing with Parsons is he's dual. He's a phenomenal against the run, but he's a playmaker in the passing game in the sense of getting to the passer. Sure, he may not drop back like Dion, but he can go get that quarterback thing.
And it's a work in progress. He came in as a defensive end in Penn State, converted to linebacker, so he has the instinct. He played running back. I mean, he's just an athletic freak, man. And I feel like that's what this Cowboys defense need to do is get more athletic, get faster. And I think that's what Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn wanted to do. And so I'm okay with the pick.
I gotta give a salute and shout out to you guys. I don't know how the hell y'all doing.
Yeah, still
24
going.
hours. My ass is on fire sitting down right now, and I was only on for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Y'all know how the hell y'all doing it.
Yeah, I was getting ready to go lay down. I thought about the guys like, no, I can't tap out now, man. I gotta keep going.
There have been comments about tapping out, and it's like, we'll just a little bit more, just a little bit more. So, but we're doing all right because we get to speak to people like yourselves, So you're now our coffee. You're our coffee. You're our energy.
You said that, didn't you? You said it in my message. You said, "Hey, man, we're gonna need your energy for the end." And here it is. I still got a ball of energy, dog.
I'm loving it. Look at this. You're even wearing a suit. I know it's going to be for your show, but really, we're going to pretend it was for us.
I had to get dapper for my guys across the way. I got you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, you was doing your own show as you were saying this, Skywalker. How did it go? Get that off you.
It went well. We had some issues in regards to one of the guys. The guys actually that I was on the show with. They did it remotely. They were at a sports bar, so you know how that can be. I don't know if you guys ever did a remote show somewhere. That stuff can be a little funny, but we pushed through. Tomorrow we'll be back at it for day 2. This time everybody be at home, so we won't have to worry about all the craziness. But I had a blast, man. Obviously, the Micah Parsons pick was my favorite. If you haven't seen my reaction, I'll post it on Twitter. I know Tuck said it's not CD Lamb-ish. The crazy thing is, leading up to it was not CD Lamb to me. I just never thought we were going to pick. I'm like, they're not going to do it type thing. So when it happened, I did have a CD Lamb reaction because I'm like, oh my God, this is the highest pick for Harrisburg. We've got a lot of people. Ricky Waters, LaShawn McCoy have come out of Harrisburg. Some high-end basketball players. Jesse Owens have come out of Harrisburg. But Micah Parsons is the highest selected player ever out of our city. And he led our high school, not my high school, but our city high school to national or the state championship. He was ranked one of the top 5 players in the nation, a ridiculous amount of records. It was just a really big deal. So when it happened, my bias came out. But I also think it was a good pick for Dallas because he's a playmaker. And I want to touch on this real quick, guys, and definitely with Tuck. We kept hearing this dog mentality get thrown around, the buzzword, dog mentality. And we only wanted to talk about Parsons for whatever. I'm sorry, we only wanted to talk about Horn for whatever reason. Nobody brought up that this man is also a dog.
Right.
So why are y'all mad? Not you, but people are upset with this pick. You wanted a dog, you got a dog. Right? You wanted somebody to help the defense, you got somebody to help the defense. You want to stop the run, he's going to help stop the run. What the hell are you mad for?
Right. And that's the funny part, because there were so many anti-Pitts people. We need to address the defense, All right, so we address the defense, but that's not what you want, because corner is the sexy pick of the defense. That's the wide receiver of the defense. So when we get a linebacker, people are like, oh, linebacker? That's like the running back of the defense. Yeah, the running back of the defense. I don't know where the hell people got that from. And maybe I take personal bias because I played the position. Like, that's what y'all call us now. But it's the brain, it's the brains of the defense, man, and it really matters. And if you get a front, 4 or front 3, whatever scheme you're going to play, that can keep them clean. I feel like Micah Parsons can be a day wrecker, a game wrecker, day one, and so that's why I was all for him. So
you're going to hit me after the show, Tuck. We're going to wrap. We're going to do something tomorrow.
All right, let's go, man. I'm off work tomorrow, so I'm
me too. Oh, bro, I took off today. I took off tomorrow. I said, ain't no way in hell I'm going into work after doing a 5-6 hour shift.
Yeah, I was watching these guys at work, and then I got to noon. It's like, you know what? I'm taking a half day. I'm done. Like I can't.
I gotta run it back. So you guys have all the interviews on your YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what we're looking to do is we're gonna over the weekend now. I'll probably not. Well, today, not tomorrow. It's today for us now. Today, probably spend it in bed. Tomorrow, then I'll go along and rip all those interviews and post them up individually, then, including this one.
Oh, awesome! I definitely want to see them. I didn't get a chance to see them all. Obviously, I started and then our show started, what have you. But I'm definitely excited to see it. How did it go for you guys? Did most of
that's what
everybody
I'm
come
asking
through?
guys.
That's
Like,
a lot of people.
how was it when you saw like Drew Pearson and Stephen Jones? Like I saw some of you guys' faces. It was like, all right, Stephen Jones is really here. You know, so like,
did he come? I didn't see.
Oh yeah, he came.
Yeah,
he came.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I was there.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, oh,
That
he's
is
really here.
awesome.
And I was like, oh man.
Yeah,
So-
it was like it was jittery because you're just like, man, he's here. That's him in the flesh.
Right.
And then and like you've got everything written down, and I put everything on cards. And he's there, and I was just like, I'm not using these, man. I can't read and look at this at the same time.
Yeah, I did some production for Fish the other day, and Tom Siskowski, the former everything for Dallas for like 27 years. He player personnel, head of the scout. I mean, he did so much. He basically had Will McClay's job for forever. I'm sitting here talking to him, and I'm just sitting here like, wow, this is really Tom Siskowski. So I felt that way. Just imagine if you have Stephen Jones in front of you. I've probably been blabbering, fam.
It was pretty much what we did.
Because I have my feelings about Steven, but also respect the guy at the same time.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. I mean, as much as we kind of, like, oh, Stephen Jones this is like, oh, hey, Mr. Jones, that's how it is, so it's like, I mean, because at the end of the day, you got to respect, everything
the end
they've
of the
done.
day, that's how you like to say it.
Right. You got to respect what they do. So it's like, all right, man, like, so it's like I said, hats off to you guys, man. The stream has been incredible all day. I've been watched this morning in the gym when I started. I was watching during at work, and I was like, I can't wait. 5:30. So, hats off to you guys, man. This has been incredible.
We want to thank you guys. No, and thank you guys as well, because you agreed to come on, and then we put the posts up, and you're sharing it, so it's advertising as well. Do you know what I mean? Promotion. So it's you guys as well, and hopefully, with any luck, we get to do it all again. I know. I've spoken to you, Skywalker, a few times off it, and it's like, and it's like back and forth. It's like, I can do it, and then it's like, but no, we can't, and it's back and forth. Eventually,
it's so hard because of the time frames. I have no idea what the time is over there, but every time I think like, oh yeah, this will work, you're like, dog, it's 3:00 in the morning. That's not gonna work.
Right.
You're kind of like looking at your phone with one eye, like,
you about to make me put the UK time on my little widget here.
6 a.m. 6 a.m.
6 over there. Oh, Jesus. I wouldn't have. That's crazy.
So like we're almost done here.
Well, I'll say this. Next year, we honestly just link up here in Las Vegas, and then we can do everything, in person. So that's what I'm now.
You already know some of the news, Tuck. So I'll be closer.
All right.
I don't think I told you, but I'll tell you after. I'll tell you.
Yeah. So so Las Vegas next year in the draft. So.
Yeah. And the dream will one day doing it all together in one room.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. And then you really see, because then we'll be doing it like jet lagged over in America. So it's practically how we are now.
Well, Steven said that we're coming back to the UK.
I was about to say, when we coming back to the UK, man.
He said soon, didn't he? Did he say?
Yeah.
He said it was
they're hoping too.
So that'll be interesting. So I need to get over there.
Saying that, I think fingers crossed if it's soon, not to be boring, not this coming season, because we're still. They're only just allowing fans back into stadiums, but like
COVID, man.
Really reduced capacity.
Yeah, well, after seeing what happened today, at the draft, I'm 100% sure that Jerry's World's going to be open for real in Dallas now.
He ain't playing. They ain't playing.
I was like, there was no 12 feet and 6 feet rule. I was like, all right, they shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. So it's like we back to normal in football wise. I can't wait for the season to start. So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And I mean,
with the draft.
Yeah,
what's that, sorry, Jay? No, what did you say?
It starts like it's now the first round's kind of gone out. Now it feels like football season is here.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah,
it does.
It really does. So
I hope we get OTAs and mini camps. I missed that last year. Mm-hmm. That void sucked. With no football in between and having to wait till like July for real football. So I'm hoping we get OTAs and mini camp, especially because these young guys need it.
Right. I think a lot of our young guys missed out last year by not having that.
Yeah. And you think as well, it wasn't just that because you didn't have the preseason games and the camp that you did have was just deconstructed. That last off season was long. That it was like literally, it was like, oh, by the way, it's kickoff, and you're like, what?
It felt like a football season.
Right. All right.
No football.
Just go.
No,
no dress rehearsal or nothing.
long.
Yeah. And of course that we got hit by the injury bug too, because I kind of felt that. I was like, all right, we're just gonna toss everybody who's been possibly quarantined, not doing anything, and no OTAs, and just all right, first game, here y'all go. I was like, it's not gonna work out. And of course, it backfired on us, man. So I think this year I'm expecting the Cowboys to get back to some normalcy and get back to what we predicted for last season. So it's gonna be fun.
So obviously, one of the things that cropped up last year with Mike McCarthy, and we was all talking about it this morning, or yesterday morning, is what we was talking about was Mike McCarthy. A lot of people give him a pass because of first year coach, new coaching staff, learning the team, having to take it all on. Didn't go to plan. A lot of people say, well, let's give him a pass. Do you do that again this year if the same thing happens, or are you sitting there going, there's a pattern developing?
The same things happen. We're snake bitten.
Right.
I mean, that was unreal last year. I mean, I've lived through some bad injury riddled seasons in the Tony Romo era, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. That was unreal. You lost your OT 1, 2, 3, and 4. You lost your center to retirement. Your quarterback, who was, I mean, it's your freaking quarterback for crying out loud. Zeke even went down. The defensive tackles were gone. Our free agents that we got just completely did not pan out. I mean, that was nutty. And I 6-10 is not great. Nonetheless, do we all think they win 6 games with Jason Garrett?
That's a good point.
They won like 2
no.
games without Dak Prescott, Tony Romo, and Jason Garrett era.
Well, looking how the draft went, man. Like I said, Team Tank. I kind of apologize, man. that watermelon kick against Atlanta was kind of the difference between what we got today and what we could have got. So,
but I don't know. I mean, unless you're talking Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I was like, well, because we would have lost to Atlanta, and maybe we would have had it, because Atlanta had finished with 5 wins or 4.
Enough to be that high up.
Right.
We'd had to lose like 2 more games.
2 more games, yeah. So
I think it's working out well though, because
I think it's okay. It's
if you're talking about for Pitts, obviously didn't work out at all.
Right.
But if you're just talking about defensively, because some people might say, man, see, if we'd have lost an extra game or 2, we could have got Surtain or Horn. I'm like, whatever. We can get a cornerback in the second round. Santi Sam Jr. is still there. Our safety, Trevor Morey, Jakeem. Oh my goodness, I'm having a blank because I've been on forever. Richie Grant. I don't know why I was saying Akeem Grant. Richie Grant, Tyson Campbell still there at corner. I mean, there's still Aaron Robinson. There's still corners you can get tomorrow. But if it's about being upset, we can get Pitts. I can't help you there, Tuck. I mean,
yeah. I mean, the Falcons fans, they're trolling me all in my chat, and you know what I'm saying. Like, all right, it's okay. Like I said, when we play the Falcons here at AT&T Stadium, Dak, I want them out of here. Like I always say, I need to 40 ball the Falcons and get them out of my face, man, because I can't believe they did it.
I mean, they did us in with Hayden Hurst, that tight end. So. Hayden Hurst went off on us.
Hey man, we'll just match up. We'll match up Parsons on Pitts. I'll take.
He can run with him, but he ain't gonna be able to cover him once he break.
Just put the ball up. All right, bro. So
run straight. He can run with him, but if he make a cut, that's something we gotta work on.
Yeah. Go on, Jay.
Oh no, sorry, I was clearing the throat. Sorry.
Oh. So for yourselves then, tomorrow, what time are your shows for day 2 kicking off? We're not doing, as you can imagine, a day 2 show. Yeah, we're not doing 48 hours. So what time are your shows starting? Obviously, we'll make sure to share them.
I appreciate it, man. About 6 o'clock Eastern, between 6:30 Eastern for our show.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
okay.
So yeah. Yep. So we'll go on probably around that same time, around 5 o'clock Central Time. So I'm with my Star Gang family, Mary and Spoonie and Nick. So had a fun time tonight, man. A lot of people dropped by, gave gifts. It's just fun, like I said, to give back to the community that supports all of our channels, across the board, man. And just show that Cowboys passion. And like I said, it's going to be okay. We're going to figure things out, man. But I'm still optimistic about the pick. I'm not bummed out like a lot of people are. I think it was a solid pick. I think the trade worked in our favor. Like when I first saw that trade with Philadelphia, I kind of like, all right, what did we just do?
I didn't even speak on that. I'll come back on that when you're done.
Yeah. I was like, all right, what did we just do? Like I said, seeing how things are playing out, I'm very okay with how day one went. But like I said, I need to see us be aggressive and more assertive tomorrow and move up and not just sit on these 3 picks and hope that some of these players fall to us. Let's just go get them, address our needs, and just be done with it. So.
I'll tell you something. I was absolutely. If you watched the replay live, I said there's no context, so I'm allowed to give y'all raw emotion on this trade. I hate it because I hate Philly. I don't know if y'all know over here in Pennsylvania, I live in PA and I can't stand Philly.
Right.
I hate them. I don't want to trade nothing. So why am I gifting y'all anybody?
Right.
And when I saw the compensation, I said, "Are you kidding me? A 3rd round pick? It would have been so nice if we could have really got something out of them, right? Like, give me a second or give me a next year, something nice,
right?
A 3rd round. We got 2 3rd round picks. What the hell is another 3rd round pick going to do?
Because I feel like for Philly, you should have played the leverage. Like, all right, you want to move up to get your wide receiver? Give me your second. Like, it's Philly calling.
Philly. So there's 3 taxes that need to happen on that.
Right.
Top 10 tax, Philly tax,
right,
and then the player you actually you want real bad tax,
right,
and you got a 3rd round out of that.
Right.
It's funny because you was in on the show with Vach earlier, right? Like you was listening to that show. One of the things I said is if we get wiped, quote unquote, right? I said wiped, which we kind of did,
right?
Tuck, if you really think about it, right? Both of the corners are gone. Waddle's gone. Chase is gone. Pitts is gone, and then Sewell's gone. So you're sitting Devontae Smith and you're sitting at Slater. We talked about this, and I agree with you. Whereas Waddle and Jamar Chase give you something different than Devontae Smith. I think Smith is a fine receiver, but I don't think he really was going to add a different dimension to your offense. So I was okay with passing on that guy.
Right.
Slater, I love Slater. I think he's going to be a good guard in this league. But I always say you can line up right now with this offensive line healthy and this offense healthy, and you're going to average 30 points per game.
Right,
so I don't necessarily need to take Slater. Sewell I had higher, but so if Sewell was there, I would have been like, yo, probably should get him.
Right.
So it was like, okay, if I could find a way to trade down and still get one the best defensive player left, I'll be happy. It happened. I just didn't like the compensation. We traded down and we got the best defensive player. I just didn't like the compensation.
Right.
But I ain't gonna let the compensation rain on my parade. I love Mike Parsons' pick.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right. Because they could use some of those thirds to get a second.
They better.
Yeah.
Why not?
Reading the reports online as well, what makes the pick even sweeter is that apparently the Cowboys had Parsons higher than Surtain and JC Horn as well. So they essentially got best player available and a need as well.
Absolutely.
So definitely can't. And we got an extra pick. Shame it was the Eagles, but.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that's how their board was set, then they won. If that's how their board was truly set, now they could be blowing some smoke, but if that's how their board was truly set, then they won the trade. So
technically points and all that crap they won, but again, I'm all about taxing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and funnily enough, when that happened, straight after the Giants made a trade, and you see what they got with the Bears, and you were like, and straight away I made the comment. I was like,
what did they get? I wasn't able to.
They
so
got
much is going on.
Fifth rounder, a first and a fourth next year.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No.
And that was the comment I made straight away. I was like, ooh, you look at what the Giants just had from the Bears.
Right.
But then all we got was a third. And that was
Right.
the straight comment I made, the same as you,
From a
Skywalker,
division
saying the
rival.
same thing. Exactly.
You can't tell me Chicago didn't call Dallas.
Right.
That's what we said.
You can't tell me they didn't. So they were dead set on Parsons, and they said there's no way we'll get him at 20.
Mm-hmm.
That's just all. That's the only way I can figure that out because that's a tough one. I mean, I think Parsons is a great player. So it's a matter of do you say, hey, we'll take Parsons or we'll take next year's first round pick plus whoever we get at 20. That's a tough decision right there because
And a fourth.
that's tough. That's tough. And the fourth, oh goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Dallas never does well with trade downs in the draft. You ever
Right.
notice? They got lucky with Travis Frederick, but the compensation was doo-doo. You traded down to 31 and you only got a third round pick. What are we doing here?
And that was my biggest fear, is Dallas trying to get too cute. Man. And like I said, when they traded back, I'm like, all right, what are they really trying to do, man? Because if they get too cute, they got lucky. They got lucky
because the Giants
could have sniped them. They could have sniped them. Right.
In New York.
Right. And the way that I was thinking is like, okay, if they snipe Parsons, then we're going to get Slater. But I thought the Giants were going to snipe Slater. But, it worked out. But
here's what we're not talking about. Here's what I think happened, man. Somebody called Jerry. Probably Jerry called the Giants and said, Mara, this quarterback is still sitting on the board. Are you guys thinking about trading out of this pick? Yeah, Jerry, we are. Okay, so the quarterback is coming up at 11. We know we can get Parsons at 12.
Right.
So that's they said we'll just come to 12. We're not worried about the Giants taking Parsons because they're going to get a quarterback tax, and they got the damn quarterback tax. I really thought we were going to trade, man. Justin Fields sitting there at 10. Somebody wanted to come get him.
Right.
You would have thought so.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I was surprised.
Should have been the Falcons. Should have been the Falcons.
Honestly, why not? I was shocked. Not shocked. All the rumors were saying he would fall, but I thought Fields is one of the best quarterbacks in this class, worthy of a top 3 selection.
Yeah.
And
I agree. I myself and Mike have been saying this for 6 months. Fields is the second best, if not the best quarterback.
If not the best.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If not the best. And he slid to 11 and almost slid into Bill Belichick's hands.
Right.
And that would have just
Bill
been...
didn't come get him.
Yeah. That's true.
They still felt lucky in a way because they still had a quarterback, to be fair, who fits that scheme perfectly as well. Actually, even worse, didn't even have to move to get a quarterback.
I think Fields is going to have a good rookie year in Chicago because they have the ingredients for a young rookie quarterback, a mobile one, even at that, where you got a good defense and you have a running game. You got David. What's his last name, y'all?
David Montgomery.
Montgomery.
Yes, you got Montgomery, and then you got the dual threat cat in Cohen, and then you add another dual threat guy in Fields. Good. Two things that young rookie quarterbacks need to be successful early on is a running game and a defense. And Chicago has both of those things. So it wouldn't shock me if you see Chicago back into the playoffs, getting Fields some of that playoff experience.
Right.
Yeah. And you can complain as much as you want. And I'm looking on my phone as the news coming in. Green Bay right now. Green Bay, it's kicking off.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Did they trade him to Denver?
No, Aaron Rodgers is just not very happy, and they took a corner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's more disgruntled than ever right now.
That's why I said. That's why I said out on our live. I was like, Green Bay needs to call Aaron Rodgers. Like, whatever you want, bro. You make the pick. Like, you put in the card.
Right.
Like, yeah. This Aaron Rodgers thing is going to be interesting because he's the one player that can just flip everything on his head. And it's like,
I thought it almost happened. I thought San Fran. I heard offered
that's
the
what we
house,
seen,
and they said no.
Yeah. So,
but then I also feel sorry for Jordan Love because he was drafted last year to be the heir apparent to Rodgers, but then even if they ship Rodgers off now, he's in the same situation.
And not just replacing Aaron Rodgers, replacing him after an MVP season. So it's like, all right, he made it even worse. So it's definitely But I want Aaron Rodgers out of the NFC. So go ahead, go to AFC team and get out my hair, and I'll be okay with that. So
as long as it's not New England.
You're right.
Yeah.
So
can't go there. Yeah. Can't give Bill Belichick another star quarterback over there.
Exactly.
How many quarterbacks does he want? I mean, he has 4 great tight ends as well. Does he want 4 quarterbacks?
I think he's going to try by fire, till he finds the time of Tom Brady. So he's going to keep ciphering through it. Whether it's going to be Cam Newton or Mac Jones, he's going to continue to try, I guess. And so, but that's going to be an interesting dynamic how that all works out. I mean, because they re-signed Cam. Are they going to toss Mac Jones into the fire? They going to let him kind of groom under Cam? And you
got to eliminate the Patriots from Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. You got to eliminate San Fran from it. So the teams are kind of dwindling down for Aaron Rodgers. I know he had the Raiders on the board in Denver, so I guess those two teams.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, that's
I think
about
Aaron
it.
just went out. He don't care where the hell he go.
Right.
He's just like, I'm over y'all.
Exactly.
And just the notification coming through is there's one side saying no, everything's smooth, there's nothing wrong, and another report coming in saying he's more disgruntled than ever. So, it's like anything's going on over there.
And I tell people, this is Aaron Rodgers. This is no smokescreen. He's probably pissed off.
You can just see it in all his interviews.
Yeah, he's pissed off for real. And
Wasn't no go Pat go. Wasn't none of that. And what I heard Trey Wingo say is that they actually promised Aaron Rodgers they'd trade him in the offseason, and then they backed out of it, and that's why he said, "Oh, screw you guys,
right?
Get me out of here."
Because he got his value up.
Yeah, and the other thing as well that we found out is Aaron Rodgers has a no trade clause.
Oh, that's
that makes things even more.
Literally can go where he wants. Wow.
Yeah. So there we go.
But it's been interesting to have eyes on the Kentucky Derby because that's where apparently he's been tonight, hasn't he? He's been on the red carpet, so everyone was thinking he's just going to spill the beans on the red carpet, but he obviously didn't.
Well, all right, fellas, I'm going to head out here.
Respect you guys.
Really, really appreciate you guys inviting me on here. This was fun. I wish it wasn't 2:00 in the morning almost on my end, but I'm sitting here complaining, right? Y'all been 24 damn hours.
You guys got what, like 15 minutes? 15 minutes left?
It's about 40.
An hour and
we got the timing wrong. That's
gonna
make it, man.
I feel like such a punk, man. I can't push through here, but they push through 24 hours. But unlike, I got to go back on here tomorrow, so I need to get some dang rest.
Yeah, no, but it's been a pleasure to talk to you finally, Skywalker. After trying to get you on, we finally.
Like a year.
Yeah, but we finally get there. And Tuck, he's been on about 6 times today, on and off, jumping on to come and talk to us. It's been a pleasure there. But thank you very much, guys. And we'll make sure as well tomorrow when we're all out of bed to share your shows all over our social media as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys, man.
Great stream, guys. Great work. And keep it up.
Great work. Absolutely phenomenal work. Inspirational stuff. Salute.
Yes. And to you guys. Oh, so it's the home stretch now then?
Yeah.
Yep.
70 minutes, boys. 70 minutes. We're
70 minutes. We can do it. Come on, we can crack this out in no time.
You know what?
I'm just listen to you, okay?
you listen there, like
I listen.
I mean, like, look, there's a couple
here.
of topics we can talk about, right?
Still here.
First, Mike's going to do this all the way through. So the first area, right? Let's look and reset the board. Who are the guys for both of you who are still available? Like, guys to look at. Obviously, you've JOK, you've Azeez Ojulari, you've Asante Samuel, Trayvon Morig, Christian Barmore, Levi Onwuzurike is still there. You've the two centers are still available to you. I mean, there is a hat full of players of potential. You still have Tevin Jenkins available. So, is there anyone else that I've not mentioned there? Is there anyone else that you're interested in? Javon Holland, Richie Grant. There's 2 more names. I mean.
Here's the thing: is a lot of people that you keep hearing saying we can use these extra picks to go up in a second. With what's available there, I just say let the bulb fall to you. Use them later on.
I've literally just seen a message out from Todd Archer, and Stephen has already said he does not anticipate trading up.
I can't see why you would need to.
They need low value contracts. With the deals they've had to do in the last year or so. So I don't anticipate it.
I still got on my board, I still got 3 players in my top 20 available.
And me. JOK being one of them.
JOK, Azeez Ojulari, and
Elijah, yeah.
Morig. It's like
Morig.
I get what you're saying, but it's just thinking, is it worth losing maybe one of those linebackers just for the fact that it shores it up a little bit more, gives you, and then like we were saying earlier on, you could then put Keanu Neal back at safety, and use JOK in a different kind of format, and switch it up a little bit, and maybe move them both around. Because apparently you could play out JOK at that kind of that
hybrid
side, you know
safety linebacker.
Yeah, so it confuses the offense a little bit more as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's a lot of players there, right? I don't think there's any point moving up from 44. I think you're still getting a good player 44. Regardless of who drops in the first 11 picks tomorrow. Lauren, have you reset your board?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, as we're talking about, I mean, you've got a lot. I can't speak at the moment. Ojulari, you've got you got Sam Cosme, you've got Nick Bolton, Richie Grant. The big surprise to me tonight was that Ojulari is in a lot of people's. He's one of your top edges in the draft, and yet Houston, the Houston guy Peyton Turner. When we announced that pick, and everybody's like, who? You thought he was an offensive lineman, Brian.
I did. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean that just shows how crazy this draft has been tonight. And seeing some of these picks that you probably should. The game that we should have been playing was, which one of these guys is going to drop to the second round? Because just about everybody that Mike was mentioning this yesterday morning, has actually gone. Cosme's probably about the only one that's still on that list that we were discussing.
Yeah, and two more names that I just thought of that you can throw into the mix. Joseph Osai and Tyson Campbell are still available. Asante Samuel is still available. Like, you have a lot of picks there, or a lot of good talent available to you. So it's wide open at 44, and it's all positions of need. You okay, Mike? Do you want us to let you go?
No.
No, you're sticking it out. You're gonna gut it out with us.
Something like
that.
64 minutes.
64 minutes. So look, right, here's something else I thought of. Right, we talked about it, that this might happen, and it didn't. Michael Gallup is still on the roster.
Yeah.
We thought he might be a trade candidate, and he's still there. So they're obviously happy to just run his contract out and take it from there.
Saying that though, I wonder if, just because we were talking about it with the guys before they left just then, I wonder if Green Bay would be interested in picking him up.
What are we getting in return?
Where are they picking in that second round?
Like in the second round, they're picking at the back end of the second round. Just one sec, I have their picks here to me. They're picking at 230. That's pick 62. Like, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving them Michael Gallup for that. No way.
What's the next pick after 62?
92.
Maybe take 62 and 92. Just with them being low.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if they're up? But then, who else is? Let's have a look on. Cause I did the team needs. Let's have a look. So who needs a wide receiver? Cardinals. Ravens could potentially need one.
Yeah.
Bears potentially. Bengals addressed that today, so they don't need one. The Lions need a wide receiver. Green Bay.
The Lions took Devontae Smith.
Sorry, they did.
No.
Apologies, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, they took a receiver.
The Titans could maybe use one.
Yeah.
Second and third. The Saints could potentially use one. New England.
Yeah.
Miami took
New England
one.
would definitely use one.
That's what I mean. So it's worth floating it out there, isn't it? Just to see.
Yeah.
What they do, but like I say, because then all you're then doing is, like you say, you running his contract down, and then it gets to trade deadline, and you're gonna have to take a fourth.
Yeah, but you've got 9 games of production out, and I prefer to get that than rely on Noah Brown or Cedric Wilson to bring us through the rest of the next season. Especially if we don't address it.
Or would you rather take out 44 and we're at 84 going? Maybe package 99 and Gallup to get up to around 35.
Yeah.
Then you're such a high pick, but you're getting some kind of value for your wide receiver.
Yeah. It's worth considering because there's also a couple of good receivers still available. I mean, Elijah Moore is still available. Mike's got Javonte Williams now. I mean, not for us, but he's gone, isn't he? Just give me a sec.
No,
no, he's still available. Sorry, he's still available. Javonte Williams. Yeah.
Yeah. You're wanting him badly, are you? Bro, you're wanting him badly.
No, I don't. I think he's a very good player. He's not a player for us. I mean, we've Zeke on a contract for a couple of years yet. I mean, Zeke has a bad year next year. I'm kind of going.
Do you know
I might be moving on from this.
Was it? Can't remember what show it was. That he's the only running back in NFL history that every year he's played in the league, his stats have fallen every year. He went on the fifth and he's just gone like that. He's not had none of this. It's just literally from the top of the mountain. Just gone.
Yeah. But is that more to do with the fact that in 2016 he had the Great Wall of Dallas? 2017 he had the suspension. 2018 he did not have Travis Frederick. 2019, 2020.
And you got to add to the fact as well how teams are going to scheme.
Yeah. They're going
to load
stack the box. They stack the box. Yeah.
I think, in fact, I've read somewhere that Zeke was like, in the history of being in the league, he ranked something like 3rd of facing stacked boxes.
Yeah.
But then you flip it onto the fact that we've wasted that window. Like, I think, who was it?
Yeah.
Saying, who was it earlier on? One of the teams. That was in Denver, saying that they were being so aggressive to try and get Aaron Rodgers. That defense is aging.
It is.
And we've just blown it. Like the 2014 team, if for a bullshit call in the Packers game, we would have probably gone to the Super Bowl that year. And you could argue that the team we've kind of had the last 2 years has been good enough to have a good playoff run. We've just not added well, and the coaching staff turnover was done too late. Like I say, we had so many years ago. I still think he was around because he was a bit of a yes man. But
yeah,
we know. What do we know?
Yeah, like, I mean, effectively, you're going into this season with a 3rd new defensive coordinator. Marinelli left, and Marinelli never, like, he had a top 10 defense at times, but we fucked up last year with our defensive hire. Dan Quinn, everything that's coming out is positive. So yeah, I like that message, Jamie.
Well, we're gonna crack a beer.
We probably should. If someone wants to go and grab a beer, just we'll all go and collectively open. But
I gotta take my bike to school. I can't go to an infant school, sleep deprived and drunk.
I think I was saying to Brian, I think I'll end up just sleeping all day in root days. I think I'm gonna trudge through. I'm gonna get a shower after this, and I'm gonna go out for a drive. I think I'll get a coffee.
Yeah.
And then go to bed about 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Like we're as Scott Hansen always says, we're in the witching hour. It is the last hour of the show. We've gotten to 23 hours and change. We can finish this show out. You know, I mean, Mike, I'm not surprised you're as tired as you are. I mean, the amount of content that you cracked out over the past couple of weeks, and we didn't even touch on 5% of that. You know,
guests fill up time.
Yeah, I mean, go on, Jay.
No, I was just going to literally say. Actually, no, not I think I didn't want to ruin what Brian was saying because this might end up kind of being the end of it. But so we'll see what I come out with. And then if yours was sort of different, Brian, we can change it. I was just going to say I know it's probably hard to kind of nail it down, but what's been one of your highlights? I would say your favourite moment. What's been one of probably your highlights in this 24 hours?
I mean, look, it's pretty obvious what mine was, but I mean, it goes without saying. But I mean, it's spend 24 hours with you guys. You know, I mean, strip it back, take the guests out. We're collectively a team, and we work our backsides off. But we're fans more than anything, you know, and everything we've done in this show has been about the other members. We're the people who are lucky enough to be sitting here, but like we're also the fans of the team, and you know, it's the people who came in, like literally Derek. I thought we'd get 5-10 minutes, an hour. Mickey Spagnola, an hour. Brian, Brad, everybody.
Brian Brodus ended up coming on for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, you know, like these guys have
aside
a day
from
job.
Aside from Stephen and Drew, I mean, the session there with Brian, with Brad Sham, and even Katie Turner. I mean, that was just mind blowing. To be honest, that was just
Long, you made me think. I had one in there, and I thought, I can't take one. I've got to take. I think I've got to take two. But definitely, like you say, when Brian and Brad were on, and it was just they ended up just roasting each other.
Yeah.
And then, and it was just the way Heckler come on, like literally he just bounced.
He's fun. Yeah. And he was just like, because he said to me, he was like, yeah, I'll come on for like 10, 15 minutes. And then he's like, guys, I got to go. I just realized I've been on with you for over an hour.
Like when you're asking the questions, like when you asked me about like the chicken and stuff, I literally could envision him like leaning, like reaching into the camera and like slapping you for saying, why are you making me not eat chicken?
He was funny. I love Hackman. He's brilliant. And then he's like that, and he's just sitting there, just chilling out. And he's like, "Man, I get to be with you in the UK." And you're like, "Yeah, we're with Barry Griffiths and Kenny Gann." He's like, "The Shark," and then that was it. He was gone.
Yeah,
the Shark. And then you brought Jeff Heath on, didn't you?
Oh, Bryce face, man. I messaged Mike earlier because before when I went out for about an hour, I come back and I thought, you know what, I'll ring Barry because I hadn't spoken to him. I didn't want to kind of not see him. He's like can you keep a secret? I was like, yeah, what? He's like, we've got Jeffrey coming on. He went, Mike knows. He went, so we're not going to tell Brian. I was like, oh, he's going to piss his pants. And literally, your face just went beetroot.
Yeah. As I say, like Barry had said to me, be on the show between 10 and half 10. And I was going, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it, is he? And like I was there, like, and he had Kenny obviously, and I was going, all right, okay, look, we knew Kenny was coming on, and that's great. And then the next thing, Mike is going, we just have, and bang.
I'd seen him pop up at the bottom, and I'm thinking, I hope I don't see him.
You can see him.
Get him, and then like you just all of a sudden like he like went back, and you're like.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, here's an interesting fact, mind. I thought I'd just chuck this out there, that this year is officially the first year the NFL won't test NFL players for marijuana.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know why that popped into my head. There we go.
I've always, I'm not one that smokes it and stuff like that, but I always found that rule a little bit random, just for the fact that one, it doesn't enhance your performance, and two, it's legal in a lot of the states. How can you ban them for something that doesn't perform?
And it's a painkiller. It's a painkiller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
You can't have that, but injecting your knee with cortisone, that's totally fine.
Yeah. You go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the one thing. I mean, I think I've done a bigger tour of Texas than you guys because I went around for the 2 weeks I was there. And like the difference between Houston, which is a business city, Austin, which is a weird city, San Antonio, which is, it's just a picturesque European city, and Dallas, you know, and like the one thing you will notice as soon as you land in Austin is the smell of marijuana. It's just so prevalent, and I mean the whole idea of keeping Austin weird. I mean, it's something you wouldn't get in some parts of the world, and you wouldn't understand it. But in Austin, you do. It's great.
It's great.
You know, the one thing I found really weird about Dallas was when we went, because we was there with Lauren and Sam. And I got some good friends like Chad and Calvin who flew in from Iowa, and I think it was a couple of days before the game, and we drove up into downtown Dallas because we stayed right next to the stadium. And they're like, oh, what do you want to see? I was like, oh, I want to go to the JFK like area and like go to the museum and stuff. And then obviously, if any of you's been before,
I was there.
Yeah.
And like, and obviously when you can see, can't you, like the exits. And the one thing that kind of I thought, these people are fucking weird. And it was like when we went down onto like the grassy knoll, and there was cars flying down, and people were just like running between cars to take selfies with the 2 bullet marks. I was like, this is fucked up. This. Why do you just wait till the lights are red?
Do you know what? Do you know something that I'm gonna miss after all of this? Was our 24-hour marathon draft day video. It's done with now.
That video gives me goosebumps.
and isn't it quite interesting, Mike? A lot of that video has Penn State in it.
Ooh. Should we review?
Go on.
Right, let's have a look. Let's count. I think Micah Parsons is in it, actually.
He is in it.
He is in it. Hold on.
I'm just disappointed.
he's in it.
4 times.
I can't
4
see
times I
him.
counted Nittany lines.
Yeah, 4 times, but he's in it. You see his
Yeah.
arm coming around to make a tackle. Funnily
Yeah.
enough, he's just missing the tackle, mind. But
And another thing that I saw tonight as well, the last game that Parsons actually played was at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
And he had a fairly awesome game that day. I think it was 2 sacks, two fumble recoveries as well, and I can't remember.
I think I saw a tweet going out, or it might have been from the Cowboys or from Kelsey or Meg or someone, that literally there was a picture of him and going, I hope I get to stay in silver and blue. And he's inside AT&T Stadium.
This one's this was interesting. Someone.
Oh God!
Dave Elman did a section after the pick, and then he tweeted and saying, like, if you're looking for a quick breakdown on what makes Parker Parsons intriguing, here's a short video with a fuzzy man talking about it, and then someone replied to him and said, is Jalen on notice? And Dave replied saying he and LV should be on notice. That's what happens when the team drafts a top tier guy at your position. They should also they also currently hold 10 more picks, and it wouldn't shock me if you see them double dip.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Jabril Cox. If we can't get the top 2, Jabril Cox would be nice.
Jabril Cox. You could see Joseph Osai. You could see
You're dying for Joseph
Koromoa. I wouldn't be averse to seeing Joseph Osai. I think, I know we say we play a 4-3 defense, but you have to be flexible nowadays. And we don't have guys who can play that outside linebacker, jack type role. Joseph Osai can. And I wouldn't be averse to him, because you're not playing 3 down linebackers anymore. You're always playing 2 on a sub package. So why not? If he's ranked high on the board and is the best defensive player available, why not?
No, I think I don't think there's anything wrong with double dipping, like I say, just for the fact we've now got what is it 44, 70, 44, 75, 84 and 99.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go linebacker again, go 2 corners and a safety.
Yeah.
I think they'll use one on I think they'll use one as a running back.
You're very much on this running back train, Mike. So
yeah.
do you wanna give us a bit of an insight into that?
I don't I don't want a guy like him. What I want is a scat back. I want a guy who can receive the ball in the backfield. Kind of like what New England have or what they had with James White. Yeah,
but
that
is that
type
not
of
what
guy.
you have with Tony Pollard?
No.
Like, Tony Pollard was primarily wide receiver in Memphis.
Yeah, he doesn't play that.
Yeah.
He doesn't play that role for the Cowboys, though. He plays the guy who is spelling Zeke at times. Like look at him against the 49ers. Tore them apart. He wasn't. He caught passes, but not in the backfield in that way, like scat back. They were more dump offs down the line. I want that third option that you can use, because then all of a sudden it opens up more of the playbook.
Yeah,
you can take Zeke and Tony off altogether on third downs. Absolutely ideal.
Yeah.
An area Zeke was struggling with last year.
Very true. Lauren, you've kind of been quiet. What's your feelings towards 44? Are you looking at a double dip? Are you looking at a corner? Are you looking at a safety?
I think I'm still trying to reassess what obviously we were all expecting it was going to be Horn or Surtain. I think, yes, we still need to address the cornerback. We need to address safety. So, maybe somebody like Holland who has that possession flexibility that, as I said earlier, he's sitting on PFW's mock drafts and everything listed as a cornerback. You guys are talking about him as a safety. So if he's got that possession flex, then bring him in. You still got Asante Samuel, as we've said. There's plenty of good cornerbacks left that we could be picking within these next 4 picks that we have. And you should be expecting guys that will be regular contributors, if not actual potential starts. So I think look at the defensive backfield to begin with, and then I would. The fact that Barmore's still there as well is somebody else that intrigues me as well. And it's somebody if we can get him and he can get back again, as I've said, if he can get back into a system like he was in 2019 and he was throwing guys like Becton around and overpowering them, then that's maybe gives us a upside there as well, and replaces something that we've maybe lost with Tyron Crawford.
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah, just so you know, I've just gone back and done it frame by frame. Number 11, Penn State is in there. That's Micah Parsons.
So we've just had a message in there from a gentleman saying good morning to us all.
My brother.
Asking if we're sleepy.
Holland.
Yes.
Yes.
The younger. Yeah, we're still going and we're sleepy. But we are almost done. We're like whatever minutes away.
40 minutes to go. We're almost there. But I mean, you guys have asked me what my highlight was. Let's go round the horn on this. What was your highlights? Jamie, take it away.
Highlights of the day.
The 24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah.
This might sound a bit crap, but I'm going to say the whole experience. I just think, like I said, being on here with like kind of all you guys, but also everyone interacting, like we literally, I think for the first couple of hours, because we obviously it was almost around this time yesterday morning, and it's obviously everybody in the States is still in bed, and everyone's up and about or just finished work over this side, and they've obviously going about the daily life, and we were still averaging about 18 people at that time in the morning, and it's like literally, it's only just started dropping off because obviously it's the States are about to go to bed, everyone's about to head up for work.
Yeah.
And I think I say just the fact that there's not been, even these last couple of hours when we've been extremely tired, like there's not been no signs, like it's just been completely packed with content. Am I going to sign up to do like this again in a hurry? I don't think so. I don't mean that in a nasty way, but I just think,
you say that now.
It's an experience, and just the fact that it's had so much publicity, not just inside the pond, but across the pond as well. Like literally, we didn't have enough time to get everybody on.
Yeah, and what was funny is yesterday when we were putting like all the notices out, like even you phoned me, didn't you, Jay? And you were like, "Have you seen this? Have a look at this." And it was just like we were just giggling, laughing because of just like how much it was going around. Like people couldn't believe what we'd put together. And Jamie's like, "Have a look at this, man." I mean, I was standing on the stairs over there on the phone, and I was talking and looking and like going, "Oh my god."
Even just like the fact that, like, say it's because so people like Brian, Charles, and like, you know what I mean, like even Steve Johnson and Drew Pearson, Heckman Harrison, like we see them on here, and like they literally came on and was like, we're buzzing to be on here. And it's like, wait, we're just a fan group. It's like, it should be the way we should be buzzing to have you on, which we were, but it's like, I've never seen people so excited to be on here.
I know. It's funny, isn't it, that you wake up to messages from these people going, we're still on, we're still going. Where's the link?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, what? And
nobody was truly clock watching. You know, when they were on, you had a few that, you know, literally they probably had an alarm set saying this is your be all and end all, that you've got to be out by then. But I mean, having Brian, Brad, whatever, you know, the amount of time they were on, I think we'd only sort of said that they were going to be on for 15, 20 minutes or whatever. And, you know, for it to extend on as it did, Mickey Spagnola, I mean, you know, a lot of people give Mickey a hard time. I just loved that whole section with him and Derek Eagleton as well. So
it's the fact that there was engagement. Like I said, I noticed when, obviously, because a few times we had to kind of go off because we had too many to be in, and like I was watching some of the Stephen Jones interview on the Facebook page, and like Brian and Brad would like literally sat and they were sat with like that, and they were like, and you could just tell them
intent.
Yeah, like, and they were in the moment as well. It was weird in a good way to watch.
Yeah, and you know they get to be with you doing it, you know, and they're loving it. Yeah. But you know, it's just like it's the reason that it happens that way is because they're enjoying themselves. You know, like the old time flies when you're having fun. So like you say, can you come on to talk for 10 minutes? And they're like, yeah, go and talk to a fan group for 10 minutes. They come on, they enjoy themselves. They enjoy the conversation, the interaction. And then they're just like, I'll stay another 10 minutes. I'll stay another 10 minutes. I'll stay another 20. And that's just how it goes. You can't help but stay longer when you're enjoying what you're doing and what's happening, you know.
And then you look at kind of as the day kind of finished off, and like I said, Jay came back on. Nicky was like, if I can come back on, I'll come back on, and he popped back on.
Did.
And even Barry come on, and like he come on, he was just sat there and like nothing in moral support. It was just like, it's just weird, and like I said, I was like, let's come back on. Like you get a message, can I come back on? If you want to come back on, 45 those.
I've got the key to come back in. Don't mind if I let myself in.
Like the thing is, like, the messages I've been getting from the people who were on with us, you know, thank you, really enjoyed it, and like they're all there, like, you know, can I come back on? You know, or you know, it's like,
do it again. Do it again.
Let's do it again whenever you want. Do you know, like, I'll give the example of Cammy Griffin. Like, I sent her a message on Monday and said, listen, would you be interested? And she was like, she was a little bit apprehensive about it, but, you know, she got into the swing of it, you know, and she's already booked to come back on, you know, so that's the great thing about it. Like, you know, people see what happens, love it, and are there, you say, come back on, absolutely no problem.
And like me and you, Jay, we've said this before as well, innit? That because there's like no rules to it on this show, because, you know, like when they're doing their own shows, they're restricted, you know, because of everything from New York, you know, Fifth Avenue and all the rest of it, that they have to be careful what they say. And then they kind of like go on a show like this and it's like, I'm just going to say whatever I want, whatever I feel.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a fan. I'm not going to be a reporter. I'm going to be a fan.
Yeah, they're going to be like they're going to be one of the lads or one of the lasses, and it's just like, like I said, just like, and not to think, like a lot of people commented on it, and he took it on his wrist, but like when Broaders come out and his hair was like just stuck out the back, and he was just like,
like what are you going to do about it?
But he won't go on the draft show. Like it's good to see him in like a normal, chilled out environment.
Yeah. Broadus though, he's always there, no matter what. And like, you know, we get messages from him just like, "How you doing, guys?" And it's like he doesn't have to do that at all.
I mean, how Broadus gets anything done, because I mean, you look at even now that he's on 105.3, but I mean, you look at him when he was with the Cowboys and everything like that. I was looking at tweets over lunchtime, and he's already posted something about an hour ago and all that sort of stuff, and you sort of going, what's the time difference? Christ, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, and he's answering tweets at that point in time, and you think, Jesus, So I mean, the interaction he has with fans anyway is just incredible, and I mean, the poor man must have seen probably about 1 million fan drafts. People saying, "Oh, I might as well join in." And what do you think of this, Brian, and all that? And he takes the time to say, "Well, I'd maybe pick him here, or you've picked the same player here and here, and have you, and or why are you trading back 3 times in the first round? Are you just trying to stockpile picks for the next couple of years? That sort of thing. To have an individual response to each and every person that takes the time to contact him. So,
you can tell the kind of guy he is, and just I know we've talked about it a little bit through this time we've been on, but when they came over for the London game, and it was. I think it was Friday night, because we'd done it. We'd had the shows in a certain bar I think it was for 3 nights, and then we were moving to Piccadilly. And on the Friday night, the Cowboys were going to a thing, and it was at Tower London. And you finished, and they're all living, and Brian just Mickey went, "Oh, you all kind of staying?" We're like, "Yeah, we'll be here." So it's drunk. We'll come back, and Brian went, "Fuck it, I'm not going." He went, I'm staying here. So he literally missed this thing, and he stayed. And someone that was there bought him a
whiskey,
a Plymouth Argyle cup, and he was just getting the barman to fill his beer in his Plymouth Argyle cup in the middle of a bar. And he's like, "No." And then eventually Mickey and Dave Hellman come back, and what's happened? If we left you, and you were all right. Like we were just all staggering around this pub the other one.
Smashed.
It was mint.
Yeah.
Here's a funny one on that one as well. And I'll let you take that one back, Bri. Well, the other one was the fan bash, Jay. And they sent Sky Sports down because they weren't happy because NFL UK weren't involved. Tell them what happened who they sent down and what he did.
It was horrendous. Just the kind of the backstory to start with. We'd gone to them to ask them for help, and they were like, "No, we're not getting involved. And it obviously all got organised, and it must have gone round that the Cowboys were going to do something, and we got this arsey email from NFL UK saying, "Why have you not come to us about this?" And we were like, "Look at it must have been 3 emails." We're like, and sent them, and went, "You've not responded to us." So they sent Kevin Cadle down, and then the media thing put him on it,
and he ended up staying and partying.
Yeah. He went on the show as well. and another story. There was two stories from the Saturday night, because we obviously everybody that it was rammed. And me and Lauren and that were just kind of mulling around and making sure everything were all right, people were okay and stuff. And then we just get this. Jamie, where's Lauren? I thought Dorman wants you. What's wrong here? There's a guy outside with a woman, and it's full, and and they're asking for you, and we looked at the door, and it was Derek and his wife, and we were like, I need to let him in, because he runs the media for the Cowboys, he's sorting this out. And then about 20 minutes later, we get this thing as well, and there's a guy outside who's not coming in. He's like, I've been told to come. He's like, if he's not got a ticket, he can't come in. And then all of a sudden, kind of looked at the door. He's on in Danny White. They were like, no, is it it was just like that. And I was saying, even Barry, he like turned up and like because when you get organised to do it, like the people that was in his group, he included like the Saturday night ticket to the thing, and we said one of the nights, like, the night you come in, we'll come to the hotel and kind of introduce ourselves as some of the UK Cowboys fans, and if they struggle to get anywhere, or we'll give them like email addresses and contact numbers, and they can message us because we'll obviously be in London as well. And you just went, we went in on the Saturday night, and Barry went, I've done you a favour tonight. And we're like, oh, well, we've done enough. And like, he says, no, it's fine. He says, I've got him to come in a taxi. I'm like, I'm not hearing about the next thing. I'll understand. Just walk through the door. And Barry's like, I bunged him some money to come. It's like, what the fuck? And it's just that these people want to do things for you to announce an experience. It's crazy.
Yeah. But before we do move any further, we do actually have to give a very special shout out to a young gentleman. We've been talking about his dad, but Bennett brought us. It was his 17th birthday today, and for Brian to take time out on such an important day today, and I mean, we've all seen the relationship Brian has with his son Bennett. I mean, it's phenomenal. But happy birthday, Bennett. We hope you had a great day, and we'd love to get talking to you as well sometime soon.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. It's so energetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be like, happy birthday, but it's like,
It's like literally, I live near my mum, and like literally, I sat down at the computer yesterday. She was leaving to go to work, and I'd just seen her walk past and get in the car and drive off to go to work again. I think we could really done this. And it's I've got a second wind now. I know I'm not going to be able to sleep. It's very weird. So,
yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I will sleep as soon as I get into bed. But
do you know what I liked? I've just figured out my highlight.
Go on.
Rich sitting in a caravan, just staring into his phone.
I can't really think of the sticks and just like they're pretty gone. My phone's overeating.
And he's having issues with his microphone. He's having issues with the lighting. He's having issues with the phone overheating. He's just sitting in a room on his own because he's part of the team and he's got to be involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love Reg.
You could tell as well. You could tell G was struggling. Like at one point, you could see like he was sliding like down his chair, and he'd turn to the side, and then you'd look, and his face would be like, and it would just be like, he'd have his bottle of it, like he'd hold it really close and be like, go ahead. You just knew he wasn't gonna last.
Yeah.
But in fairness, he has driven like for about 4 hours today from. He lives like 10 minutes down the road from me. From there, like all the way down to Cornwall, it's like a 5-hour drive.
Actually, another funny one was when clearly I made a mistake thinking we'd traded back up because I clicked on the link and it was showing me the bit where it was like, and Paul was like, "Yes, I didn't go to bed." Paul, I want to trade.
Yeah.
Off to bed.
And then he tweets.
To be fair, I think it's time we actually woke Paul up.
Oh, I don't know. He's really hard to get at, but honestly.
Do you know? I know
honestly.
I know this is not a cowboy story, but apart from, do you all heard about? Oh, I've got 2 funny stories about. Actually, 3 funny stories about Paul. when we went to the.
Bear in mind, we are not in the watershed, so make them family safe.
Went to the did like the group game with the Lions Chiefs at Wembley, and he come back from the bar, and I don't know how he managed it, but he managed to end up on the big screen at Wembley, and he noticed himself. He'd had that much to drink. He stripped off to his box shorts, and he was just dancing down the stairs at Wembley Stadium with his boxers on. And I was like, what? And then we went back to the hotel because that night the Cowboys were playing the Seahawks in the late game. And he's like, come back to my room, we'll watch the game, we'll have a drink all night. I was like, you getting a flight at like 7 o'clock in the morning? He's like, no, we'll be fine, it's all right. Are you sure? Maybe it's not tomorrow afternoon. He's like, no, it'll be all right. Got into his room, pulled out a full bottle of whiskey, and I'm like, Paul, oh, wait, you're not going to make your flight. You're fine, you're fine. I think I watched the first quarter, I'm off to bed. Next thing, 9 o'clock in the morning, the phone goes, I missed my flight. and then he come down here. I said, I'll come down for a piss up. And he come down and we were supposed to be getting the train. I think it was from Glasgow to Carlisle and Carlisle to Leeds. And then he really went, train's broken down, I've got to get a coach. Then he gets to Carlisle and he goes, I've only left my bag on the fucking bus.
It's like a real life version of Planes, Trains and Automobiles.
And then he went to Skipton, which is a 40-minute drive from here, and he went, my bag's gone back to Scotland. Scotland to drive.
You had to go shopping.
I had to go to Skipton to pick him up. And I picked him up and he was sat outside the train station just on a bottle of 2020. And then
you had to go shopping.
And then on the Sunday, we went out in Leeds on Saturday. And on the Sunday, we watched the first half of the Glasgow Derby on Sunday afternoon.
My stomach.
He went, will you take me to the train station? First, not like 1:30. He went, the train's at 2. I went, yeah, no, it's fine. 2:30 in home, he went, the fucking train's been cancelled.
Now, I got a story about him too, but I can't tell you on it. I can tell you off air later. Just honestly, can't say it on.
I mean, this is going to be the fun thing. Like, we collectively haven't had a meetup at all. You know,
I know.
I mean, it's you'd worry about what's going to happen because there's so many head balls in the 7 of us.
Do you know, people are going to be tuning into this thinking we're like upset, crying.
No, I think it's quite honest. We're just
I got stomach cramps. I got stomach cramps now, laughing too much.
So I took him shopping for his clothes. He went, I just realised, he went, the card I need to pay was in my bag and it's back in Scotland.
I was just about to say, he couldn't pay for his clothes. Just to add to it, just to add to all of that, I just had the thought of Rich sitting there with his phone again.
My God!
Never comment.
I'm done, man.
Who was it this morning when Graham's dad was on? And the two look alike. Well, I should have saw him his dad.
Oh my God!
Oh, I got stomach cramps.
As you can see, for anyone who's still with us, we're just in the stage of absolute delirium and laughter, and we've 15 minutes to go, and this is getting us through. I think we can nearly at this stage might start the whole process of wrapping it up and thanking people.
All right. Yeah, we'll finish it up now. It is what it is. So first of all, obviously, thank you to all the gang, all the team who've been on rolling throughout the 24 hours. It's been a ride, that's for sure. Also want to thank my and all of your families as well that you have been away from for the 24 hours. That was there as well. Big thank you as well to everybody who donated, because there have been people who have donated into the pot and have got involved in the competitions that are up as well. And then obviously I need to thank all the guests. I mean, the guest list was huge.
Do you want me to read it out?
Go on then.
All right. So starting at the very start, almost 24 hours ago, we had Marcus Bluff City Cowboy, who joined us initially for an hour, and it was 2 hours later. We had Annabelle from the NHS. We had Neil Reynolds, Kyle Yeomans, Brad Sham, Brian Broadus, Mike Fisher, West Coast, Kevin Turner. The Big Interview, Stephen Jones, Rob Phillips, Harry Temkin, Nick Eatman, Derek Eagleton, and I'm after forgetting Drew Pearson was in there in the middle of that bunch. Mickey Spagnola. Dave Hellman did apologise. He was held up with other things. He has said he will come on with us again in the future. We had Megan RJ, Shannon, the guys from the Ravens, the guys from the Saints, from NFL Scotland. We had obviously Mr. Wilson himself, the guys from the Giants, guys from the Bills, guys from the Seahawks, all joined in with us. Flag runner we didn't manage to get hold of, but he was held up. He did make his apologies. Heckma Harrison, Barry Griffiths, we had Mike Tover, we had Kenny Gant, and of course the very wonderful Paige and Jeff Heath joined us as well. We had Kelsey Charles, Cammy Griffin, Brandon Lambert, Jay Tuck, Taylor Stern, Jeff Reinebold, the return of the great Dan Turner, Nick Eatman, Barry Gibson, Skywalker Steele, and Jay Tuck.
Yes.
Each of those people, please take a bow. Thank you so much for giving of your time so freely and for coming along with this ride with us.
I think that's about it. Don't you think, guys?
I think we can safely say we have given it our all.
Yeah, that's the
and
24
we are long
hours.
overdue. Yeah, we are due our beds.
All right. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us, right? You guys there and the viewers at home and the guys who have gone down already. And we will see you all next Thursday. It's post-draft analysis, and we're into what favourite part of my season. It is the positional breakdown series, all coming up on UK Cowboys TV next week. Say goodbye, guys.
Peace out.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah.